Tony Todt was seen by all who knew him as the all-American boy. Growing up, he did well in sports, schooling, and was even on the honor roll. He was the kind of kid who people just felt like was going places, even if he didn't know it himself. People gravitated towards him, and because of that, it seemed like things just came easier to him. It was in high school that he eventually would meet his wife, Megan. Megan was like Tony in that everyone seemed to like her, but whereas Tony tried exceptionally hard and made it a point to be the loudest man in the room, Megan was much more reserved. She was much more attuned to how people were feeling, and didn't much care for the spotlight the way that Tony did. She was far more concerned with how people were feeling, if they were okay or not, than how they thought she looked. Unlike so many other young people who grow apart as they age, Megan and Tony stayed together through high school and eventually went to college together. While at college, many regarded them as the perfect couple. Most took notice of Tony, as he once again felt the need to take all of the air out of the room with his presence and get most of the attention onto him. But still more like Megan, as she perfectly offset his rowdy behavior. According to one mutual friend, Tony had a tendency to go overboard, but Megan always kept him in check. After college, Megan and Tony got married and moved to Connecticut to be close to their extended family. The newlyweds had both pursued careers in physical therapy, and together they made the Family Physical Therapy Center, where they gained incredible success. Locally, the couple became famous as the all-around perfect pair. Tony's infectious personality helped him get clients, and he quickly became known as the man to see if you had any sort of pain. His clients would rave about him. They would talk about how they had been overlooked by other medical professionals and pushed aside. But Tony, in one session, was able to write whatever was wrong with their body and simply listen to what they were going through. He also spent a considerable amount of time giving back to the community, coaching baseball, and giving his time wherever it was needed. Likewise, Megan was known throughout the town as she was a licensed yoga instructor and an all-around amazing woman. Their practice did so well that they quickly outgrew their office space, and they opened a second location in town. Around the time of them opening their second location, Megan stepped away from the business, as Anthony and her had their first child, Alec. She moved away from the business entirely, choosing to instead focus on being a mother, and those who knew her said that was when she really came into her own. Shortly after the birth of their first child, she gave birth to her second and third, Tyler and Zoe. Alec, Tyler, and Zoe were Megan's entire world. According to friends and family, Megan spent her whole life waiting to be a mother, and when she finally was, she felt true happiness. Early on, Megan made the decision to homeschool her kids, wanting them to get a robust knowledge of the world around them, and took on the position of teacher as well as mother. She outsourced some learning though, choosing to take her kids to music lessons, as she was heavily influenced by the arts when she was younger, and wanted her kids to learn like she had. In the town of Colchester, the entire Todt family was just about famous. However, inexplicably, in 2017, Megan and the kids, sans Tony, made the decision to move to Celebration, the town directly outside of Disney World that was built and operated by Disney until the late 90s. According to Tony and Tony alone, this decision was made because while on a family trip to Disney World, Megan had gotten Lyme disease, and it had completely ravaged her body. Tony spoke about how she had lost a considerable amount of weight and was no longer womanly in appearance, and how it hurt her to walk most days, meaning she couldn't get out of bed. In order to help Megan recover, she and the kids moved into a condo in Celebration that they had as a vacation spot since 2005. Meanwhile, Tony sold their home, which they had just sunk thousands of dollars into on a remodel, and slept in his office during the week. On the weekends, he would fly out to see his family and then fly back. The arrangement struck those around the family as odd, as Megan seemed to shut everyone else in her life out after the move. However, Tony informed everyone that things had just become too much for her, and she needed time and the Florida weather in order to properly heal. Despite not having a place of his own to sleep while in Connecticut, the family made the decision to buy a house that had become available in Celebration. The home was a 2-story that was agreeable to the family, and instead of selling their condo, they kept it, thinking it would be useful in case the family ever came to visit. Still though, while Tony was by himself in Colchester, he went without, never so much as renting an apartment or getting a long-term rental. Many at the time pondered why it was that he never invested in a place to rest his head while in Connecticut, but later it was found that Tony simply didn't have the money to. In fact, Tony didn't have any money at all. Seemingly, when Megan stepped away from the business, Tony had begun to take advantage of his clientele, knowing that no one was checking the books, and that most of their clients trusted him implicitly, so Tony began overcharging them for treatments they weren't getting. Patients who had seen him once were charged over the span of months. People who only needed a small adjustment were charged as if they had seen him daily, and no one had been the wiser. He had started doing this in order to pay off some outstanding debts he had, but as time went on, Tony seemed to be unable to get himself out of the hole. He kept buying more expensive items for his family and his practice, spending 10 grand on a hydro treadmill, despite the fact that no one in the Colchester area needed it for physical therapy at the time. He seemed determined to spend all the money he could get his hands on, and because most saw him as a great, trustworthy guy, no one noticed that their insurance was being charged by him. That is, until December 2019, 2 years after Megan and the kids had moved to Celebration. While at work, the FBI raided Tony's business to gather evidence of his Medicaid fraud, as well as to interrogate Tony. At first, he played dumb to their accusation that he had done anything wrong. Instead, he said this was probably all a misunderstanding, and that they would be able to get to the bottom of it easily. However, unbeknownst to Tony, the FBI had done their due diligence before arriving, and knew that he had been stealing from the vast majority of his clientele. After a couple of hours and the FBI letting Tony know just how much evidence they had on him, Tony finally confessed to what he had done. He told the agents that he was used to a certain lifestyle, and his family had grown accustomed to the way things were, and in order to provide that way of life, he began taking money off of his clients. He said it started innocently enough, but it had grown into a massive problem that he didn't know how to stop. As the interrogation came to an end, Tony informed the FBI agents that he was planning on going to Florida for the rest of the month to celebrate Christmas. He would be back early January. He let them know that when he returned, he would be more than willing to sit down with them with his lawyer present so they could bang this whole thing out. He seemed affable and uncaring about the intense legal situation he had gotten himself into, so the agents stressed how serious what he had done actually was. They informed him that he was looking at federal prison time, and that when they did speak, they'd likely be negotiating how long he'd be away for. This statement seemingly shook Tony. According to the interrogators, he went white and seemed rattled, but still tried to put on a happy face. As they left, Tony was reported to have stated to his colleagues and clients that the entire raid had been a simple misunderstanding, and that everything would be fine. However, his coworkers couldn't help but notice that he was shaking and pale. After the raid, Tony, like he had told the FBI, went to Florida for Christmas. Tony's lies had caught up with him, and he would have to come clean to his wife about what he had done. He would have to tell her that he, and by marriage, she, was hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, and he was likely going to prison. But seemingly because that would be too hard, Tony instead devised another plan. He was going to kill his entire family, then himself. That way, he wouldn't have to deal with the shame of him going to prison. When Tony arrived in Florida and was picked up by Megan, Megan sent a text to their extended family, stating that the entire clan had come down with the flu and was ultimately too sick to talk on the phone. Megan's text, which is believed to have been sent by Tony, emphasized the fact that no one would be able to talk, and that phone calls would be pointless. The family outside of Florida felt that this was strange, but tried to think little of it. Megan, again, was the supermom. She was great at taking care of everyone, and they figured the family would be back on their feet in no time. A week before Christmas, the Todt's extended family received another message from the family, this time coming from Anthony's phone. Anthony stated that the entire family was now going off of the grid, and they would be turning off their phones. He then stated that Megan had lost her phone, and that if they wanted to speak to anyone else in the family, they couldn't. This once again raised red flags for the extended family, but they had no way of truly knowing what had happened. If anything, they hoped that this message was a joke, more or less. As more and more time passed, Anthony's sister Chrissy began to get concerned. She had started talking to other members of the family and realized that no one had spoken to anyone on the phone save for Anthony in weeks. Some of his coworkers had reached out and spoken about his odd behavior before he left, and she was growing more and more concerned by the minute. On December 29th, Chrissy called the local sheriff's department in Florida and had them do a welfare check on the family. The police arrived at the home, but it appeared that no one was home. The lights were off, the curtains were drawn, and it seemed there was no electricity being used in the home. They likewise checked the condo, but found no signs of life and no signs of concern. Chrissy was put at ease by there being no signs of life, and wanted to believe that the family had just left to go on another learning trip. as was normal for them. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was really wrong. 8 days later, Chrissy received another text from Anthony's phone. This time, it was from a stranger who had found it in a Starbucks in Sarasota, Florida, and was trying to get the phone back to its owner. At the same time, Chrissy was contacted by one of Anthony's neighbors, who let her know that there was now an eviction notice sitting on their front door. All of Chrissy's anxieties once again rushed to her head. But before she could call the police and get them to do another welfare check on the family, she got a call from the FBI. Up until this point, Chrissy had no reason to believe that Anthony would want to cause harm to his family. Sure, it was weird that the entire family was unreachable, save for Anthony himself, but in her mind, he was a good dad who would never do anything to hurt his kids. But upon hearing that he was under investigation from the FBI and was likely going to be sent to federal prison, she realized that something was truly wrong. Chrissy began to realize the severity of the situation, and once again called the police to do a welfare check on the family. She hoped that Tony and the kids had skipped town and were still safe, but something in her gut told her otherwise. Once again, the police went out to the home and found nothing. They told Chrissy much of the same, that they were probably on vacation and she shouldn't be worried about it, but it did little to quell her anxieties. For the next 3 days, she continued to call, and the police continued to go to the house, only to tell her that no one was home. Finally, on the 13th of January, the FBI stepped in. The agents that had been assigned to his fraud case traveled down to Florida with the intention of bringing him back to Connecticut for further questioning. The 3 agents parked outside of his home as part of a stakeout to see if there were any signs of life. Almost immediately upon arrival, Tony shambled out of the 2-story abode, looking worse for wear. He was shaking all over and appeared to be in an altered state. Tony sat on the porch for a short while as the agents looked on, and then turned around and went back inside, never turning a light on or moving a curtain. With the knowledge that he was in fact inside, hiding out, the agents then called the police for backup and approached the house. Once again, Tony hid and did not answer the door. Only because they had seen him that morning did the FBI decide to enter the home, using a key that they had gotten earlier from his landlord. Immediately upon entering, they were hit with the smell of decomposition. After the police found the bodies, Tony informed them that he had drank an entire bottle of Benadryl prior to them entering the home in order to take his own life. He was then taken to the hospital to be treated. It was there that Tony admitted to killing his family for the first time. There would be no other reason for Tony to feign being with his family members after their deaths, other than to try and assuage concern for their well-being, and to gain more time to formulate a plan. Him actively admitting that he sent the texts from Megan and his kids directly flies in the face of his story about wanting them to be found, and being so out of his mind with grief that he was unaware of what he was doing. The remainder of this interrogation is much of the same, and unfortunately, the audio makes it incredibly hard to verify what they are saying at times. However, Tony has failed in the 3 goals he set out to accomplish. The first, he wanted to solely place the blame of the murders on his wife's chronic illness. However, fairly early on, he makes it clear that he was more than happy to go along with the murders, and tries his best to cover them up by texting their extended family, pretending to be Megan and the kids. Second was he wanted to appear to be somewhat impaired so he could claim the interrogation happened while he was in duress and claim diminished capacity. He was incredibly forthcoming and was able to recall key details, such as what phone he Googled how to kill his family on, and what laptop that Megan watched videos on. He was also incredibly present with the interrogators, constantly nodding along as they spoke, acknowledging their words and repeating statements back to them when he needed clarification. If anything, he was so outwardly present and competent that to claim otherwise would be ridiculous. 3. He wanted to provide enough false information to the police that he could point to it and state that he was lying. Though Tony did get some details wrong, based on the defensive wounds on his arm, his DNA being found under Alex's fingernails, and the fact that he was able to recall the color of the knife that was used and where he hid certain things, it was clear that he was, at the very least, present when his family was killed, and took part in some capacity. Tony hadn't appropriately accomplished what he had set out to do, and shortly after this interview, he stated that he was innocent and the confession had been taken when he was under extreme mental fatigue. The court reviewed the footage and allowed it, as he appeared to be competent in the footage, and no laws had been violated during the interrogation. With that roadblock in front of him, Tony's last resort was his trial, where he would take the stand. Usually in cases like this, We never get to hear what the guilty party thinks about the proceedings. Most defense attorneys will do everything in their power not to put their client on the stand, as it opens them up to cross-examination, which often makes them look bad. But in this case, Tony insisted that he be put on the stand. He felt as if what was happening to him was a huge injustice, and if the world could hear his side of things, he would be let go. We know this to be the case because he declares his innocence in the letter he wrote to his father, Robert. We read the full letter in our video, linked below. From that letter alone, it is clear that Tony is somewhat of a narcissist who believes he is the smartest person in any room he is in. His tone is demeaning to everyone around him, stating that, despite the multiple charges against him, he is the victim of his wife, the police, the FBI, and more. He also tries to demean his father, stating that Robert is a terrible person for putting a hit out on his wife when Tony was a child, without a lick of self-awareness that he did kill his wife and his entire family. He goes so far as to state that his wife's final moments alive were spent praising him for being an amazing person for all that he did, and that his only true failure was being unable to kill her, which is absolutely ridiculous and an insult to Megan's memory. Everything he says is illogical and stupid and doesn't stand up to basic reasoning. But Tony believes he is the smartest person in every room. Therefore, he can sell his line of thinking without any issue. His demeanor is not unlike Diane Downs, who felt as though, despite her claims being illogical, she was so clever she could make anyone around her believe what she was saying. However, like Diane, that is not the case. In his testimony, Tony tries to come across as a man who has gone through an incredible hardship, who loved his family and his life, but he comes short multiple times. So with that preface, let's begin.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Anthony John Todt.
What is your age?
46.
Mr. Todt, we've heard testimony about a woman named Megan Todt. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes.
Tony is on trial for the murder of his entire family, including the woman he has been with since high school. His defense is that his wife murdered the children and the family dog, and his only crime is not reporting that. His wife's name should have a profound impact on him, both because he loved her and she died, but also because, according to his story, murdered his kids. Instead of showing any outward emotion, though, Tony instead closes his eyes for a prolonged period of time, then opens them, nods his head, and says yes, that he does know her. He displays no emotion, and over the next couple of minutes, he will be attempting to make himself cry. However, his emotions and his body movements are not synchronized, and at various occasions, when he appears to be crying and emotional, it will not flow naturally with his posture and body language.
And were you, in fact, married to Megan Todt?
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
It was high school of 1992.
And where was that?
In Montville, Connecticut. Sorry. Montville, Connecticut. Montville.
And did you and Ms. Todt, did you and Megan, we've used first names throughout the case, so I'll do it tonight. They get hard to remember. Did you become married or become a couple?
Yes.
Now, did you attend the university in the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
And where did you go to school?
Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut.
Did Megan also become a student at Sacred Heart?
Yes, she was 2 years behind me.
What was your course of study?
Undergraduate work, a major in psychology with a concentration in health psychology, with a declared minor of pre-physical therapy, and then I finished my master's degree of science in physical therapy.
While responding, Tony wipes a non-existent tear from his cheek. His tone never fluctuates as he speaks, indicating whatever emotion he is feigning having is not in sync with how he really feels. Earlier, his voice also started to shake, indicating heavy emotion, but directly after, he had to spell the name of a location and his tone immediately resets.
Right. Now, did your wife, when did you marry Megan? Was that in college or later?
I had graduated from college already, and she was in her second to last year of college.
What field did she study?
She had the exact same credentials as myself, physical therapy.
Did you practice in the field of physical therapy?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with medical terms and medical procedures?
Most definitely, sir.
How long did you practice as a physical therapist?
I received my license in August of 1999 and was practicing up until the current.
This is the first time that Tony fully shifts his position on the witness stand to speak directly to the jury, and it is when he is sharing his credentials and talking about how he is trained medically. He is attempting to assert intellectual dominance over the people in the courtroom and trying subconsciously to assert that despite the circumstances he is in, he should be respected.
Was Megan also involved in the practice with you?
In the practice of physical therapy, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Whereas I did more hospitalist, nursing care, home care, and outpatient, she concentrated most of her time as a pediatric specialist and did work sometime in nursing homes when we traveled.
What were the circumstances that brought your family to Celebration?
Initially, my wife and I bought the condo in Celebration in July of 2005 when we were traveling physical therapists, which means they put us around the country either to cover for what they call snowbird season or people got on maternity leave. They were generally minimum of 13-week assignments, and they could be extended. We first went out to California, wonderful time. Then we came down to Florida and found that since we sold our initial condo in Connecticut, we didn't have any deductions. So we bought the condo in Celebration as a partial investment and partially primary home, because part of our contract with our traveling company is they pay for our residence. So at the current time, they're paying for a rental. Why have the company pay for a rental when they can pay for your actual house and help with your mortgage payments? So we bought the condo in July 2005. Would you like me to continue?
Tony has already given up his attempts to appear upset and no longer is trying to force emotion. He talks down to the jury, asking a rhetorical question about having their job pay their mortgage. His demeanor also dramatically shifts when he goes from talking towards the jury to talking to his lawyer, lowering his gaze and looking from under his eyebrows. This head positioning can be seen as aggressive and combative, and he will continue to do this, getting angrier and angrier throughout his questioning. Think about a time when someone has lowered their chin and spoken to you in this manner. It is usually a sign of outward annoyance and irritation at something you've done, and a way to make you feel small. This action is directed at his own lawyer, meaning on some level, Tony believes he is smarter than him.
Let me ask one thing at this point. What was the status of Megan's health when you first met her?
When I first met Megan, sorry, I just needed to collect myself.
Tony states he needs to collect himself before beginning. However, there are no outward signs of emotion. His eyes are not wet, his voice is not shaky, and his posture has not changed. He has been casually moving his chair back and forth, purposely moving himself between facing the jury and his lawyers, and if anything, he seems incredibly callous. There has been literally no physical indication of emotion from him this entire time, but once again, he is trying to force it. He sighs and closes his eyes for another extended period, seemingly to try and push tears out, but none are presenting. He will continue to try to seem emotional to little avail.
Megan had initially been diagnosed as a teen with Lyme disease, in which they say Lyme disease goes into remission, they say Lyme disease goes into just recesses and waits another day to invade, all depending on your immune system, all depending on what research shows and who you follow. She also was diagnosed right around middle school, right before I met her, with a heart issue. This heart issue they diagnosed as mitral valve prolapse and a murmur. They also diagnosed arrhythmias, at which time I found out after I started dating Megan in high school, because I asked her one time. We used to go out to dinner all the time. We used to, normal dating.
I will go over the interruption and his reaction in a moment. However, his remarks about her having Lyme disease as a child do not match with his initial statements and other reporting around the case. He also still has yet to display any emotion. As he goes over her medical history, opposing counsel objected due to relevance. This is Tony's reaction.
Ask your next question, Mr. Wesley.
So this is the face of a man who is fucking pissed that someone interrupted him while he was speaking. Through turning around and cocking his head like this, he is challenging the lawyer directly and silently showing his aggression. This man has no self-awareness as to how aggressive and cocky he is appearing. Annoyance and hostility are the only emotions he has been able to showcase authentically so far.
I'll try and ask you more questions that have a shorter answer.
I apologize, sir.
And then, when you married Megan, what was the status of her health generally?
Generally, she was healthy. She avoided caffeine and she avoided sugars because of the heart issue previously mentioned.
And then, did there come a time when Megan began to have health problems?
Yeah.
And about when was the onset of that?
March 2011.
And
Once again, Tony is trying to make a show out of his emotions for his wife. In most authentic displays of emotion, the person will usually express some sort of embarrassment, which often manifests in hiding their face, covering their nose and eyes, or shielding their head in some way. Instead of doing that, Tony brazenly turns towards the jury, holds his head up, and tries to force tears and emotion. He begins to blink rapidly, which is a tactic usually helpful in causing irritation to the eyes, but still, nothing comes out. His tone of voice becomes shaky, however his posture and self-assuredness never changes.
what are the conditions that she experienced?
We were vacationing. I apologize. We were vacationing in Florida. And we were at a theme park. And she got bit by a bug. She described this bug as a 6-legged black bug with a red mark on the back that reminded her of the state of Texas. I didn't see the bug. It was at the end of the day, and this bug bite, which you would think was innocuous, turned into this yellow, green, I can't even describe, pustule. It was a gigantic whitehead. So we went home that night. I went home to the hotel, or it was a hotel at the time, because of the issue.
And about what, that was in 2011, you say?
March 2011, sir.
And then in the ensuing year, did Megan develop any other health complications?
Oh, yeah. Through many trips to the hospital, many trips to the ER, cardiac critical care units, she was diagnosed with a multitude of diagnoses, I guess you want to say. First of which was, they found that she had drug-induced hepatitis. Sorry, first, I apologize, let me back up. They diagnosed her with tonsillar cellulitis. She had these gigantic white pustules on her tonsils. Her lymph node was just totally enlarged, in trouble breathing. In subsequent visits to the ER, subsequent visits to the doctors, they found that she acquired, through the medical aspect, what's called drug-induced hepatitis. So her liver became inflamed, very much so, that it was malfunctioning, to put it lightly. Her eyes were, at one point, the color of the most fluorescent yellow highlighter you ever seen in your life.
Most of these details have not been confirmed in reporting, and again, go against his initial statements about Megan's death. It should also be noted that other people who were around her at this time did not notice a change in her health or well-being. Still, despite his deliberate voice shakes, his rapid blinking, and continued sniffing, he has yet to shed a tear. It also becomes obvious that a lot of his posturing is deliberate, as once again he reacts to an objection with anger.
I swear her eyes could...
Mr. Todt?
Yes.
Notice how all of his overwhelming grief, his constant sniffing, and his tone completely changes the moment the DA objects. He is no longer the sad sap on the stand, he is annoyed that he has once again been interrupted, and he actively postures himself towards the lawyer in silent anger. His rapid switch between emotions shows the lack of sincerity or care he has with what he has been saying and what he is trying to portray.
Did there come a time then at that occasion when she had the hepatitis that it affected her lifestyle or what she could do?
Most definitely. My wife, she was a yoga teacher in addition to physical therapist. She went from a very strong, vibrant woman to barely holding on to 90 pounds. She couldn't keep weight on. She couldn't breathe. Her heart rate progressively was going crazy. At rest, it would be 190 or above. EKGs, all that kind of stuff, saw her throwing atrial fibrillations, PVCs, which are, it's basically your heart operates in a synchronous motion, okay? Valves pump on rhythm. Her valves and her, sorry, not valves, her chambers were beating all irregular. It was basically, you take four wheels of a car.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of medical knowledge. And narrative.
If you ever wanted to see what a man who wants to strike a woman looks like, look no further. The fact that the DA objected due to his lack of medical expertise was, to Tony, a direct affront. He again believes himself to be the smartest person in the room. And despite the fact that he is not a doctor and is a chiropractor, for someone to say as much for him or in his presence is a slap in the face. Again, his complete shift from his voice wavering, his rapid blinking, and him trying to cry to glaring at the prosecution for stating he isn't a doctor is a direct indicator as to his emotions and their validity.
Mr. Todt, have you, what medical training have you received in conjunction with the physical therapy?
I appreciate you asking me that, sir. 20 years of medical experience working in the hospital, case review charts, home care, meaning that not only was I operating under a nurse or with a nurse individually at a house, I was also opening cases on my own, which means I received medical information, medical records from the doctors and from the hospital themselves to be interpreted, to be reviewed, and to be deciphered so that I can properly give the appropriate care within their medical limits to the patient.
Thank you for that background. Now, as you're
Think about the last time you were upset and cried in front of people. The sudden onset of emotion is swift and usually uncontrollable, and it takes a good amount of time to recover. But him going from displaying signs of sorrow with a shaky breath and sniffling to no longer showing any signs of sadness shows his lack of real sorrow. Had this man not killed his entire family, his absolute rage and inability to act would be pretty funny. From here, he continues to almost berate the lawyers and the jury, choosing to, for the time, forego pretending to be sad, and aggressively answering some of the questions.
wife continued with her health issues. What was her attitude or outlook or demeanor?
Her demeanor went from a very vibrant young woman in which literally we were best friends. As dating, we always knew we would remain best friends. That's how close we were. We dated for 8 years before we were married. Her family was my family, okay? Her grandparents were my grandparents. That's how close we were, okay? She went from, even though she remained the light of my life, whenever she walked into a room, literally, after almost 20 years of marriage, my stomach would have those butterflies in it, seeing my wife. I existed, but she went from...
His lawyer attempts to steer him back on track, and Tony lifts his finger to shush him, clearly showing that he believes he is the one in control of the situation and should be respected. This likewise indicates that he thinks he is smarter than his lawyer, but once more, the female DA objects, as Tony has gone on a weird side tangent about how his wife was his best friend, instead of talking about her demeanor, which was asked. Tony absolutely hates this woman. Nothing is as clear as Tony hating the DA, as every time she has objected, he has tried to stare her down.
Ask the question again, Mr. Wilson.
Now, at that point in time, did you have children?
At the time she got sick, sir?
Sorry?
At what point in time, sir?
When we're talking about this period in her life, when she had gone, when she was less vibrant or less
Yeah.
demeanor change.
Before she got sick, we were blessed with two wonderful boys. Okay? She went from a mom who provided for everything, including myself. I consider myself a third kid, okay? To a person who could barely walk stairs on certain days. We hired, with the help and the assistance of our family, we hired I guess you want to say a mother's helper, okay? In which to come in, help bring the kids to school, which is something my wife,
Objection narrative and unresponsive.
What I'm going to ask you to do is to try and I'll try and correct you so that we don't have long extensions, so it's easier for everyone to understand what we're talking about.
I apologize, sir. It's been 2 years since I've been able to tell my story. I appreciate you working with you.
He thanks his lawyer and says it's been 2 years since he's been able to tell his story, and that's why he keeps going off on unrelated tangents, but he is visibly pissed off. Him thanking his lawyer for working with him is meant as a dig to the DA, who he is stating he doesn't appreciate working with. Also, his inclusion about needing to tell his story goes back to his narcissistic notion that if he explains what happened, everyone will believe him and he will be set free. His ramblings are very much in line with Diane Downs.
You and Megan attended Sacred Heart, which was a Roman Catholic university, is that true?
That's the debate. It's Roman Catholic by name, but it was considered Jesuit run, which I don't know where the derivation between those two run.
But were you raised in the Catholic Church?
I was raised in the Roman Catholic Church and continue to practice as such, sir.
Do you know whether Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church?
Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church. However, before she went to college, her and her mother and father did shy away from it, but she did get confirmed before we got married.
As you progressed as a family, did Megan seek other religious experiences?
Most definitely, sir.
And what was the reason for that?
When she got sick, we were under the model of traditional med. That's where we were trained. Medicine helps. Progression of her disease process, we went more alternative. Or she went more alternative, I should say, because we were told to stay away from medications. Alternatives were not working. Through her yoga practice and her yoga certification, she got introduced to, I guess you want to say, an Eastern religion, Hindu and based. I always thought it was Buddhist, but it was actually Hindu. And she shied away from the Roman Catholic Church, and her progression of her religion through that religion and her following also took over her medical outlook and her medical treatment of herself as she shied away from unsuccessful medical interventions.
Around that time, was there a calamitous event in the life of Megan's parents?
Before the birth of my first son, in November of 2002, her father hung himself. She was very close with her father. She was not close with her mom. I was very close with her father. He was one of my good friends, one of the few males I trusted. One of the things I totally enjoyed about the relationship with her and her family was her relationship with her father. She was that close with him.
Right, sir. And then also, along with having 3 children yourself with Megan, she suffered miscarriages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that also affect her approach towards her health or approach towards how she carried on day to day?
The first miscarriage happened when she first got bit by that bug. And before the whole progression of the disease and the process under it. There was, of course, depression and that kind of stuff for losing a baby. And then in the fall of 2019, September actually, we were blessed. We found out that a simple weekend away, we conceived. And she went from being depressed to very happy, dancing, singing, something that I hadn't seen in forever. And we lost the baby. And it affected her big time. And obviously affected me, but she went from that singing, humming, dancing person to not to days that she didn't even get out of bed.
What was the religious group that she had migrated towards, the Eastern religion? Did you ever attend their services with your wife, or?
I was very supportive of my wife. I did not understand, nor did I follow this religious aspect. I was Roman Catholic. The way I was raised in a military family. My stepfather was a very proud military man. I was taught respect.
Unresponsive.
He has gone back to trying to make himself cry. Clearly, it's not working. It's telling that when there are longer stretches of time between objections, he goes back to faking his emotion. He is also sure to make a dig at Megan's mother, which is completely irrelevant to the question that was asked. He will continue to do this with various people in order to try to discredit their statements about him and preemptively control what is said about him.
Repeat your question, Mr.
The
Wilson.
question that was asked was, let me ask an entirely different question so no confusion. I want to make sure I tie up some loose ends. You mentioned Lyme disease, and that's somewhat prevalent in New England, is that correct?
It seems like everybody has Lyme disease, yes?
And that is transmitted by insects, bugs also, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then what were the effects on that of your wife that you noticed?
When the Lyme disease became apparent and positive, she had breathing problems, heart rate problems, chronic pains. When she had what was called exacerbations, so without getting too technical, your immune system is the best thing to keep any disease at bay. So whenever she didn't feel well, got sick, the Lyme would become more prevalent. So when the Lyme became more prevalent, not only did she have joint aches, she had feelings of hopelessness, depression, not wanting to go on certain days. There were some days where I helped her shave her legs because she couldn't bend over, she was in so much pain or couldn't breathe.
Mr. Todt, did your wife seek a different way to health through the Eastern religion?
Yes, she did, sir.
And was it diet-based or worship-based, or what were the parts that appealed to her, and what was she seeking?
She was seeking control over her own medical care. Basically, anybody in a chronic illness wants some kind of control of their own self. She went from traditional medicine, she went to religious following of dictating what her health care was. She even followed a book from a guy who listened to a ghost who had no medical experience to tell her what she should be doing, what she should be eating, and that kind of stuff, called the medical medium.
Was there any discussion within that religious group about an afterlife?
Yes. This religious group could be conducted mostly by Skype or whatever video thing was at the time. I think it was Skype.
Objection, hearsay.
No,
He actually says no to the objection. He is so annoyed that he says no. This objection does properly shake him from his forced crying once more. But it's also important to note, because earlier in his testimony, he stated he never went to worship and didn't partake in Megan's new religious beliefs, as he was a devout Roman Catholic. But now he changes it and says this.
Means of technology.
Overruled.
Thank you.
I would sit with her during some of these meetings. They would give her prayers to pray, whether to help with what they were talking about with what was called family lineage karma burning. Because as in the Bible, Roman Catholic, the same thing she followed was the fact that your past, your past family's transgressions follow forward multiple generations. So her, as you asked, please repeat your question, just so I can make sure I repeat correctly.
Was there an afterlife component of this religious practice?
Yes, there was an afterlife component in which each afterlife, she believed that there was reincarnation. And as they burned the family karma in the current life, they reached a salvation in which they were reincarnated to a better life.
And was her desire to seek better health through this process by going into another life?
Better health and better relationships with people who had abused her and had verbally and otherwise affected her in her life.
There was some discussion about a suicide note, and that was apparently directed from Detective Cole Miller to Dr. Nara. Were you aware of any suicide note?
When I came back to the house that day, she showed it to me, yes. But I had no knowledge of it before I came home that day.
And what was her demeanor or attitude at that time?
She was trying to explain to me what she did. She was trying to make me understand. It was the whole aspect of it was she was trying to present this as fact. And I was telling her, I don't believe that, I can't believe I called her some names, which I never called her before in my life. But the whole demeanor of it was, this is what I've been told through my meditations. This is what I believe. This is what, as she referred to as, the light has provided for her, and the light.
Hearsay and non-responsive.
Talking about
He is now talking about the day he says he found his kids dead, and his wife killed herself in front of him. He is still yet to break down or show any emotion in any way that is synchronized throughout his body. And once more, when the DA objects, his shaky breath, his facial movements, everything that had indicated any sort of duress or anguish immediately turns to anger and annoyance at being interrupted.
your own demeanor and how your countenance.
My own demeanor, when I found out what happened, I puked. I cried. I was in total denial of what happened.
Tony is so angry at being interrupted when discussing the moment he, according to his own false narrative, found that his wife killed his kids, he practically yells at the jury. Normally, in moments like this, you would expect some sort of crying, but he's so angry at the DA, he has once again forgotten to be sad. He does seem to remember midway through explaining how he felt that he should act sad though.
I couldn't understand. And then after that, I was like, I want to get you help. I'll take responsibility for this. Just get help. That's all I wanted. I would do anything in my life to do what she needed, provide for what she needed, provide her a happy life. I held my wife on a pedestal. I didn't care anything to myself. I wanted her to have a good life, period. And I wanted her to get help. I didn't care.
Objection, non-responsive to the narrative.
try and work on shorter sentences so that everyone can keep up, and I'll be,
My apologies, sir.
we're fine. Have you progressed from talking about the afterlife to talking about what happened to your children and your wife?
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
When you said what had happened with Megan, what were you talking about?
What had happened that day when I came home?
Which day?
I don't know.
You don't have to talk about calendar date. What was the occurrence that made that day memorable?
I came home and my kids were dead. It was the most horrible day of my life. And what made it more horrible is my wife died in front of me also.
Had there been a blueberry pie that was cooked in the house?
According to what she told me,
Objection hearsay.
and it,
Hold on just a sec, Mr. Todt. Response.
Describe what you know or saw and not what you heard from another person, if you can.
thank you, sir. When I came home that morning, I knew my family the night before was having dessert, and I declined it because you saw my health. I was jogging and losing weight. I came home that morning, and there was a melted purple, looked like a pudding pie. I can't really tell you exactly what it was. She told me what it was later, but it was in a graham cracker crust. And the kitchen, it was my job to clean the kitchen. But when I came home, that purple, bluish, grapish, melted pie, I guess you want to say, a pie dish was sitting there on the counter with some residue on the kids, at the kids' places on their plates.
At that time, you came in, you saw that there were desserts that had been served up on the table,
I saw the remnants of it, yes.
and then did you then discover that your children were dead?
Not initially, no. I had gone upstairs. Well, I had too much information, but I had to pee. So I went to the bathroom and came out, and my wife was at the top of the stairs. My house was very quiet. Very unnormal having 3 kids, one 13, one 10 at the time, the other one 4 years old. She brought me in the room. I had been feeling nauseous that morning anyways, because I had these shakes I was taking for weight loss, all that. And around the same time that she was telling me I was puking. It was then that I understood what had transpired. She had blood on her shirt. And after that, after I said a few uncolored words to her, I then discovered the kids. I went into the rooms and found them dead.
You saw the video yesterday where on the 15th, Cole Miller and another investigator in a tiny room talked to you at length. Did you have an agenda for that discussion?
I don't even remember that day. Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and smacking my head on the stairs, which resulted in a fracture on my neck. Next thing I knew, I woke up here. And seeing that video yesterday, that was the first time I saw that video. I had no agenda consciously, but I can tell you, throughout my relationship with my wife, especially after she got sick, I would put myself as a forefront and take responsibility and protect my wife.
There's a lot wrong with his statements. First off, he tries to state that he fractured his neck because of mishandling from the police. He stated as much in his letter to his father, where he also said that they had planned to let him off the hook for his Medicaid fraud. All of that is untrue, and there is yet to be proof that he ever hurt his neck during his arrest. He also has given various statements about not being able to recall what happened when he was in prison. But then he gave an incredibly detailed description as to what happened in the interrogation, which is consistent with him lying about his recollection. He also was not the righteous husband who would do anything to protect his wife, as he states here. He constantly talks down about his wife's physical appearance, said she was no longer womanly or attractive to him. All the while he looked like this. He also tried to later blame the Medicaid fraud on her, saying she was in charge of the books for the physical therapy practices he ran, even though no proof exists showing that at all. It's important to note that all the proof points to him, but he tries to make it point to her on various occasions.
You said in the statement that you stabbed the children and there was blood everywhere. Do you remember that from yesterday's video?
I remember it just seeing on yesterday's video. I wasn't aware of anything I said till about June, so maybe June or July, 6 months after I got here, when I got the transcript of what I said that day.
Why did you say that you performed the knife, the incisions on the bellies of the children?
It goes back to the aspect is I was covering for my wife. Obviously, unsuccessfully, because as you saw by the video, compared to what they said, I had no clue had my kids died.
Did you have ideas of joining your family in the afterlife?
After I saw everybody die,
Yes, sir.
after I saw my wife die and saw my kids, most definitely. I wanted to be with them. That's the only thing I wanted to be. I didn't care by what means. I didn't care by what anything. I sliced my wrist. I took multiple doses of Benadryl. I tried to hang myself several times. I bought a pellet gun to shoot myself because I couldn't get a gun to, as you call it, eat a gun.
It bears mentioning that if he had the presence of mind to buy a pellet gun to kill himself, he would likewise have the presence of mind to call the police, so at the very least, the bodies of his family could be recovered. But he didn't do that. Also, amongst the markings he had on his body, likely from where his oldest son, Alec, tried to fight him off, there was no sign of him trying to slice his wrists. It is much more widely believed that he only really attempted to take his life when the FBI came to his door, as he didn't want to be arrested.
Did you ever try to poison yourself?
With Benadryl, yes. And also, I was just under recently of medical care, and I was given metformin for diabetes. And at one point, I swallowed the whole bottle of metformin.
Now, I think there was evidence that you remained in the house for up to 3 weeks after the day that changed your family's entire future. During that time, how many attempts did you make to take your own life?
I would have to go through them to count, because in my head I can't count them. Do you mind if I tell you?
Can we close your eyes for about 15 minutes about 15 seconds and try and formulate the answer?
On conscious recollection, I can tell you I remember at least 8 times. However, since being here and through other diagnostic testing, I found out there were additional times, so 10 times, at least.
And was Benadryl the primary agent that you were trying to use?
Benadryl was one of the agents. There was also a knife I picked up. I saw my wife stab herself. How hard could it be to stab yourself? gotta be freaking kidding me. You see a knife with a blade like this, and you want to instill that into your body? No, no way. I chickened out, yes. I tried other means. I tried at least 3 episodes of Benadryl.
And did you not keep it down or vomit, or what happened?
Benadryl, as you know, can make you sleepy, okay? The first time I took it, I didn't know what I was doing. I had no plan of this. I just wanted to be with my family. I woke up, I don't know when, how long. Obviously, I didn't take enough. Next time, I took a whole bunch of, the wall dry. I remember that distinctly because that stuff tastes horribly. But the children's, which is no different, it's just a better flavor. I took, I think it was equivalent of 5 glasses about this tall I had prepared, okay? I fell asleep before I finished it entirely. The last thing of Benadryl, which I took when going back and looking at the dates and whatever, it turned out the day before that they came to my house. I saw the aspect of the 12th on one of the phones. At that time, I took over 200 pills of Benadryl. Now, mind you, a normal dose of Benadryl is 2 pills. And I took 2 family-size liquid Benadryls. In order to stay awake, and also because I was feeling nauseous, I took a Mountain Dew and an energy drink. The energy drink to keep me up because I kept falling asleep, and the Mountain Dew so that I wouldn't throw this stuff up. I wanted this stuff in my system. I was so frustrated I couldn't kill myself.
In the crime scene photographs that were shown to the jury, there was a Huffy bicycle in a box.
Yeah.
And were you prepared to assemble that bike?
God, my babies.
Every time thus far he has had to show emotion, he has closed his eyes for a sustained amount of time, furrowed his brow, and changed his breathing. This obviously has not been able to produce the effective amount of tears he has wanted, but he has done it when describing finding his kids, seeing his wife kill herself, and trying to take his own life. Now, at the recollection of a bike in a box, he covers his face, says, "Oh my God, my babies," and then puts on a higher effect in order to seem more sorrowful. This is not in line with how he has shown his emotions previously at all, and his continued ability to drop his sorrow at the first sign of an interruption indicates once again this is staged.
That was to be a Christmas present to my daughter. I hadn't picked up the boys' bikes yet because the boys were some of my best friends, and I could never say. I went over there that night to...
Again, the objection ruins his act. It's as if he's an actor in a stage show who keeps being interrupted by a director. His response to the following question shows his continued hostility and aggression, without even an ounce of the sorrow he was feigning.
Your next question, Mr. Wesley.
Did you open the box? Did you assemble the bike?
I never made it there to assemble the bike. That's where I went that night, to assemble that bike.
There are also numerous Christmas gifts, wrapped Christmas gifts that were shown in either the photographs or in the inventory that's collected. Did you and your wife buy gifts and have gifts ready for Christmas for your children?
Yes, some of those gifts were ours. New bed set, not bed set, I apologize. Duvet cover and sheets and all that kind of stuff the boys picked up. There was even a dollhouse that we picked up for my daughter. It was her first dollhouse. And there was also presents there from the family that had been sent down, yes.
Mr. Todt, what could have prohibited Megan from killing your children?
I have no idea. We woke up that morning, she was pain-free. Everything was good. I took the opportunity to try to go over and put the bike together. I had no knowledge of this. I don't know what could have prevented it. I have no idea. And that's the biggest thing that affects me, is the fact that I didn't even see this coming. They say, blindsided. This was a blindside by like a Mack truck filled with dynamite. Sorry.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
collect yourself.
Tissue or something. I'm sorry.
Deputies?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Do you mind if I turn around real quick? Can I turn around? Sorry.
Do you remember the religious groups sending messages and having, I guess, prayer or singing sessions in Megan's memory and, information back?
I really do not understand that question, sir. I apologize.
Was the person who was thought to be the leader of this Indian or Eastern Indian religious group called Gari?
That was one of them, yes. That was the primary one, yes.
And they had individual contact with Megan, would leave messages for Megan and contact her?
Yeah, contacts would be via phone, via, like I said, the Skype computer thing, FaceTimed sometimes.
And did they contact you or give you information that Megan had crossed over?
They didn't tell me directly. They had contacted my sister, and my sister told me that she had a conversation, that Megan was at rest and she crossed over. I don't know where that, I don't understand it. But to hold it in my heart, she crossed over and she's at peace and not suffering. That's all I can hope for.
Mr. Todt, did you kill your family?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley.
Tony was finally able to make himself cry and properly display emotion. However, again, he showcased a lot of desynchronization throughout his movements. After he was able to cry, he requested a tissue and asked to turn around, all the while biting his lips. Many have stated that the lip bites could indicate him trying to suppress a duping delight smile, as he was happy to have finally cried on the stand. While looking at this moment alone, it could be seen as genuine. Mere moments later, though, when the prosecution is allowed to start cross-examination, Tony's true emotions become all the more visible, as he is finally able to express the high amount of anger and aggression he has built up towards her.
Ms. Pennell, cross-examination.
Yes. In December of 2019, what was Megan's medical conditions?
Megan's medical conditions consisted of neck pain, back pain, hypothyroidism, Lyme disease, heart rate issues, breathing issues.
And did all of these medical issues make her frail?
Frail is a very subjective term. Can you please be more descriptive,
Sure.
please?
Anthony knows what frail means. He went on a long tangent about how she was, in fact, frail previously. However, he does this to try and assert dominance over the opposing counsel here because they, on multiple occasions, said he was being vague and that his responses lack relevance. All of his sadness towards his family has gone, and he is just angry at the woman questioning him.
Did all of Megan's medical conditions make it hard for her to engage in everyday living?
Yes.
Did Megan's medical condition make it hard for her to walk?
At times, yes, but she hid it very well.
So going back to the date that you remember coming home to your family being gone, how was Megan walking that day?
She was walking fine. She had woken up pain-free the day before because she had told me that the light had interceded and the light had enabled her to do so.
Tony's movements show agitation and aggression. He is moving his head as if he is a bully on a schoolyard, picking on a smaller kid. It's apparent he thinks less of the opposing counsel and is trying to get under her skin, without realizing how terrible he looks towards the jury. In his mind, he just won them all over with his acting, and they are most likely already on his side. This is in turn his victory lap. He also very clearly begins to bite his lips and inside of his cheeks, showing that he is quite literally holding himself back from saying what he would like to say to her.
Okay, so she was walking around fine.
Correct?
And did she complain to you at all about, you said she was pain-free, so she didn't have to take any medication?
She was on a whole list of herbal stuff, some of which I have no idea what she was taking. Plus, she took this whole diet thing in which she would boil these mushrooms, in which she would do whole sorts of, there's so many things she would do.
Okay, so she was engaging in holistic practices. would you say?
Holistic and religious and spiritual practice, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Megan had gotten diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen.
That was her initial diagnosis, that's correct, and she had exacerbations. Like I had told you before, the diagnosis,
My question was a yes or no question. Let me ask my next question.
well, allow me to elaborate.
My question was a yes or no question.
That's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
He does not respect this lawyer. She is giving him absolutely no leeway. He tries to subtly assert that she isn't paying attention and isn't skilled at her job by saying he already told her this piece of information. She doesn't allow that to slide and instead forces him to respond yes or no. And when he tries to push back, she again tells him no. His body's entire positioning and reaction to her, as opposed to his own lawyer, is completely different and so obviously aggressive that it's uncomfortable. From here on out, anytime he is asked a yes or no question, he will purposely try to give a lengthy response to aggravate her. And when she asks a question that could have a longer response, he will try to answer it succinctly, or pretend not to know how to answer for the same reason. His behavior is like that of a child after they are told no.
After she was diagnosed, or you were told she was diagnosed with Lyme disease, how long was it before she experienced symptoms?
Which time?
The first time.
I didn't know her when she initially got diagnosed with Lyme. She initially got diagnosed the first time when I was in 2011 and went through exacerbations, up and down cycles, all depending on her condition of her health, condition of her physically, condition of her mentally, condition of her stress-wise, condition of her emotionally.
And did she get diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen or in 2011?
Like I explained before, I guess you want to say the jury is out of whether or not you have Lyme disease or Lyme exacerbations coming back and forth. She
Okay.
got diagnosed initially beforehand.
I don't have any other questions.
Allow me to finish, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that from 2011 until December of 2019, Megan was suffering?
From 2011 to
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
Off and on, yes. But she consistently had all the breathing issues, the pain, and the heart rate issues, all depending on how bad they were and how bad they were affecting her to the day.
Prior to the day of the deaths, had Megan been suffering?
Most definitely.
When was the most recent time that she had been suffering?
Like I told you, I woke up that morning, all of a sudden, she was pain-free. The night before, I had worked on her. I had worked on her continuously, every day, for over a year after she weaned from Zoe. Before she went to bed, when she woke up in the morning, to help with her pain, so that we can get her to the regular doctors. She had a doctor's visit scheduled for the Thursday after Thanksgiving, forgive me, I do not have the date, in which she canceled because she had said, there's no hope, there's nothing more that can be done.
Okay, so what kind of work did you do for Megan?
Did myofascial release, craniosacral, any type of relaxations that, my apologies, ma'am. Manual therapy in which I was trained under. Different things I would go to school for, or continuing ed for, to help treat her. Stuff I've read about, stuff I've gone through, everything within my scope of practice.
I'm asking you what you specifically did. So if you were
I'm telling
going
you
to
what I did.
treat her,
Yep,
what were the different things that you did?
that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay? There's no cookbook recipe in physical therapy. It's treating her ailments and treating her pains.
Okay,
So
so you
whether
did
or not her liver was inflamed, I did myofascial release to help release the liver. She had digestive problems. I would do integrated manual therapy to help with those digestive problems. She had neck pain. I helped with her neck pain. She had relaxation issues and stress issues and heart rate issues and vagus nerve issues. I would help her desensitize that through craniosacral therapy. I would do anything she needed to get done to help her get better, to help her progress in her life.
When was the mother helpers hired?
The mother's helper hired was initially after Tyler was born to help here and there to bring the kids, bring my oldest son to C school. So that would have been 2010-ish, 2011-ish, but she was upped to more after she got sick to help provide through the assistance of her aunt who helped finance her and ourselves.
Okay. At what point was the mother's helper no longer necessary?
It was no longer never necessary. She had moved on to another career. We got another nanny, worker, that kind of stuff, which Megan and her did not get along with. Then she decided that warm weather was better, so she came down here. In many pleas to help get somebody else, we got a babysitter in which you want to know the whole truth. I'm telling you the whole truth.
My question, at what point did you not have assisted help?
what
Month
point?
and year.
After a year, let's see, we moved down here in 2014.
So
No, I apologize. Nope. Full-time was after Zoe, so full-time was 2016 she came down here. After that, we had no help because she fired the babysitter that we had.
okay. So was Megan the caregiver for the children during the week?
Through the couple days that I was away, yes.
And you mentioned the couple days that you were away. You still had a practice up in Connecticut at the time,
We
right?
had a practice in Connecticut, that's correct.
And isn't it correct that you would travel during the week up to Connecticut?
That's correct, as long as my wife's issues and my wife's health dictated such. There were times in which I would literally land and I would get a phone call from my son or my wife that things are bad, and I'd hop on the first flight back.
Did that happen often?
It happened quite a bit.
And when you say things were bad, is this mentally, physically, what are you talking about?
All the above, from the miscarriage and bleeding, to the fact of her ripping the shelves off the wall and my boy was scared, to her breaking the dishes, to her not being able to get out of bed. And then as things progressed and I found that my older son was preparing a lot more meals, before I would leave for the couple days I was gone, I would make sure that
Objection,
there was...
non-responsive.
Ask your next question.
It wouldn't be far-fetched to say that Tony's entire strategy in this court case was to appear as a loving husband who would never hurt his wife or his family. His entire court case relied upon him appearing as if he couldn't hurt a fly and would never purposely cause harm to another person. Whether or not that was successful in his own testimony is a matter of opinion. However, at this point, he has very clearly shown outward signs of aggression towards the district attorney, who happens to be a female lawyer. His continued disrespect, talking back, and mocking mannerisms would be more than enough to make members of the jury believe that he would be capable of causing real harm to someone if he wanted to, especially when he repeatedly interrupts and cocks his head at her. If he had won any member of the jury over with his statement, statements, he had most likely lost them by this point.
You are you indicated you're a practicing Roman Catholic.
I am a practiced Roman Catholic trying to find, I'm a Christian base and migrated to more Christian base. However, I'm trying to find a church that suited me because Roman Catholic law did not.
Isn't it true that during your interview with Detective Miller, you indicated to Detective Miller that you were a forced Catholic?
Growing up, I was.
And at what point in time did Megan, and I'm asking for a year and a month, if you know, at what point in time did Megan begin seeking other religion alternatives?
In what regards, in what capacity do you speak of, ma'am?
You indicated that she initially was Catholic with you, and that she sought other religious alternatives.
Well,
When did she do that?
Let me correct your chronology, if I may. She came back and got confirmed because we were going to get married in a Catholic church. She was not a practicing Catholic at the time, except for going here and there and practicing Easter. Okay? When she got her yoga certification, she got introduced to this new gallery through one of the things. That was in
When?
2009. After she got sick in 2011, she progressed 2012, 2013 to Gallery and Mirabai.
You said 2012 and 13?
Correct, after she got sick.
When did you become aware
When did I become aware of what?
that Megan was going towards this alternate religion?
When she told me. Initially, she would share her yoga certifications and her courses. And then in 2012, 2013, she would have me sit in on her teleconferences or whatever you want to call them. And I saw her progressing further and further away from medical towards the spiritual aspect.
Okay.
Excuse me for one second.
Going to the day that this happened, that you said you came home, where were you coming home from?
I had decided with my wife's conversation the night before that I would take the opportunity to go over, do some maintenance issues of the condo, and to put together my daughter's bike.
Okay, so did you leave the night before or in the morning?
The night before the morning of what, ma'am?
When you came home and said you found your children dead?
I left the night before, after dinner.
When?
After dinner?
What time?
Ma'am, I was on vacation. I don't know the time. I can tell you it was after dinner time because we sat there and I had my shake prepared and helped leftovers. I had gone over there and realized that my kids did not put the tools in my van, so I walked back and played basketball with them for a couple hours.
Okay, so did you finish dinner first?
I didn't eat dinner. My kids finished dinner, yes.
Did your children finish their entire dinner before you left?
They finished the dinner that was provided with them. I don't know if they ate afterwards.
Did you said it was your job to clean the kitchen. Did you clean the kitchen?
No.
So,
Leftovers, we throw stuff away. There's nothing to clean.
okay, so you didn't clean any, I don't understand what your job is to clean the kitchen if you didn't have.
Pots, pans, that kind of stuff. Nothing was there because we didn't cook. We had leftovers. We
Okay,
had,
okay.
what's it called? Hummus toast. Or They
Okay.
had hummus toast.
And you said you weren't hungry? Or you?
I had a shake. I wasn't going to eat at the time. No.
Okay. And did Megan eat?
You know, I don't know.
And did you have one vehicle or two vehicles in Florida?
In Florida, one.
One vehicle. And that was the red van?
Yes.
And how long after dinner did you go over to the condo?
After dinner, it's hard to say. 30, 45 minutes after everything was completed. I was like, I'm going to sleep out. I took the van over because I was preparing to bring more stuff back from the condo to the house, kids' toys and that kind of stuff.
What kind of stuff did you have at the condo?
We have a whole second residence there. The kids' toys, my daughter's, there's a bunch of blocks. The kids wanted some of their books, some of their stuffed animals, some of that. Enough stuff I wasn't going to carry, so I was going to put it in the van.
When you moved to 202 Reserve Place, what did you take with you from the condo?
What did we take with the condo? Clothes,
Is that it?
maybe some dishware.
And how long had you bought the condo in 2005, right?
That's correct.
When did it become fully furnished?
The condo?
Yes.
Let's see, we bought it in July 2005, maybe August? No, I apologize. There was a renter in there, so October. October 2005,
Okay, so in October 2005, you fully furnished the condo.
the condo, that's correct.
Did you ever live there full-time?
What do you mean?
Did you ever live at the condo full-time?
My wife and I lived in the condo from October 2005, thereabouts, until July 2005, or 2006, when we moved up to have my son in Connecticut, in which we bought that house up there and rented the condo out.
Okay, did you ever move back into the condo?
Yes.
When?
Full-time, as in after selling the house, I think we sold the house in 2017 or 2018 in Connecticut. So, but my wife had started snowbirding. I want to say 2014, 2015, and she made it permanent in 2016 or 17.
During the time that you rented the condo, did you leave it fully furnished or did you have renters furnish it?
We had renters furnish it. I moved all that stuff back up to Connecticut.
And on the night after dinner, is it your testimony that you got in the van and drove over to the condo?
Yes.
And the condo really wasn't that far from 202 Reserve Place, right?
No, because of one-way streets and all that, it took me 5 minutes.
Okay. So you get to the condo, what do you do when you get there?
I go in the back of the car to get my tool bag out that I asked the boys to put in, realized it wasn't there. So I walked back.
Did you ever make it up to the condo?
No,
And you tested, what do you do with the van?
left it there because I walked back to get the tool bag, in which I looked at the boys. I'm like, "Did you guys forget something?" And they looked under the basketball hoop and they're like, "Oh, the van was locked. The tools are there." So we wrestled a little bit and they asked me to play basketball. I had a friend who always told me to take every opportunity to play with the kids because you never know when they're not going to play with you. So we played basketball for a while. We played horse. We played a whole bunch of basketball games.
For how long?
Ma'am, you're asking me, I don't know, sunlight's up longer here? Hour and a half? I don't know.
Was it still sunny out when you left?
There was sun in the sky. I can't tell you what capacity. It was still light outside.
Okay. About what time did you usually eat dinner?
It depended on what activities there were. That night, probably about 5-ish, 5:30. Some nights at 8, some nights at 7. It all depended.
Okay, is it fair to say that the kids probably ate between 5 and 8?
It could have been 4:30. It could have been 4. All depended on activity. If they ate early, we had a later night snack.
Okay. So what happens after you play basketball?
I told the boys it was getting late. Megan had told me that she wanted to go to bed early that night because everybody had just gotten over the stomach bug and didn't want to be sick for Christmas.
Okay.
So I said, go into your mom. I'm going. Good night. I'm going over. Just remind mommy I won't be home. I'll either be sleeping in the condo or the, what's it called? The studio apartment above the garage because I was a bull in a china closet. You saw how big I was. I was a klutz.
Did you often not sleep at home with your wife?
Yeah, when I traveled to Connecticut.
What about when you weren't in Connecticut?
Most of the time I slept with my wife. That night I said I would take the opportunity to go put together my bike, or my daughter's bike, fix the door, garbage disposal, run bleach down the air conditioner, normal maintenance stuff. And she didn't want me waking her up.
Okay. So how do you get back to the condo?
I walk.
And what tools do you bring with you?
It was a tool bag full of, there's what they call socket wrenches, wrenches, screwdrivers, a gross array of all tools. I had a utility bag.
Okay. So you carry the utility bag and you walk over to the condo, right?
I walk over to the van, that's correct.
So you walk to the van? What do you do with the van?
I realized the phone, when I realized it wasn't the phone, it was an iPod that was lacking the charge. So I went in, knowing I didn't have a charger up in the condo. I had a car charger. So I sat in there, decided to take a rest because I was exhausted as I charged the phone.
Okay. So how long are you in the van?
I fell asleep.
What kind of phone charger did you have in the van?
It's a plug into the, what's it called? Cigarette lighter thing.
Did you have a phone charger back at 202 Reserve Place?
Oh yeah, that's where they all were.
Okay. So how long are you sleeping in the van?
I woke up by the sunshine the next morning.
So you slept the entire night in the van?
I'm sure I woke up at one point or another and went back to sleep. It was not on current. I used to fall asleep in the pickup line to pick up my kids at school.
Okay, so did you sleep in the front seat, the passenger?
Front driver's seat.
Front driver's seat, okay. Did you ever go inside the condo?
Nope, never made it up there. Because I woke up and realized the sun was up, so obviously it was later than the 4 o'clock I usually woke up to treat my wife. And I didn't want to be in the doghouse, but with her waking up and being in pain and me not being there and not being able to provide for her.
Okay, so what time did you wake up?
Sunlight was up. What time sunrise in Florida?
So do you drive back to 202 Reserve Place or do you walk?
I walked.
Okay, so why did you drive over to Longview Avenue in the first place then?
As I repeated in the first, which was already said, I was bringing stuff back from the condo that were of my kids that they wanted back. Obviously, I'm not going to carry a whole bag of whatever in my hands, so I brought the van to load in all the blocks, load in some of the kids' their Lego toys, bring back some of the stuffed animals.
Okay. So you get back and now it's daylight.
The sun is up, yes.
And which door of the house you go into?
Back door.
So you go in the back door and what do?
Go to pee.
Okay.
After I walked through the kitchen and saw the remnants of everything.
Okay, so you see everything still on the table, you pass the bathroom to go upstairs, right?
No, I went to the bathroom downstairs.
Okay, I thought earlier you testified that you went upstairs to go to
After
the
I went to the bathroom. What I testified was I went to the bathroom, then went upstairs to meet my wife.
Okay. So at what point did she come to the top of the stairs then?
When I came out of the bathroom downstairs, she must have heard motion. She was at the top of the stairs.
Okay. So, were the doors to the library open or closed?
Don't know. Didn't see him.
Is the library not close to the stairs?
The library is past the stairs. That's correct. But when you have to pee, you have to pee.
Well, you're standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up at Megan at the stairs. You can't see the doors to the library?
Ma'am, can you see that gentleman back there?
Mike, you don't ask me questions, I ask you questions. Can you see the door to the library when you're standing at the stairs looking up at Megan?
No.
Okay. And you're engaging with Megan, and what is Megan's demeanor? Not what she says, what is she doing, and how is she appear to you?
She's standing at the top of the stairs. She has tears in her eyes and said, "You're alive."
Okay. And what is she wearing?
She's wearing my gray HydroWorks shirt, which is something she usually slept in. And she's wearing some kind of pants of some sort. She had clothes on.
And did she have any injuries at that point?
Ma'am, she was standing there. She was fine. I don't know. I hugged her, kissed her, told her, "I'm sorry I'm late." Asked her
Okay,
where the
so
kids
what
were.
happens next?
I go into the bedroom because I wasn't feeling well, and she wanted to talk to me in the bedroom.
Okay. And what happens next?
We start communicating, and like I said, when I woke up, I felt nauseous anyways. And I don't know if it was because of the nauseous I woke up with or what she was telling me. I puked.
Okay. And so are you in the master bathroom?
That's correct.
And where's Megan?
You know, she's somewhere behind me.
So you don't know?
She's talking within voice distance. I can't tell if she's this distance away or she's This distance away.
Is she in the bathroom?
Like I said, I can't tell. You're asking me specific. She's in the room someplace.
So if you don't know, your answer is I don't know. Do you know if Megan's in the bathroom?
I do not know if the Megan's in the bathroom.
Okay. But Megan is talking to you.
That's correct.
And after you're done in the bathroom, where do you go?
Tony has so much contempt for the opposing counsel that as he describes coming home and his wife telling him that she's killed the kids, he is standoffish, aggressive, and rude towards her. He is trying to one-up her by telling her he already said things before. He doesn't know things he already testified to, and all around can't be sure of certain facts. Less than an hour before, Tony had attempted to force himself to cry while remembering his kids' Christmas presents that they needed to wrap. But now, talking about his wife telling him that the kids were dead, he is angry and standoffish, as if he is describing a barista getting his Starbucks order wrong.
Do you want the whole chain of events, or do you want...
Which room of the house do you go into after you leave the bathroom?
Zoe, I go into my master bedroom, then walk through the door, into the hallway, and walk into Zoe's room.
And is Alec and Tyler's door open?
That I don't recall, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Why did you go to Zoe's room?
Because she said she...
Here is the exact moment that Tony realizes that his tone does not match the fact that he is recounting finding out his wife killed his kids. He immediately pauses and tries to feign sorrow once more, but the damage is done. He had just sniped at opposing counsel because they weren't specific enough with him when they asked where he went after he found his wife had killed the kids. And he had spent the past 10-odd minutes reciting what he previously said was the worst day of his life, as if it were the day he stepped in dog shit. He is now going to try and salvage his testimony and appear sympathetic.
She said the kids were dead. And Zoe was my little angel. That's the first one I went to.
So when you get into Zoe's room, what do you see?
There's a pillow on her head. There's a hand. And there's covers on top of her. She's laying on her mattress on the floor. The mattress is on the floor. She's laying on her mattress.
What do you do?
I went over to her. I uncovered her mouth, uncovered her face with the pillow. She had told me that she had stabbed the kids. So of course I looked for blood. I looked for anything. Looked for any sign of life. There was nothing. I turned back to her and I said, I thought you stabbed her. She says, I thought I did. I didn't know. It bounced off of her.
Okay. So after you discover Zoe, what do you do?
I went to the bathroom and picked up a washcloth. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were open. She looked uncomfortable. It's my normal demeanor to help put my kids in rest. Don't ask me why I did it. I was trying to close her eyes.
Okay, so where's Megan when you're doing
Somewhere
this?
behind me. She was following me, talking to me. At one point, she was standing in the doorway, talking to me from the doorway to me because I was asking her. I said, I thought you stabbed the kids.
Okay, so you said you had charged your phone the night before. Did you have your phone?
I said I plugged it in and attempted to charge. Little did I know that the charger was not a direct charger. It had to have the engine on. The battery never charged. And I also found out that phone wasn't an active phone. That was a phone that we used for things. So no, it was not charged and it was not a technical phone.
Okay. Were there other phones in the house?
There were other possessions of phones in the house, but Megan hid them and would not tell me where she hid them.
So it's your testimony that you could not have called anybody.
That's correct. I didn't have a phone.
And it's daylight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is it during the week? Is it on the weekend?
It's on a day that the sun was up. I do not know the days. The only isolation of days I've been given is from a receipt that I saw up there.
Okay, so my question is it during the week or during the weekend? So your answer is what?
A day that sun was up. That's all I know.
And after you finish with Zoe, what do you do?
Megan was standing there trying to plead with me to talk. She kept bringing up the story of Thomas, the disbeliever, because she wanted me to believe what she was doing. Brushed her out of the way, and I went to Alec's room.
And who was in Alex's room?
Alec.
Where was Tyler?
Tyler was found downstairs.
And was Tyler in the library?
Yes.
So Alec, which bed was Alex?
Alex was the one, when you walk into the room, you walk in from the door, you have a square bookcase headboard thing. His was the one on this wall. Tyler's was the one on that wall.
Okay. And what'd you find in Tyler's room?
In Alec's room?
In Alec and Tyler's room.
Yeah. Alec was on his back, pillow over his head, covers over him, and there was blood.
How much blood?
Enough that I noticed, I can't really tell you, because I pulled back the blankets. The shirt had some blood on it, and there was blood on the abdomen.
Was there blood on the blankets?
Didn't inspect it. My goal was to see if they were alive, and my goal was to see what the hell happened.
Okay.
My language.
So after you see Alec, do you go downstairs to Tyler?
No, I actually do the same thing with the washcloth. His eyes were open, and his mouth was gently slack, looked uncomfortable. Normal father thing is to relax their head and relax, and I was just providing them comfort.
Okay. So after you do this with Alec, where do you go?
Tyler.
Okay.
I confirmed with Megan that Tyler was downstairs. Once again, brushed her aside as she's trying to convince me to see things in her light. I told her to leave me the hell alone, and I went down the stairs.
Okay. Do you immediately go into the library?
I opened the door to go into the library, yes.
So the library door was closed.
That I found out when I went downstairs, yes.
So there's a couch in the library, right?
Yeah, among shelves and a carpet and some toys, yes.
I'm just talking about the couch. Is that couch a pull-out couch?
Yes, it is.
So when you go in there, is the couch pulled out?
He's sleeping on the bed at a pull-out couch, yes.
And what do you find with Tyler?
Tyler's on his back, hand out to the side, blankets over him, pillow over his face, and when I remove the blankets, there's blood there.
Okay. And do you do the same thing with the washcloth with Tyler?
Unfortunately, I didn't go to the bathroom to what's it called, refresh it. It was just on me.
Okay. And where's Megan?
She's, at that point, standing at the library door, pleading with me to talk.
At that point, did Megan have anything?
She has some kind of, we have metal glasses, cups. She had that and she was drinking something.
When this is all happening and after you finish with Tyler, where do you go?
Megan at that point had gone up to the bedroom already, and I went up there and told her she needed to get help. I don't care what happened. I don't care what she did. Get help. I will take responsibility. I will do whatever it needs. Please go to the hospital. Tell me where the phones are, because I'd asked her for the phones were initially, and she goes, I'm not telling you.
Okay. And this conversation is happening where
In the master bedroom.
in the master bedroom? Okay. And where is Megan at when you're having this conversation?
Fluid throughout the bedroom and the bathroom, going back and forth. At one point, I went into the bathroom because there was a Benadryl bottle on the floor. I went into the bathroom and found a garbage bag in which I threw the Benadryl away as I'm looking for the phones.
Okay. And is Megan just kind of walking around? Is she following you? What is she doing?
At that point, she's standing at the side of when I left her to go throw the Benadryl bottle away and look for the phones, she was standing at the side of the bed,
On which side?
on her side.
On her side of the bed. So that would be the right side, right?
If you're looking from the foot of the bed, that is correct.
Okay. And does she still have this cup in her hand?
The cup is being up to herself, back down. When I left, the cup was still in her hand.
Okay. Where did you go?
Into the bathroom.
So you're in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Are you at the vanity? Are you in the little stall where the toilet is? Are you in the closet? Where in the bathroom are you?
I'm bouncing around all place, in the closet, and around looking for the phones.
Okay, so you're looking for the phones. You're not using the bathroom.
At that point, no.
And Megan is within the master bedroom, master bathroom.
She's in the master bedroom.
She's in the master bedroom. So when you're standing in your master bathroom, can you see in the bedroom?
I can see partial in the bedroom,
What part of the bedroom can you see if you're in the bathroom?
as shown on the photos, if I may reference that.
Yeah.
I could see the green chair and the, what are they called? My mom used to call it a hope chest, but we had a,
The chest at the foot of the bed?
yes.
Okay. So you can see that view from the bathroom. Is Megan within your view?
No, she's standing by her end table. When I left her, she's standing by the end table on her side of the bed.
Okay. And how long are you in the bathroom?
Don't know. A few minutes.
What happens when you come out of the bathroom?
As I'm walking out of the bathroom, I hear a sound that is similar to a balloon. You know, like you rub a balloon, like a. At which point, I poke my head out, as we're coming out, and I see her laying on her back, stabbing herself.
Where at? Is she in the bed? Is she on
She's
the
laying
floor?
on her back, on her side of the bed, with her head on the pillow, laying on her back, on top of sheets, with the knife in her abdomen.
What color was the knife?
The knife was the only knife that was there, was a green buck knife that I bought for the kids as a Christmas present as part of their fishing lures.
Okay, so she has a green knife.
That's correct.
Is she right-handed or left-handed?
Green handled knife.
Green-handled knife. Is she right-handed or left-handed?
She's right-handed.
And which hand was on the knife?
Both hands were on the knife.
Both hands are on the knife.
Yes.
And you said that the knife was in her abdomen
Yes.
when you came out of the bathroom.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I stood there in shock. And I said, "What the hell are you doing?" And at that point, she says, "I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava." She said, "I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava."
Did you go for help?
I went over to my wife and pleaded for her to tell me where the phones were. She asked me not to leave her. She did not leave the boys.
So my question is, did you go for help, yes or no?
The answer is no.
After Megan dies, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, we skipped over quite a bit there. I don't know if you want to go through everything or not.
Tony could not be more callous when describing finding his dead children and watching his wife stab herself. Almost immediately after realizing he had been unemotional and talking about finding out his children were dead, he tried to appear emotional, but was far too angry and annoyed with the prosecution to maintain his emotions. Even now, he somewhat mocks the lawyer. He doesn't realize how much damage he is doing to his defense of being a loving father who would never do anything to hurt anyone.
What did you do after Megan died?
What did I do? I yelled out the window to see if anybody was around to help. There was some weird sound coming from her mouth. I thought she was breathing. I started CPR after I wiped her mouth off with that gray pillow.
Okay, so she stabs herself once or twice?
Like I said before, she stabbed herself a cumulative times of twice.
Okay. And these are right after each other?
That is no.
Okay, so what happens?
She stabbed herself the first time. I sat there pleading with her to allow me to find the phones, to allow me to leave her to go get help. My loyalty is to my wife. She did not want to be alone. I thought if I stood there, she said she was going through the inferior vena cava. I have medical experience to know that one of those major arteries will bleed out quickly. In the area of the house, we liked the house rental because there was no one around. Neighbors weren't there. Most of the neighbors around us were snowbirds. If I left her, I thought she was going to die. I thought in my decision-making, the best chance was for her to tell me where the phones were. At one point, I hate to say I annoyed her. I was trying to convince her, trying to talk to her in language, saying, obviously the universe doesn't want you to go. She says, I want to be with my kids. I need to be with my kids. So I leave.
Objection, non-responsive. What do you do after Megan dies?
Like I said, I yell out the front window of our bedroom for anybody. Help, 202, please. I don't know where the phones are. I hear some kind of weird breathing, some kind of weird air exchange, something. No heartbeat. They never went over that in CPR class. But you know what? I was trying anything. So I started CPR chest compressions. And when I didn't see her breathing, I would do mouth compressions. I didn't care about the blood. I didn't care about all that.
What do you do after this?
At what point are you referencing?
What do you do the rest of the day? It's the morning. What do you do the rest of the day?
I literally broke down there and cried. Don't ask me how long, because I have no idea how long. I was in a state of confusion. I was in a state of whatever. I couldn't help my wife pass. I felt a failure. I wasn't there the night my kids were died. I felt a failure. I decided that I wanted to be with my family, that I wanted to die, that I deserved to die. I condemned myself to death. I was ashamed.
What did you do?
I sat there and cried for a while. At some point that I realized now, after seeing the receipt up there, I decided I was going to go and get a gun. At some point, as the receipt said, on 12/18, I went and purchased that first pellet gun. After I inquired with purchasing a gun to find out that there's a 3-day rule in Florida. I've never purchased a gun before. I purchased that gun, which was a pellet gun, that I was planning to give my kids, my boys, a Christmas present with. I
What
left
kind
and
of
came
gun?
back.
What kind of gun were you trying to buy?
Any gun they would sell me.
Did you try and buy a shotgun?
No, I tried to buy, I was trying to buy handguns. I inquired with them. I didn't inquire on a specific model. I said, I've never bought a gun before. How do I go about buying a gun?
Are you aware that the wait period doesn't apply to a shotgun?
Ma'am, I've never bought a gun before.
Well, you inquired about buying a gun, right?
I inquired about buying a gun.
So, this trip to Academy happened after everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
So on 12/18, the day of that receipt, everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
And was everybody in your family alive for the awards banquet on December 14th of 2019?
That was a Saturday, correct?
It was the day of the awards, the day that Alec and Tyler got awards.
Yes, they were both attendants. They played the recital.
Okay. So, how soon after their deaths did you go to Academy?
Well, if that was the 14th, I went the 18th, so that was 4 days later.
So how soon after they died did you go to Academy?
I don't know timeline. I know sun was up, and I went over. Could it have been the same day? Most likely.
Okay. So, did you go anywhere else besides Academy?
On that day?
Between December 18th that day and January 13th, where did you go?
I went to CVS for Benadryl,
How many times?
I think twice. I also went to Walgreens for Benadryl for that wall dry.
How many times?
Well, considering wall dry was disgusting, only once.
Anthony doesn't realize it here because he is an idiot who thinks he's smarter than everyone else in the room. But the reason she is asking him where he went after his kids were killed and why to Walgreens multiple times is because that shows the presence of mind to continue to take care of himself, eat, and be able to walk into a Walgreens without anyone suspecting he had just killed his entire family. His entire defense of why he stayed in his home with the corpses is that he was so wrought with guilt that he was temporarily insane. But seeing as he was able to leave and come back multiple times after without anyone noticing, he was in his right mind.
That I remember.
Did you go anywhere else?
I picked up food, a galumki, one night at Publix.
Anywhere else?
Not that I recall.
Did you go to Sarasota?
No. There was no way I could drive to Sarasota.
Did you leave your phone at a Starbucks in Sarasota?
If I didn't go to Sarasota, I didn't leave my phone.
So you're denying that you went to Starbucks in
In
Sarasota?
Sarasota, that's correct.
And so you never went to the beach in Sarasota?
Nope, it was over 2 hours away. There was no way I could drive.
And you did see the interview that was played yesterday, right?
Correct, I did see the interview.
And you did speak with the detective more than one time, right?
That's what they tell me.
You're denying this knowledge?
Ma'am, I don't even remember talking to the interview that day.
So, you don't remember talking to the detective on January 15th of 2020?
Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and saying, "You hold on to somebody in custody, deputy." Next thing I knew, I woke up in jail. I thought I was in purgatory with the red floor and the bright sky.
Okay, so, you discussed a lot of information, wouldn't you agree, in the January 15th, 2020 interview?
From what I saw, yes, and from what I read, yes.
And you adequately discussed Megan's health conditions that you were aware of, correct?
Correct, the ones that she suffered for the previous 8 years with, yes.
And you also spoke about various trips to Academy.
That's what I said, yes.
And you went to Academy at some point as well to purchase a longer knife?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that you also said in the interview, you spoke about the note that was left?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement that you printed it after Megan's death.
Correct.
And you testified here today that that wasn't true.
That's correct.
And that wasn't the first time you told that to law enforcement, was it?
Well, actually, let me correct the facts on that case, please, if you may. The initial note was the one I didn't print out. The note I found in my pocket after, which is the note Meg printed out, that I found in my pocket after I urinated myself in the garage after one hallucination and drank what I thought was coffee, but I'm pretty sure it was motor oil. I went into the house, stripping, and found the note in my pocket,
Which note?
the note Megan had left.
What was on that note?
On that note was essentially, I didn't read this note, but from what I recall, it said we did it to the family, which she referred to as family lineage. I had a different relationship, a different definition of family. And the other thing was where she wanted her ashes. At the bottom of that note, it said, "Tony, I love you forever. Please forgive me."
What'd you do with it?
What did I do with that?
Yeah.
I took it out of my urine-soaked pants and retyped it because I wanted my residual family, or my leftover, the family that was alive, to keep the knowledge that we were a family unit, and I wanted my wife to know, I want my wife's wishes known where she wanted the ashes buried. She wanted to be buried with her father, where we released the ashes at Harkness.
Was Megan's note handwritten or typed?
It was typed.
And did you ultimately throw it away?
I ultimately put it in there was a fan box in the kitchen. After I typed it, and I typed a second one that was, when I retyped it, there was some errors in it, so I put the urine-soaked one and the one with errands in it in that fan box. After I fixed the door with my father-in-law who died in 2002.
So, was this the same day that you came home?
No.
That this note was, when did you find this note?
When did I find the note in my pocket?
Yes.
After I woke up after one of my suicide attempts of Benadryl that I ended up in the garage. I can't tell you, sometime after Christmas.
Was this note in a pair of pants, in a shirt?
It was in my black shorts.
In your shorts?
Yeah, the one of two pair that only fit me.
So you only had 2 pairs of shorts that fit you?
I had 2 pair of black shorts and a pair of khaki shorts.
And how often did you wear these shorts?
When I went back to, I had a pair of Umbro shorts too. But those are the 2 dress shorts I had,
So how often did you wear them?
daily.
And you never discovered this note in your pocket before?
Ma'am, I can't tell you I changed. You saw the condition of my hair, you saw the condition of my face. I can't tell you what I did. I was on autopilot.
Okay. So You actually, the note that was left on the green chair is something that you actually authored.
I actually edited, that's correct.
Okay. And you printed it out
That's correct.
and you left it on the green chair.
Actually, I gave it to my mother who was sitting in the green chair for her to read.
Your mother was there?
Oh, my mother was there, my father-in-law that died in 2002, my aunt that died in 2013. Quite a few people were there.
Okay. So, in your interviews, you describe in detail how you take the lives of each one of your children, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And you indicated in the video that you began with Zoe, correct?
That's correct.
And that you went in, this was after you and Megan had an agreement and you spoke about various websites and all of this research that you did, and you're sitting here today saying that that's not the case.
That is not the case. Megan told me the order she killed the kids.
Okay.
Megan did research, would send things over. Did I research? Yes, I researched for years on my wife's illness. Okay? Now, as you're aware of through your experience, people believe they're Hitler.
Did you conduct any research that you told detectives that you conducted?
On which subject, ma'am?
Did you go to Quora.com?
Yeah, that was a normal website I went to.
And did you Google different knife techniques?
Yes, because I had under my suspicion that I found the website on Megan's phone after I initially found that, after I found the phones, and I also looked up other ways to kill myself.
And my question now is, did you watch numerous videos about going to the afterlife?
I watched numerous videos with my wife about alien and her alien, what's it called? I don't want to call it an infatuation, but she believed in UFOs, aliens. Those are the videos. I've never seen a video about her afterlife. I've only...
So everything that you told the detectives, the multiple times that you spoke to them, is not true.
Number one?
Yes or no? What you told detectives about you conducting the research with Megan and watching all of these videos on the afterlife is not true, yes or no?
I did not watch videos on the afterlife.
And is it true that the multiple times that you spoke to detectives, that you told detectives that you went into Zoe's room, you gathered the courage, and you rolled over on top of your daughter until she suffocated? Isn't that what you told law enforcement?
Is this a yes or no question, or do you want the answer?
Yes or no question?
That is what the video, yes, showed.
And your testimony here today is that Megan did it.
Megan killed Zoe.
And you told the detectives multiple times that after Zoe, you went to Alec's room. And Alec was your oldest son, correct?
That's correct.
And Alec was 13 years old and he was the strongest, right?
That is incorrect, ma'am.
Who was the strongest?
Tyler is downstairs.
Okay, so you go to Alec's room next because Alec's upstairs,
That's correct.
right? And you told law enforcement on multiple occasions that you went into Alec's room and you stabbed Alec and you suffocated Alec. Isn't that correct?
That's partially correct.
And isn't it true that you initially told law enforcement multiple times that Megan was in there during that killing?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And isn't it true that you also told law enforcement that Megan took part in the killing?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And that in fact, Megan held Alec's legs down while you suffocated Alec?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And your testimony today is that that is not true?
My testimony today is the fact that Megan killed her kids and killed herself.
Okay. So, next, you told law enforcement that you went to Tyler's room.
No.
Well,
I went
actually,
to the
not
library.
Tyler's room. You went to the library,
That's correct.
right? And that you had to be fast when you killed Tyler, correct?
Most definitely. He was the fastest and strongest kid.
So he's the fastest and strongest kid, and you told law enforcement that you were afraid he was gonna get away, right?
That's what Meg told me, yes.
That's not my question. You told law enforcement
Oh, yeah, on
multiple
the video.
times that Tyler was fast and he was.
You saw the video, and you saw the video also of saying I said things that have been proven incorrect.
That's not responsive to my question.
Actually, it is, but
Yes
go ahead.
or no?
You didn't say yes or no, ma'am. I
Yes
apologize.
or no?
Thank you.
Did you tell law enforcement that you had to kill Tyler quickly because he was the fastest?
That's what I told you, law enforcement. That is correct.
And you also told law enforcement, yes or no, that Megan had to stand on the other side of the door just in case.
That's what the video showed.
And after you were done with Tyler, you and Megan go upstairs, or you meet Megan in the master bedroom, and you console yourselves, right? Yes or no?
That's what the video showed.
And you actually told this to law enforcement multiple times. It's not just what the video told, correct?
Ma'am, video, that's what I said. I don't remember anything after I left the house till I got to jail. So I'm refuting, I'm going on your premise that that video is correct.
Okay. Well, that is you in the video, right?
It's a sickly version of me, yes. It's an
And-
emotionally disturbed video of me, yes.
And that's you talking, right?
That is me talking, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank God I
So-
didn't tell you I assassinated
There's no
Kennedy.
question. So after that, you tell law enforcement, yes or no, that you and Megan get Breezy, the dog, to come up onto the bed, correct?
That's what the video showed.
And that at that point in time, you suffocated Breezy and took Breezy's life.
That's what the video showed. The truth of the matter is, the only thing I saw.
There's no question.
You didn't answer yes or no, so I said no.
So, yes or no, it was after this that you told law enforcement that Megan decided that she had to go next and she stabbed herself, right?
I don't know the rules to this question, ma'am. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. Yes or no, the next thing that you told law enforcement happened was that Megan needed to kill herself and she stabbed herself, right?
By what the video showed? Yes.
And you were present or at home when Megan stabbed herself 2 times.
Correct.
And that you actually testified in the video and you told law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed out more quickly by doing these different physical therapy techniques.
I didn't see that in the video, ma'am.
So you didn't tell law enforcement that?
Ma'am, you're asking me on the video what I
I said,
told.
did you tell law enforcement?
Which point?
At any point, did you tell law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed quickly so that she would die by doing your physical therapy techniques?
Can I tell you what I told the law enforcement by the transcripts that have been provided for me?
What'd you tell law enforcement?
I told them I provided myofascial release to help facilitate blood flow. It's a technique that you do not do. It's a technique that I did over her liver to help her with digestive issues. You do not do myofascial release to help blood flow. It doesn't help blood flow.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told law enforcement that at some point you took a pillow and put it over Megan's head until she suffocated?
That's what the video showed, yes.
Tyler's birthday?
12/30/2008.
And he would have been 11.
Yes.
And based upon your testimony and in the statements that you made to law enforcement, he was dead before his birthday, right?
Before Christmas, that's correct.
And did Tyler get like birthday cards or anything from family?
Sure.
You
They're
don't-
very good at that.
You don't remember?
There's a lot I don't remember, ma'am.
Do you remember cashing a check that was for Tyler's birthday? And I have no further question.
Thank you. Be direct.
Mr. Todt, who killed your family?
My wife killed her kids.
You were not involved. Nothing further.
The dramatic shift from back talking to the lawyer, making snarky remarks, and callously going over the manner in which his kids died, to him whispering that it was his wife that killed them when addressing his counsel is mind-blowing and incredibly telling. After this, the lawyers provided their closing arguments, and the jury was released for deliberation. When they reconvened, Anthony was found guilty on all charges and was appropriately sentenced to 4 counts of life without the chance of parole. Before his sentencing, Anthony stood in front of the judge and tried, once again, to convince him of his innocence, which did not work. Tony is an idiot who spent his entire life manipulating and working people. He stole thousands from his community, he killed his family, and he is exactly where he belongs. If you have made it to this part in the video, thank you so much for watching. Feel free to like and subscribe, as we have a plethora of other videos coming down the pipeline. And thank you to Scentbird for sponsoring this video and supporting our content, as it is largely demonetized on YouTube. If you are interested in trying any of the scents they have on their site and finding a fragrance that suits you, make sure you use my code, Dreading55, for 55% off on your first month. And remember, stay safe. This is a brief clip taken from the direct examination that Nancy just finished with her legal counsel.
Let me know if you can't hear me,
I will.
because you can't read my lips.
Sorry.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Wichita Falls, Texas.
And how big is Wichita Falls, Texas?
It's 100,000, but a lot of that is the air base that's there.
Okay. When did you move to Oregon?
1990 or 1991,
And why did you move to Oregon?
because I wanted to take a year off, and I thought going to culinary school sounded like a whole lot more fun than saying, oh, I'm just taking a year off.
She's incredibly bubbly and bright, and many people who watched this trial, when it originally was live streamed, remarked that her demeanor is less like a person who is standing trial for the murder of their husband and more like a woman catching up with some old friends from high school. This was the attitude that she carried throughout her testimony, and though there were small instances where she appeared distraught over the situation, she was more or less happy and upbeat while on the stand. There could very well be strategy to this, and this would have been something that Nancy practiced over the years with her lawyers, but her portrayal of herself came across as incredibly narcissistic. In past videos about Anthony Todt and Diane Downs, we have seen the same kind of behavior, where the individual believes, beyond reason, that they can convince the public of their innocence, even when there is direct evidence of their guilt. For Diane, it was owning the gun that killed her children, driving below 20 miles an hour to the hospital, as seen by witnesses, and changing her story. For Tony, it was defensive wounds on his body and the fact that he lived with his family's remains for weeks. And for Nancy, it was the fact that she was photographed in the area the morning of the murder, as well as lied about her whereabouts, sought multiple life insurance policies, and bought a ghost gun, most of which she withheld from the police. She truly believes that she can make all the evidence disappear and seem inconsequential by just talking. But let's see how she fares during her cross-examination. Also, I do want to clarify that she is wearing headphones because she is hard of hearing. That was asked quite frequently in our original video, and I wanted to make that clear to avoid any further confusion.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Brophy.
Good afternoon.
Back in 2018, did you carry a purse?
No,
Carry a wallet?
no.
How did you carry your critical pieces of information, like an ID and stuff like that?
In my bra. I know that's weird, but so much of what I did was not aided by having a purse. So I had my phone in my bra. If I needed a driver's license or a card, and I rarely had cash. So in my bra.
It wouldn't be too far-fetched to imagine that her legal counsel would want her to appear bright and bubbly throughout her testimony. In fact, due to her age, many lawyers would tell her to lean into the stereotype of the little old lady who is much too kindly and frail to carry out any act of violence. Her demeanor throughout the initial examination would have fallen into that portrayal, but immediately, when questioned by the defense counsel, she turns hostile. She stares unblinkingly, her shoulders are set towards him, and she had the body language of a teacher talking down to a student. This will continue throughout, and at points, she will scold him, clearly showing her contempt.
And you wrote this letter to Dan in 2015.
I did.
That's been referred to a couple of times. After you wrote that, did you print it?
Yes.
And what did you do with it?
I put it in an envelope, and it was a purple folder, and I put it on a desk that we shared. So if something happened and he came back and had to go through the desk, he would see it first thing.
And that was the only thing in that envelope?
Yes? Oh, no, there was probably copies of the policies in the envelope in addition, I not only did I give him the information, I gave him the policies themselves.
And how would Dan know to have looked for that letter after, if you were to pass during that time?
I figured sooner or later he would go to our desk, is what I figured. That sooner or later he would be looking for something and there would be the photo with Dan on it and he would see it and read it and realize what he had.
Okay. So you put this letter and some policies perhaps and put them in this envelope, put it on the desk. And,
Folder.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
Purple, you said envelope. It's a purple folder.
Okay. Purple folder. And did you write his name on it?
Yes,
Okay.
in big letters.
Did you say something about a picture? Did you not say that?
I don't think so.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it says Dan on it.
Right?
Okay. And is this a folder that closes, or like, is there a snap on it or anything like that?
Can you hold up that orange folder? Thank you. It's a folder just like this. It's a folder. And it's purple.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
And so when you got back from your surgery,
Right?
was that folder still there,
It was.
right where you left it?
Yes?
Was there any indication to you that Dan had ever read that letter?
No. As far as I can tell, Dan never read it.
In that letter, you direct Dan to keep paying on the Americo policy because he'll get the premiums back in 9 years.
Yes, my math skills were a little iffy there.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Is your math wrong, or did you just have a typo, or what?
I'm going to tell you my math was either wrong or I had a typo. I had no idea, but it is wrong. You're absolutely right.
Because it's actually 19 years, right?
No. By that time, it was probably more like 15 years.
So probably not a typo then, because the 9 is...
Nancy's reactions to the prosecution are incredibly telling. She corrects him over small mistakes. She stares at him unblinkingly for long periods of time. Her eyebrows are furrowed by looking towards him. And here, she outright rolls her eyes at him. In her mind, this man is an idiot. She believes that he isn't as smart as she is, and that this is a waste of time. Nancy had already spent hours testifying on her own behalf, and it's clear to see she believed that she won the jury over in that time, because if she thought she still needed to come across as likable, kind, and happy, she wouldn't be acting this way. She, like Tony Todt before her, she thinks that this is a victory lap, and she can be as confrontational as she deems fit, because the jury is already on her side. Nancy, however, has virtually no self-awareness, and doesn't recognize that this behavior she is displaying, and had displayed the entire trial, is incredibly narcissistic and unlikable. As we go along, pay attention to how she scolds and talks down to the entire court, thinking that she is besting the prosecution.
But he had about 15 more years that he needed to pay on.
Did.
Okay. And you knew that. You knew that about the policy.
I did.
And you also knew that if you were to get to that point where you were collecting, or I'm sorry, had the ability to collect the
Right.
premiums back, you knew then that if you were to take that money back, that you'd actually have to give up the policy.
Nope,
You didn't know that?
no. I could continue paying on the policy for Dan, but I could take the money out of it.
Didn't your insurance expert testify? Did you hear him testify and say that if you were to take that money out of that policy, that you would have had to forfeit the policy?
If they said that, I didn't understand, but I can tell you this. They have a schedule in the policy that shows what happens if you have this money. For example, if Dan died when he was 78, we didn't get 100,000 back, we got 167,000 back. But if we took the 67,000 out of it, we can continue paying for the policy. Now, that's not to say it was a 20-year term. That's not to say they might not raise the premium on it, but we could continue paying for it.
You disagree with your insurance expert?
I disagree with that aspect if that's what they really said.
Okay. And this, you said, was part of a bigger retirement plan, correct?
It was?
Correct. And so, this idea that, would you agree it's pretty risky?
What is risky?
Well, the one, you have to live to be able to collect on the policy, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay. And if you don't want to give up that well, I guess you disagree with that notion that you have to give up the policy. So I guess I'll just ask you this. You agree that you paid 3 to 6 times
Yes.
more for that policy than what you could have bought a similar coverage for?
I do,
And so,
purposefully.
and just asking, did you guys have the thought that, well, maybe we should put this money away and actually be able to access it whenever we need it, instead of risking not getting it at all? Did you have that discussion?
Okay, I need to break that down and answer your
Yeah,
question.
let me ask you in a series of questions.
Okay.
Did you have the discussion with Dan that, well, maybe we don't want to spend all this money on a policy right now? Let's pay for a cheaper policy, but let's put some money away, like as if we were putting it in to the life insurance.
We would have had that discussion if either one of us were savers. But at that point, I knew I was not a saver. So I understand this about myself. Part of the reason why I have forced savings policies is because I know I'm not a saver. And if I can put this money away where I can't get to it, we will have it later on when we need it. If we're just doing a savings account or we're investing in the stock market,
Sure.
I'm not good like that.
But you agree that you treated the forester's policy that also had this savings component. It's forced savings, but you were just taking the money.
I
that
took
right?
the money out when we needed it because it was there, because why we had it was for A, retirement, but B, emergencies, and this qualified as an emergency.
Not much of a forced savings, though, if you're just taking the money out, right?
That is true.
And
But-
in fact, you didn't pay that back either.
No, we did not, but part of our plan was to pay that back. When we sold the house, we were going to overfund the policy.
Sure. And in that Dearest Dan letter, you also told Dan, or you were writing at least, that he should try to collect on a Conseco policy, even though you knew that it wasn't really enforced, correct?
No, it had been, let me go back and explain that a little differently. It had been Universal Life. Conseco had an iffy reputation at that point. We had decided to let that go. But when you have Universal Life that you can't borrow against, it continues on because the money you have in there continues to pay the policy. So I knew it was being paid even though I had stopped paying on it. I knew there was a real good possibility it was in force.
I see. You just weren't really sure.
Right.
Okay. And when you, 4 days after Dan's murder, you called Detective Posey, is that right?
No. Dan died Saturday morning. I called Monday afternoon.
That's when you called Detective Posey regarding the insurance policy?
Right.
The prosecution was wrong here. But in this instance, it would have been better for Nancy to agree with them, given that he was saying that Nancy waited 4 days to call the police to get a document that stated she wasn't under suspicion of his murder, so she could collect on multiple insurance policies that she had taken out on him when she was working as an insurance agent. Nancy, as just stated, only waited 2 days.
And that was,
I had done what they had told me. I'd called insurance companies and started the claim, and that's when we had a conversation, and then I called Holly, and then I called Detective Posey.
we'll break that down. I just want
Sorry.
You're saying that was on the 4th.
I think so. I think it was that Monday.
And if your call records show that it was actually the 6th?
It could have been.
Okay.
You know, the call records are going to be more accurate at this point than I am.
And also on the 6th, you actually, well, during that phone call with Detective Posey, you only disclosed a $40,000 policy.
Yes, but he
Remember
didn't ask me about anything else.
I understand. I don't think he even asked you about that. Isn't it true that you actually just offered that it was
That's
just a
true.
$40,000 policy?
Mm-hmm.
The smallest of all of your policies,
No, it wasn't the smallest, but it was a small policy.
besides the Life Map $2,500
Right,
policy.
but it was the smallest.
The only one you
That one.
offered to Detective Posey was the smallest policy.
Yes.
During the same conversation that you're asking him for a letter of exoneration.
I'm asking to see if that's something that he would have said, oh, sure, we'll do that for you, or if he said no. I mean, I was prepared for the worst. I was prepared for him to say no.
Sure. Isn't it true that you actually talked to all your insurance companies
did.
that day?
I did. And not a one of them asked for that, but Forrester's.
Okay, so you called all your life insurance companies,
Mm-hmm.
notified them of Dan's death.
Yes.
One of them asked you for a letter of exoneration.
Mm-hmm.
You asked Detective Posey for that.
I asked if it was possible to get that.
So when did Susan Estrada get into town?
Susan got in, Dan, okay, let me think for a minute here.
Nancy, as we can see, has studied at the School of Overdramatics alongside Stephanie Lazarus. In order to showcase that she is thinking, she puts her hand on her head, leans back, and makes it a whole show of how she is recalling this information. This isn't something that she has done before, and for some reason is really attempting to sell that this isn't information that she can recall at a moment's notice, despite the hours of preparation she has done with her own legal team. This will continue for a few more moments, as she will talk us through her thought process in an overly drawn-out way.
Susan got in on that Friday, the following Friday. So Dan died on Saturday the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. She would have gotten into town on the 8th of June.
So you would agree that she was not with you when you made that call to Detective Posey?
I would. And I don't think I think I told her about it and her memory was just off on it.
In her previous testimony, Nancy would often state that various people who had testified, like her mother-in-law, were not properly recollecting what had occurred and were just off on certain details. This is something that she would continue to do as a way to try and negate any testimony that had been given that makes her look guilty. She will continue to undermine other people's recollection of events throughout, implying that age or emotion got in the way of their memories, all the while trying to distract from the fact that in her own direct examination, she said that she had memory holes and often doesn't remember certain events.
Sure. She
I
was
don't
not
think-
sitting next to you while you made that call?
No. I would think that after 4 years, her memory was just fuzzy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you telling us why she forgot or something?
I was telling you what I thought happened. I thought her memory was fuzzy on what happened.
Based on your work history and Dan's work history,
Right.
would you expect Dan's Social Security income to be higher than yours?
Oh, we already knew it was. Social Security sends you a statement, I think every quarter, and they tell you, if you work till this age, it'll be this much. If you work till this age, it'll be this much. We knew his was a lot higher.
And when Dan could have started collecting that at 65?
He could have started collecting at 62,
Right.
but we decided not to do it
Until when?
until he was 70, when we got the maximum benefit out of it.
I see. But you chose to draw yours sooner.
I did.
You started drawing yours at 65?
I know. I started drawing mine at either 66 or 67. I'm not sure which one we decided on. It might have been 66. Would have been 60. No, I think it was 67 that I started drawing it.
If Dan had started drawing at the time that he died, what would he have been able to collect?
I don't know.
But it was more than yours.
It was a lot more than mine. You know, he was employed and I was self-employed. And if I declared a loss in my company one year, and believe me, in 2002, 2003, after 911, I had losses. And if I declared a loss, then Social Security was also part of that, and you didn't have to pay. So my Social Security was a lot less than his was.
And isn't it true that if Dan's, after he died, you could actually collect his Social Security instead of your own?
I'm not sure exactly how that works. I know that's the theory, but I think he had to have claimed it first before I could have claimed it for me. You know what I'm saying? If he hasn't claimed it, then I can't come in and claim it, but I could be wrong on that. You know, Social Security is like Medicare. It's 8 million rules that are secretly hidden in a mayonnaise jar somewhere.
You hadn't done any research on that, even though you guys were approaching or looking at retirement planning?
Yeah, but we weren't looking at retirement planning where Dan was dead.
Right.
You know, that wasn't part of the plan. You know, the plan was he was going to take Social Security at 70.
And when were you actually planning on selling the house? When were you, before Dan died, what was the plan for when the house was going to go on the market?
It was, okay, I was aiming for September. He said, I want to garden one more year around the edges while they finish it up. So he was aiming for later in the fall.
Okay, so you guys agreed that fall of 2018.
Yes. But later in the fall probably meant October, not December.
Sure. What does downsizing mean to you?
Well, we had a 4-bedroom house and there were 2 of us. We didn't need that much space. We had a 4-bedroom house with a full basement. And, you know, I think Dan needed some sort of space for his stuff, but we didn't need that kind of, we needed a good kitchen and, real frankly, a couple of bedrooms. And I like a nice bath, but other than that, I'm really pretty flexible.
This is an outright lie. At this point, Nancy's mother-in-law and her stepson had already testified that Nancy had a taste for the finer things in life, and specifically didn't want to downsize. She wanted more, not less, and was not comfortable with the idea of selling their home and moving into one that was smaller. Her taste for the finer things in life is why she racked up thousands of dollars in debt in both her and Dan's name, and why killing Dan felt necessary for her, because the money from the insurance would mean that she could pay off the debt and retire in luxury.
And you had started to look at some properties?
No, we had started to locate properties. We hadn't looked at them. You know, we just said, look, I found some things in this area.
What kind of price range were you looking in?
Well, what we wanted to do is be able to pay it completely off. And we thought we would have about $400,000 to do that with. So we were probably looking in the 350 price range, somewhere like that.
And you're saying out in the kind of halfway to the coast?
Well, Dan liked Delilah's property, and it is east of Banks. It is west of Banks. It's toward the coast. I like Vernonia. Vernonia is this charming, charming little town. It has a lake. It has this downtown that on the light posts, they have these metal cutouts of bears messing with honey. It has flat land. It has no trees. I liked Vernonia. Now, Vernonia was a little further on and to, I'm going to say, the northwest. But it still would have been a straight shot down 26, pretty much.
How many times did you visit Vernonia?
Oh, I was in Vernonia all the time. I had clients there. I liked the town. When we started talking about there, I'd gone down there 2 or 3 times and looked around at the houses and the neighborhoods and what we could get. So, yeah, I was in Vernonia a fair amount.
When you were going to sell your house, would you agree that you had about a little under $250,000 owed on your mortgage?
I would think that's right.
And you did sell your house later that year, is that correct?
No, I sold it the next year. I sold it in 2019.
Oh, when in 2019?
I'm going to say February, March, somewhere in there, maybe as late as April.
And it sold for about 565,000.
Yes,
So after fees and realtor fees and all that, would you agree that you probably would make a little less than 250,000?
I didn't see the settlement statements on that, so I really don't know.
Okay. But that wouldn't, okay, no, we'll move on then. Now, you said part of the reason of selling the house was basically you don't necessarily want stairs anymore.
Yes,
But at the time that Dan died and the time you guys were deciding to sell the house, you two were both relatively healthy still.
yes.
You could still do the stairs just fine.
I was struggling with arthritis in my knee, but yeah,
Okay, but you didn't, you still had your bedroom upstairs.
we did.
You didn't move down to the main floor to deal
No.
with that. I was a little confused about the discussion of the tiny houses.
Oh,
So whose idea was that?
it was Dan's.
Okay.
Dan, who needs more room than anybody I know, said, "Oh, we could live in a tiny house." No, we couldn't. But his fantasy life, like mine, is going to be an expat. Dan's was we could live in these little tiny houses, and that would work fine for us. And I thought, smaller than our kitchen now, which Dan was spilling out of. No, we couldn't live like that. And the other thing is you have to be in really good health to live in a tiny house because most of the bedrooms are loft-like bedrooms and you have to climb up this ladder, night and day to get up there. Plus, I mean, real frankly, once you hit that 40 age group, you and I both know that we're up more in the middle of the night than we've ever wanted to be. And I don't want to go up and down the stairs or the ladder 18 times in the middle of the night.
So was he joking or?
No, he was serious, but it was a fantasy. It was like lots of things. It was like my wanting to go to Portugal. This would be a fabulous idea. And so, we sing and dance to the other one, and the other one pokes a hole in that balloon, and says, that's not going to work for us.
But so he was.
This next portion is unimportant in the grand scheme of things, but it's enlightening to Nancy's psyche. Watch how quickly Nancy goes from laughing and joking to dead serious. The swift change is subtle, but it's one of the key reasons as to why the jury and everyone watching would find her off-putting and inauthentic.
His ideal situation was that he would have his own tiny house and you would have your own.
No, he would, he would have a house for junk, and then he would live in mine where it would be tidy.
So the plan was to subdivide this property.
Yes.
You and Dan discussed.
That swift shift is deeply illuminating as to how authentic her laugh was, and how the majority of what she is showcasing on the stand is an act. I'm going to fast forward past her testimony about packing up her home and other statements that aren't critically important.
I think there's been a lot of testimony, and I'm assuming you'll agree that Dan was a really beloved member of the community,
Yes, he was.
held in high regard.
Yes, he did.
Would you agree that his death was a devastating blow to the entire community?
I would.
Everybody loved Dan, right?
As far as I know.
Yeah.
I certainly did. But I would have people come up to me all the time and say, "You're Chef Brophy's wife?" "I love Chef Brophy." And I said, "Me too,"
Right. You're talking about before.
before.
And then after, outpouring of love and support for this man.
Yes.
Imagine the love of your life, the person you had been married to for over a decade, died, and you were being questioned as to your involvement in their death. Someone brings up how beloved they were, and the best, most emotion you can muster is a blasé, almost annoyed statement about how everyone loved him, including you. Nancy's temperament is not in line with a grieving spouse who has just been wrongly accused. It's as if she barely knew him. This is in stark contrast to one of his students who testified, who was incredibly distraught.
And he deserved every bit of it.
Is it fair to say that there's numerous qualities that Dan had that you admired?
Yes.
And that he admired about you?
Yes.
I mean, in some ways, we're even envious of the way that people looked up to him. And
Oh, no. Oh, no. I can remember a dinner that Karen and I and Dan went to. And we all sat down at the table. I think it was back when Hall Street Grill was still in business. And appetizers came out. And we all looked at each other and said, we didn't order anything. And the person putting it down said, no, the guys in the kitchen saw Chef Brophy come in and they wanted him to try this appetizer plate. It was nothing to go to dinner with Dan and have the chef come out of the kitchen and sit down and say, you know, we're thinking about changing our menus and here's what we're thinking about doing. What do you think of that? That was not envious. That was proud. You know, I was delighted that people thought so highly of this man, and with reason. He was smart, and he gave them his full attention and gave them his best possible answer. That was never even a minor irritation for him.
Do you think the way that people thought of Dan and treated him, that they then transferred that to you as well?
There was some of that, yes. I thought that I got some of that as well, and that the fact that when I had a catering company and he talked to his class about my catering company, that my catering company gained a better reputation also as a result.
Is there anything that you did yourself in the community? Well, let me ask you this. Did you think that you were held in high regards in the community as well?
Yes, but not in the same way.
Did that make you jealous?
Oh no. Oh no. That made me proud that you know, we were a couple who went together. There was no jealousy there.
Nancy repeats her "oh no's" because she is, for the first time, genuinely offended by what is being implied by the prosecution. The idea that she would be jealous over her well-loved husband is more egregious than the idea that she killed him, because as far as Nancy thinks, she was just as well liked as Dan, and they were, as she said, a package deal. Her body language and expressions show clearly that she finds this assertion that she would have been jealous of his prestigious reputation absolutely offensive. However, her friend's testimony and her own blog spoke about how well liked he was and how people should be careful what they wish for in life, because she had the perfect husband but was still unfulfilled, says otherwise.
First off, Dan was so humble that being jealous would have been just completely out of the picture. I mean, this was a guy who wasn't gloating because people felt that way. This was a man who was quietly pleased. But no, I was never jealous that he was like that.
I assume he wasn't jealous of you either.
I can't imagine why he would be, you know. But no, he talked about me to his classes, and he had a joke that I was management. Let me tell you a story, and I think this kind of sums it up. Dan was co-teaching with another instructor, and the other instructor was whining because he said, it's so hard to teach, to cook with your wife because they don't understand mise en place. And so, mise en place really is get your stuff together before you start cooking. That's a translation I'm sure the French would roll their eyes at. But they turned to Dan and they said, well, you don't have that problem because your wife is culinarily educated. And Dan said, I don't have that problem for another reason. And they said, what is that reason? And he said, my wife doesn't cook. And so I think they spoke kind of slowly to him in case he wasn't catching on, and said, your wife owns a catering company. How can you say she doesn't cook? And he said, my wife hires people to cook. My wife can close the deal. And that was the first time that I thought he actually understands completely what it is that I do. And there was no jealousy there. There was pride, you know. And yeah, I never cooked a meal in 25 years. So 24 years, 10 months, whatever.
Is that the end of the story?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
What did you normally order from Starbucks?
Oh, venti non-fat 2 equal latte. He ordered a chai tea latte. You know, we had our drinks.
Did Dan know your order?
Yeah.
Did he often go to Starbucks in the morning to get your
He did.
coffee? Was that really the routine?
That was really the routine.
You would wake up, stay in bed, he'd bring you Starbucks.
Even when we were on vacation, he would go out and find coffee for me. And even if we were in a foreign country, that was our routine. And he would come back and I would get up and get dressed and drink coffee.
Is that every day or most days?
Most days, you know. He was a tea drinker, and so he drank Lapsang Susong. And Lapsang Susong is a strong smoky tea. And I love this about him. He drank that because he read a book by James Michener called Centennial. And in it, they talked about how the Scottish traders drank this smoky tea. And Dan was so interested in it, he went out and got some and tried it and liked it. Now, how can you not love a guy who has chosen a literary reference for his tea? We were a team.
In the morning that Dan died, you expected him to have a cup of his tea.
I did.
You told that to the police?
I did.
That was true.
Yes.
Carried it pretty much in the same cup.
Yes. We had a number of those cups. He could change them out.
I don't want to jump too far ahead, but the idea that somebody had maybe gone to Starbucks that morning, maybe not, I don't know. Do you recall back, did you have a Starbucks at any time that morning?
I did.
Just don't know how you got it.
It was part of my routine. That's all I can tell you. I don't remember it. I just know that it was part of my routine.
Nancy shaking her head and responding that getting a Starbucks was just a part of her routine, while confirming she has absolutely no recollection as to how she got it, is illuminating to say the least. Throughout her testimony, she has tried to discredit her mother-in-law and her friend's testimony as to her behavior after Dan's death, and given reasons as to why they have given incorrect dates and stated she was behaving poorly. And yet, when questioned about the morning Dan died, she has no clue as to how she got her Starbucks or why she was in the area of the Culinary Institute when Dan was murdered. The morning he died, she told the police she had been home in bed when she heard about the shooting and then drove to the Institute to find out what had happened. But they were able to find security footage of her driving to the Culinary Institute right before the shooting, then leaving the area directly after. In her own direct examination, Nancy stated that because of her old age, she has memory gaps and cannot be sure as to what she did that morning. She stated she believes now she went to get coffee, then went to a park, then went home, and got back into bed before finding out about the shooting, but simply was overwhelmed the morning of and misspoke. But seeing as she has no problem recollecting the intricacies of life insurance policies she took out over 7 years ago and has no memory issues outside of that one date and time, that makes no sense. Previously, she has stated that others' memories were shaky and cannot be trusted. However, when it comes to her own misremembering, she gives incredibly short, curt answers in order to make them seem like it's not that important and shouldn't be focused on. As shown, Nancy tends to go on long-winded diatribes about the littlest of issues, so her trying to skirt around this is incredibly telling. Also, it should be noted that had she gone to Starbucks prior to the shooting, that information would be seen on her bank statements, but it was not.
Could Dan have brought it to you?
At that point, no. He had live fire that day. He would never have stopped to do something like that when his day was already going to be as packed as it was.
You knew about that live fire.
I did.
We'll talk about that in just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
You testified that you read an article regarding ghost guns or gun build kits, and you found yourself on the website searching around. You're saying you bought this gun kit as a research. When did that story start in your head?
It came together when I read that story. When I read that article in the paper about this guy, and all of a sudden I knew how I could twist it and make it into a story. You know, ideas come, out of the blue, and when they come sailing by, you write them down so you don't forget them, and then sometimes you act on them.
And that was November of 2017?
Sometime in November
That you
of
read-
17.
You read the article started doing research.
Nancy states here that the moment she read the article about how to build a ghost gun, she began writing her next story, using it as research. But that is not the case. Nancy never turned over any notes or material that aligned with her narrative, and never showed actual proof that she had begun writing a story using this.
And you visited the Ghost Guns website several times without purchasing anything.
That's true.
And what were you searching for on the Ghost Guns website?
Research.
What were you looking for?
I was looking, keep in mind, I know nothing about guns at this point. I knew nothing about guns. And so what I was trying to do, if I'm going to write a story on building a gun, I got to learn a lot about guns in the time frame that I have. You know, I cannot be the person who knows nothing and write a story anybody would believe.
Okay. And were you doing other research online regarding ghost gun build kits?
Not that I remember. I was pretty happy with the Ghost Gun site, and I know there were other sites that did similar things, but the Ghost Gun site made it seem simpler than some of the others.
Okay. And you felt that it provided you some information on how the build would occur?
Yes.
Were there plans or anything on there?
What do you mean exactly? Plans? You mean like architectural plans, like plans that show like when you're putting IKEA furniture together plans?
I guess. I don't know.
Not that I saw.
And so I guess what you're saying is then when you decided to purchase one, you just thought that it was going to be easier to build.
I leap into the water first. Yes. Dan's our researcher in that regard.
You are a researcher, or you're not?
No, I said that backwards. I am a person who, once I have an idea, tends to leap forward. Dan, once he has an idea, tends to research it to death, and then the chickens are a perfect example of this. You know, he would read to me at night from the romantic books called Chickens in Your Backyard or Chicken Tractors. But when we got chickens, Dan had a whole plan for how they were going to work. If I had thought, hey, chickens would be fun, we would have had a plan, build it as you go plan. He was just a planner, and I was not.
Nancy just ruined her own argument without even realizing it. Throughout the direct examination, Nancy focused on how she was in charge of the finances and the home because she was the best at planning. She emphasized that fact only to state that she was more impulsive than Dan, and he was a better planner. She fails to notice this mistake, although it is likely her counsel noticed immediately, and the court adjourns for that day. While the prosecution was fairly tame during the last half of her cross-examination and allowed Nancy to go on long-winded stories that didn't fully relate to what was being asked, they changed their approach on day 2.
Ms. Brophy, I want to start. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. I want to start just clarifying something from yesterday
Okay.
that I believe you testified to. You said when you got downtown later that morning of June 2nd that you kind of figured what was going on based on how people were reacting around you. But it is true that nobody actually told you that it was Dan that had been killed until Detective Posey, correct?
Yes.
Nancy knowing that Dan had been shot prior to being told by the police is one of the most key pieces of evidence in the case. There's absolutely no reason as to why someone would declare their spouse dead prior to being told as much and start telling their family that. All she knew, by her own recollection at this point, was that there was a shooting. Someone was hurt, and that's it. But she felt confident enough to tell his family that he had been killed. Let's watch as she tries to justify that action.
And that was during that interview.
Yes.
But you stated that Karen called you before you went into that interview.
Yes.
Dan's mother, Karen.
Yes.
And that you told her that it was Dan and that he was dead.
Yes.
Based on the fact that you thought that Dan had been killed.
It was more than think.
But you hadn't been told.
I had not been told, but I had not heard from him. All of his friends avoided looking at me. And The police officers knew who I was before I got there, and one police officer hugged me. This is not good news I'm going to hear.
What if you were wrong?
Then I would have called Karen and said, happy days, I was wrong. And Karen and I would have celebrated, and we would have laughed, and we would have had family jokes about this for 20 years, and it would have been much, much better than it turned out.
Stated you bought this ghost gun build kit and you realized you couldn't put it together.
No, I realized it was more intricate. I didn't realize I couldn't put it together. It was more intricate than I had thought it would be,
Okay, and based on what?
based upon the fact that it was supposed to be few parts, and I thought it was a few too many parts.
What steps did you take to actually try to build it?
I didn't take any because I wasn't ready to write that story yet.
You decided to write that story months prior,
Yes,
but you weren't ready to start writing it.
that's right.
So what was the need to buy the gun at that point?
I was celebrating. It was Christmas.
Right. But what was the need to buy the gun if you weren't writing the story yet?
Mr. Overstreet, we have had testimony upon testimony upon testimony about the fact Dan was a collector. Dan wasn't a collector by himself. I had my little piles of stuff. You know, what I found, what I have found in life is if you see something you want it, you can afford it, buy it now, because circling back for it, it may or may not be there.
And so now you're a gun collector?
No. Now I have a piece of writing information research.
This answer isn't the best, as she seemed to have forgotten the fact that Dan and her could not, in fact, afford the ghost gun, as she had put them into thousands of dollars in debt, and they weren't able to keep up with their mortgage payments. Likewise, she didn't have her own little collections, especially not of ghost gun kits, as the lawyer points out. She believes she can make even the most nonsensical of statements seem rational, as long as she is the one saying them.
Did you said you didn't take any steps to try to build this gun.
I did not.
And I want to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 25. First of all, do you recognize this?
Yes?
Do you recognize all the parts in here?
Well, you're further away than I would say, but certainly it looks like all the parts are there.
Is this what it looked like when you got it,
Yes,
approximately?
approximately.
Okay. And you saw this part in the kit.
I did.
Was there anything you needed to do to this to make it functional?
I hadn't gotten that deep into this gun. I'm not sure how to answer that question because the answer is I don't know.
Was there anything in the instructions or anything you saw online that made you think that you needed to manipulate this part?
And once again, I go back to I don't know because there are a slew of parts, you know. The only thing I can attribute it to is when you buy an IKEA thing, there are pieces that come fairly close together. And that isn't where you celebrate. You celebrate the little bags of all, you don't celebrate the little bag. Let me say this sentence again where it makes sense. You're delighted to see pieces more or less together. All the little parts, you're less delighted to see.
And is this why you never even opened these little baggies?
I wasn't ready to start yet, and I didn't want them misplaced.
Okay. And so you made no attempts to try to build it. You didn't do any further research because you weren't ready to write this story?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Nancy's shrug towards her own legal counsel is telling, and for a good number of reasons. The prosecution is showing her the gun kit that she purchased for herself the November prior to Dan's killing. The gun kit, as she just stated, was almost entirely intact, with nearly every part present and accounted for. However, one part is missing, and that was the part that was used on the gun she owned with Dan during the killing, that she got rid of directly after and replaced with the original part, to make it appear as if the gun had never been fired. Nancy's reaction and repeated statements that she doesn't know enough about the gun kit to label various parts flies in the face of her previous testimony that she heavily researched getting a gun kit and putting it together prior to buying it. She has said, time after time, that she only went to the ghost gun site and article as often as she did because she used it as research for her book, and she wanted to make sure she knew how it worked so her poorly selling romance book could be incredibly accurate. But here she is saying that after going to those articles, watching countless videos and buying the kit, she still has absolutely no idea how it worked, what each part does, and how it can be used. It seems like even Nancy is acknowledging that what she is saying is dumb.
Your defense attorney stated in opening that you knew, or that you thought that you knew that Nathaniel had previously done a build kit.
Yes,
You knew that, or thought that at least.
I thought he had said that, and I believed him.
When you have this story to do a gun build kit, and you actually, when purchased a gun build kit, you didn't ever talk to Nathaniel about his experience with a build kit.
No, and that wouldn't have been where I would have gone with that. Where I would have gone first would be to my father-in-law, Jack, who I knew had every equipment in the world and could help me drill out the parts that needed to be drilled out.
Okay, but you didn't do that either.
No, because I wasn't ready to start yet,
And how did you know you needed a drill press?
because it was on one of the videos.
One of the videos.
Uh-huh,
How many did you watch?
I don't know.
Why were you watching videos if you weren't writing the story yet?
I was watching videos to see how to put it together.
But I thought you weren't ready to put it together.
I'm not ready to put it together, but that doesn't mean I'm not researching what I have to do to get it ready to get put together.
Okay, so now you're doing research online.
We have stated previously, and I am not backing down from that, that I investigated. One of my friends has a sign over her desk that says, "Only James Michener gets to use all his research." You research everything to maybe come up with 6 sentences in a book that will make the book more realistic. So
You-
yeah, I
you-
do tons of research.
You do a lot of research.
I do.
So I'm just having a hard time having that make sense with what you said about planning and preparing.
Dan was a better planner than I was.
Hang on, let me ask you
Sorry?
a question.
I'm so sorry.
You stated yesterday that you're not a planner. Did you say
But
that?
I did say that, but let me put a caveat on that.
Please.
I am not a planner in the initial stages the way Dan was, but you know, I rarely go into anything willy-nilly, and I rarely do anything that I don't complete.
States Exhibit 82 showed that you were doing some of your research, maybe, on February 1st. You were searching for gun shops at that time.
I'm not sure what State Exhibit 82 is.
Okay, it was your some of your internet history.
Okay,
It was showed to you yesterday by your counsel and asked to you by your counsel about February 1st, and you're searching for gun shops in Portland. What were you searching for?
that was different. I wasn't researching that. When I'm looking for gun shops in Portland, it was not for gun pieces. At this point, it's on a whole different conversation. That's writing, and that's a little cubicle in and of itself in my life. What Dan and I were talking about was, did we need to own a gun at this point? And while we had both been adamant anti-gun people for a long time, the last 3 or 4 years had changed how we felt about that. And we were discussing it and had been discussing it for well over a year.
So as what was described yesterday as a left-leaning individual,
Yes?
your response to gun violence in the country was to buy a gun.
In 2017, one of the memes of the left was, if we continue to be anti-guns, does that mean that everybody in the country who will own a gun but the people on the left? And it was a serious concern. Lots and lots and lots of people were changing their ideas about gun ownership because the country had become so diversified.
Well, Ms. Brophy, I appreciate a meme as well and what other people's opinions might be, but I'm asking your position as somebody who was so anti-gun, in fact, that your law enforcement husband wasn't allowed to have a gun in the house.
No,
Hang on.
sorry.
So anti-gun, but your response to gun violence increasing in this country was to buy a gun yourself. Yes or no?
Yes, with a caveat.
At what point, from the time you received this ghost gun to June 2nd, did you decide that you were not going to use it?
That we're speaking now of the gun that we bought at the gun show.
No.
Oh, all right. Ask me the question again, please.
This ghost gun that I just showed
Right.
you, what point did you decide you were not going to use it?
I never decided I was not going to use it.
Is that why you kept it?
I kept it because eventually I was going to put it together and write this story.
And you decided the way to keep it would be to put it in a box with scarves and purses and store it in storage.
No. What I decided was to store it away until I reached the point that I would do it, but I was trying to get moved at that point. Certainly there was, I didn't see another big option there, and I even marked the box because at any point I expected the police to come back to me and say things like, does Dan have a computer? Do you all have a computer? Can we look at any of this? Do you all have anything else? So I marked it so I could find it again. That was for the police benefit. That wasn't for mine.
Oh.
I marked the box that I packed that it had a gun kit in it because I thought sooner or later the police are going to come back to me. And the police never once talked to me after that.
Did you literally just say that was for the police's benefit?
That was literally what I said. I marked the box for the police's benefit so that I could find it again when the police came back.
For
And
what?
Well, I sort of thought that if the police didn't find something, they would want to come back and re-interview, and I would be able to show them things. I thought the fact that all they had was Stan's phone and not a computer from us they may have reached a dead end and said, Mrs. Brophy, is there anything you can give us that would help? Any electronic equipment? Anything else? So I was kind of in my mind making a list. At that point, silly me, since I believed I didn't kill my husband, I didn't think I was a serious suspect.
Since I believed I didn't kill my husband. Not since I didn't kill my husband. Not since my husband was murdered by a homeless man, as I have stated countless times. But since I believed I didn't kill my husband. This slip of the tongue would have easily been caught by the jury and everyone else in the room, given her annoyance with the prosecution and how little everything she is saying makes sense.
Despite you telling people that you were.
I told people I was the suspect because it's always the wife.
Right. So you lost me there for a minute. Let's circle back. You said something about computers.
Right?
I didn't ask anything about computers. I'm asking about a gun.
You're asking why I was marking things for the police.
I
And
did
that-
not ask you that.
Okay.
I think maybe that's where I got a little lost.
Okay.
You said that you marked that box for the police benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you thought that was important to the police, that they might want this gun kit.
I had a hard time believing that I would be interviewed by the police for 45 minutes. We would have a brief conversation on the telephone, and I would never hear from them again till the case was solved. I thought for sure the police would come back and say, is there anything else you've got that could help us? And that would have included the gun kit.
Let's
You
make
know,
this easier. What is the relevance of this gun kit to the police?
None, but we had it. I figured they'd ask for it sooner or later.
Why would the police ask you for a gun kit that they don't know that you own? I'm failing to understand what your rationale was for making this available to the police. You think it's so important to them that at some point they're going to come asking for it, but you don't call them.
I figured the police were doing the police job the way the police did it, that they probably did not need, I will be the first to tell you, I got my detective's license on TV. And I can guarantee you I had ideas on how this case should have gone. But I sort of figured the police had more experience and they were the ones in charge.
So you think you have relevant evidence to a murder investigation, and you don't think you should mention it to the police?
How does a gun kit even though I marked it, how is a gun kit relative evidence?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you because I don't think it is, because it's never been put together.
Then why would you mark it for the police?
Because I figured the police would come back and want to know.
Nancy is failing to answer his questions in any meaningful way, and what's notable is that the police had asked her to turn over any weapons that she and Dan owned. That is why they were able to process the gun the couple owned and see that it had never been fired. But as she also turned over the ghost gun kit, they could have surmised that the gun had been fired, but she simply used the kit to make it appear as if it hadn't. Her stating that she considered the kit to be irrelevant information to the investigation, but she had never turned it over and had put it into storage is ridiculous. It's clear by her reaction, she doesn't want to dwell on this line of questioning any longer.
So what else did you think was relevant to the police investigation that you marked and did not share with them?
I thought they would eventually want to know about the computers. I thought they would eventually want to go through the computers and see what they could find, if anything, that would help them.
And did you give them a computer that belonged to Dan?
No, we had a computer. They never asked for it, but in my mind, I knew they would eventually, if they didn't solve the case by somebody coming in and confessing, they would eventually come back and say, can we see your computer? My computers weren't packed because I thought they were relevant to the police if the police wanted to go in that direction.
Well, that's not exactly true, right? I mean, you had a computer in storage.
No, I had a computer in a box in one room and a computer by the bed in another room. That's not in storage.
Right, one in a box in your room. What about the one that was in the storage unit?
There was not a computer in the
So
storage.
there wasn't a laptop in the storage unit?
There was not.
Okay.
What your guys' testimony was, they found the computer in a bedroom and they found the computer in a box in what had been the office.
And you would agree then that the stuff that was found on the computer that has been shown here in court was on the computer that was packed away in a box?
I think that's how they did it, but, you know, it were the two computers.
Why did you get a new computer in March of 2018?
When you open the computer, the old computer, you can't read the screen because it's become lines across it.
So you did all your research of all these guns on one computer, then packed that away and put it in a box in the closet, and then you got a new computer, is that right?
I get a new computer every year. I take a computer with me when I go out to the fields. I beat a computer up. I buy a fairly inexpensive computer because I know I'm replacing it the next year.
And you thought the police would want that, but you didn't give it to them?
The police never contacted me again. I assumed that they were doing their job and didn't want my interference.
So you told your friends in this car ride, that was in February, right?
To one of them, yes.
The one where you're telling Darla Lukenbaugh about the fact that you bought this gun kit?
Yes.
And at that point, you had already bought State's Exhibit 26, the full gun from the gun show, correct?
If I hadn't bought it, I was close to buying it. I'm not sure the exact date of the car ride in February.
In fact, you had not only bought this gun during that car ride, but you were actively bidding on the slide and barrel. Isn't that right?
Yes, probably. If it was after the 15th of February that we did this.
And we'll get to the slide and barrel in a minute, but your testimony and what your defense has asserted in their opening statements was that you bought that slide and barrel for writing.
That's true.
But you didn't tell your friends about the slide and barrel.
I was more on the story than I was on the gun kit.
Right. You would agree that you never told law enforcement that you owned this ghost gun kit?
No, because this ghost gun kit, despite the fact you refer to it as a weapon on a regular basis, is not a weapon unless I hit somebody over the head with the case. There's nothing about that gun kit that's a gun, except that if you spend a few hours and put it together, it could be a gun. But I've got eggs and flour in my pantry, and that's not an omelet either until you put it together.
And you would agree that you also never told the police about the slide and barrel that you purchased on eBay?
Mr. Overstreet, when I talked to the police in June, they asked me specific questions. My husband had just died. The fact that I was coherent at all is a miracle. The fact that they never came back to me after that for a follow-up interview, thought was shocking. You know, I thought this was on the police. This wasn't on me. The police said, "We're handling this. You just go home and rest. You know, you go home and take it one day at a time," you know. And they never contacted me again, except for the things that they asked me for, which was Dan's schedule. I got that to them, and I was having trouble with their email, but I did what I was asked to do.
Are you declining to answer my question?
Perhaps not. What was your question?
That was a lengthy answer for not remembering my question.
Well, I go off on tangents.
So I asked you, is it true that you did not tell the police about the slide and barrel?
It is true. I did not tell the police about the slide and barrel.
The slide and barrel that would fit perfectly on the gun show gun that you purchased.
The slide and barrel that I was using for research for my writing, I did not tell them about that.
You can answer that question?
I did. I said I did not tell them.
Would you agree that it fit on the gun that you bought from the gun shop?
It was the same thing. It could have been interchanged, yes.
So although you owned, well, we'll get to that in just a second. When exactly did you put the ghost gun in storage?
Somewhere between June 2nd and September 5th when I was arrested. I have no idea.
How big was your property?
We had half an acre.
Half an acre. You're sure of that?
I'm positive of that.
Got some conflicting testimony, as you might remember.
Yes, but it was testimony from a woman who lived in an apartment who thought any amount of lawn was going to be huge. You
So
know.
you had a half an acre,
Yes,
and it's true that lot behind your house was not 5 acres, right? It was actually just about an acre.
it could have been slightly larger. I think I've seen the plot, and it was something like 1.3, but that's been a long time ago, and I could be wrong.
You talked about the interview with the police and how that was, you just found out your husband died, and it's very hard to remember everything that you talked about in there. But you do recall that you didn't have any trouble telling them about the firearm that you had purchased at the gun show, correct? In fact, you told them the whole story about why and how you purchased the gun.
Detective Merrill said, "Does Dan have any guns?" Dan owned half a Glock. I told him about the full Glock. And I'm not trying to be sarcastic here, although I thought, listening to that sentence, it came out snotty, which wasn't really the way I wanted it to come out. But what I will tell you is he asked me, I answered him the best way I knew how.
Why didn't you just say, yes, we have a gun?
I was trying to be helpful to the police at this point so they would know what was going on. You know, at this point, I thought they were going to find my husband's killer. I didn't think they were going to say, let's look at the one person who didn't kill him.
But instead of just answering, yes, we have a gun, and it's at home, you actually made sure to give them a full story as to how and why you purchased that gun.
Mr. Overstreet, you are having trouble keeping me quiet now because I tell stories as I'm talking to you. Do you think I was less than that with the police when I'm upset? This is how I talk. I tell full stories to illustrate what I'm saying.
Even though you were just informed of your husband's murder.
Well, apparently it didn't make me quieter. It just made me more upset.
And you paid cash for that gun?
Yes, we did.
Your attorney made a big deal out of you purchasing things with your debit card or credit card.
Right?
Why would you pay cash at the gun show?
Well, actually, that was Stan's idea. And when we talked about it and what have you, he said, here's $400 in cash. You get cash from your thing. So I went on Dan's idea on that.
Didn't you actually withdraw the $400?
I withdrew the $400, but he gave me $400 in addition, and he gave me cash.
Okay, I don't know that I quite understand that. Didn't you withdraw $400 from your on-point account?
After he had given me the first $400
How did he give you $400?
in cash.
Where did that come from?
Dan has cash at the house. Dan operates a cash business. You know, he sells eggs. He sells crap on the cart. He operates with a lot of cash.
Okay, so he gave you, and we'll talk about that too. So he gives you $400. You then go to On Point and withdraw $400. So you have $800 cash.
I do.
What did you do with the remaining $300?
Well, it wasn't a remaining $300. As they were taking the gun apart to show me how it worked, they sold me, but I didn't have a receipt on this. They sold me some oil that they thought I was going to need. And in addition, I had bought a book on Glocks in general. So what did I do with the probably 200 plus, but not much plus? I don't know. Maybe I gave part back to Dan. That was a long time ago. It wasn't that essential to me. I have no memory of what I did with it.
You didn't put it back in your bank account?
Maybe Dan and I went out to dinner. Who knows? You know, but I could have just as easily given it back to Dan.
Okay.
The very idea that Nancy would have no idea as to what she did with the remaining money doesn't add up with the previous testimony she has given, where she goes in depth on what she said or did on random dates, 10 years in the past. But regardless, she seems to have realized that things are not going well. She continues to glance over to her counsel, who isn't objecting or helping her in any way. She is getting argumentative and annoyed whenever the prosecution negates her answers, and it's clear that she is losing credibility as time goes on, even to her. In previous videos where we have looked at manipulative criminals like Tony Todt, it was clear that throughout his testimony, he believed he was winning the jury over, and that everyone believed his story. Nancy was incredibly similar, up until this point. Pay attention to how many times she looks over towards her counsel for help, as she now seems to realize how much of her own narrative doesn't make any sense, and how she is losing this battle.
Told detectives, and I believe you testified to this as well, that you got home with that gun and looked at it, thought it was heavy, ugly, some other maybe descriptive terms you used, I'm not quite sure right now. But you realized you didn't want it. You and Dan both realized you didn't want it.
I think we were both ambivalent about it still. That this didn't really solve the problem, but I think we went back and forth for months before we bought it and for weeks after we bought it.
Okay, so you didn't decide you didn't want it that day.
That's right.
Got it home, you took it, did you handle it?
Oh, sure. We both did.
What did you do to handle it?
Well, you know, we pulled it out and we looked at it. And I mean, how would I have known it was heavy if I hadn't held it? You know, and, you know, somebody testified earlier that there were two little dark hairs that were in the slide. In our house, who had two little short dark hairs was not me. You know, that would have been Dan. He handled it.
Did you see him handle it?
Yeah, I was right there.
And what did he do with it?
He looked at it, he picked it up, he messed with it, he pointed it toward the backyard, so, you know, even though it had no bullets in it. You know, I don't recall, we had a great conversation about it, but he definitely handled it.
Did you ever remove the slide and barrel?
Oh, sure, I played with it.
Oh, you did remove the slide and barrel.
Sure.
Oh.
I didn't think that was a secret.
Well, you didn't tell the police that.
The police didn't ask me whether I'd removed the sliding barrel.
You told the police that you got it home and that you realized how much you didn't want it and you put it away and never touched it again. Do you remember that?
I could have said that, but I was upset at the time, so that was probably an exaggeration. I handled the gun. You know, I may not have loved it, but I was still curious about it. And keep in mind, I'm writing a story about a gun, and I need to research guns so I can have it. But yes, I didn't, you know, I touched the gun.
Yeah. And so your testimony today, after hearing all the testimony and seeing all the evidence on the screen, your testimony today is that you have removed that slide and barrel.
I have.
So you know how to do it.
Yeah.
It's not that hard, right?
Oh, it's terribly hard. I broke 2 nails doing it. Don't believe them when they say it's not that hard. You can't just whip it off the way they do it. You have to hold the gun a certain way. You have to pull it back. I broke 2 nails pulling it back, and I thought, this isn't any fun. And you would be shocked at how hard it is to do. You know, yeah, if you've handled guns all your life, I'm sure it's a piece of cake. But I can tell you, for me, it was not.
In the couple of minutes that have gone by, Nancy looked over at her counsel 5 times, whereas previously she hardly looked at them at all. Similarly, her statements here lack reasoning. If she had handled it and had a quirky little anecdote about how awful her experience handling the gun had been, why would she have not remembered to say as much to the police? Why would she have instead lied and said she never touched it? Her own mannerisms are destroying her argument.
So you remove the slide and barrel.
Yes?
You can see that it's nearly identical to the ghost gun slide and barrel, correct?
I'd have to look at both of them now, but I would say yes.
Let's do that.
Oh, yeah, we can look at, okay.
I'm not going to hand these to you. I'm just going to show them to you.
Yes,
Agree that these look nearly identical.
I would agree that they look identical, but they obviously are not. One of them is quite a bit longer than the other one,
Quite a bit longer.
which makes them not identical. When you're circling the little things on which find 5 things in this picture that aren't identical, you would circle that.
Right. This one is slightly shorter.
Yes?
Glock 19 ghost gun. What else is not identical about this gun?
Well,
Slide
one of,
barrel.
one of them obviously has a zip tie on it, but they are similar, is what I would say, but they are not identical.
Can you see the back?
Yes? I agree they're similar.
Can you see the top?
I agree they're similar.
I'm not going to point this at you, but can you see the barrel?
I can.
Okay. Anything about this side that is not exactly the same?
I would ask you this, as you're demonstrating this, does it fit on the other gun? No. Does that make it not identical? Yes.
And you knew it didn't fit, right?
I knew it didn't fit because I knew that I had a book on Glocks, and in order for a Glock to work, it had to work the right way.
You knew it didn't fit, and then you bought a slide and barrel that would fit the gun show gun, right?
No, I bought a slide and barrel that was the same one. I could have easily bought one that fit the ghost gun, but I did not. I bought this one.
Why would you buy another slide and barrel to fit the ghost gun when you couldn't build it? You already own it. You own this piece right here. You own this.
Yes?
So why would you buy another one?
You know, if a trigger had been available, I would have bought a trigger. I'm telling you, I was fascinated with gun pieces at that point because I was writing a story on gun pieces and making it into a gun.
There's a trigger in this kit.
Yes, and I would have bought another one if I'd had it. I figured if I could construct them together the way the character would have, it would have worked fine.
But Miss Brophy, you didn't buy other gun pieces. You bought a slide and barrel that would fit this gun.
That's true.
No other pieces did you buy.
No, but I wasn't finished shopping either.
You were worried. Your counsel said this. I don't know if you believe it or agree with it, but I'm going to ask you. You needed to buy that slide and barrel because you were worried about taking this gun apart?
Yes.
Okay. But you just testified that you took the slide and barrel off of it.
That's not taking the gun apart. We're talking about if we took the slide and barrel itself completely apart, could I put it back together and have a gun that wouldn't backfire on me and kill me? You know, and so the fact that when I said to Dan, I can take this gun, the real gun, not the kit plated gun, apart, and it'll help me do this. Dan said, no, 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 no. I've seen you in action. That's a mistake. Let's keep it together. We may get to sell it.
I'm not talking about taking the entire gun apart.
Okay?
I'm talking about the slide and barrel. The
Yes?
critical piece of information, as you know now, if you didn't know before this trial, you know now the slide and barrel is at issue, right?
Yes?
You keep talking about the gun and taking it apart and all that. I'm talking about the slide and barrel.
Mm-hmm.
You have a gun complete,
Mm-hmm.
slide and barrel intact. You know how to remove it. In fact, you did.
Mm-hmm.
You can manipulate the slide and barrel separate and apart from the rest of the gun,
Mm-hmm.
but you chose to buy the exact same piece. Is that right?
Yes, but I have a caveat on that too.
Of course. Go ahead.
The caveat I have on that was I wasn't thinking, hey, this would work that way. I was thinking because for me, the gun was the gun, the toy was the toy, the pieces were the toy.
I'm not talking about the ghost gun, Miss Brophy.
We're talking about the difference between the slide and the barrel.
I'm not talking about the ghost gun.
Okay.
I thought when you said caveat that you're going to explain to us why in the world, when you already own this exact piece, you would need to buy another one days later. Within days.
What I can tell you is, it was for writing. It was not to, as you would have it, murder my husband.
Why isn't this for writing? What's the difference?
Are you tapping the ghost gun, or are you tapping the full gun? That isn't for writing because that isn't the story.
Your Honor, at this point, if counsel's going to be aggressive, I would ask that he not have a gun.
What the difference is?
Okay, hold on a sec. I'm gonna allow him to hold the gun.
Explain to me what the difference is between this piece right here that I'm pointing to, the slide barrel that you removed yourself,
Mm-hmm.
and the one that you bought on eBay.
I thought we just went through that.
You're telling me you couldn't use this for writing.
No, that was the end piece. That was for protection. The other was for research.
So at this point, you spent over $1,000 in guns and gun parts.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
By the time you buy the eBay slide and barrel, you're upwards around $1,500. About.
About.
Your attorney seemed to indicate that you happened upon the eBay slide and barrel.
Yes.
It was just a pop-up ad.
No, it wasn't a pop-up ad.
That's what she said.
Well, if that's what she said, then I probably said that to her at one point or another, but it wasn't something that, the slide and barrel was a, did you say that? Sorry. I didn't happen upon it. At the point that I decided I wanted to do this, I tend to be impulsive, and I bought it because I wanted it.
At this point, Nancy knows her credibility is shot. She just said that she probably told her counsel a false story, which they used in her defense, about how she shot the gun. And she was so flustered that she looked at her counsel after saying she might have said that to ask, "Did I say that?" It's as if she is purposely trying to help the prosecution by being as inept as possible.
Where is it?
I have no idea. If you'd asked me on the day of my arrest, I would have told you that it was either in the house or it was either in storage. I haven't seen it for months and months and months and months. So,
And you just bought it in February and got it at the very last day of February, right? February 28th?
could be. I don't know. I mean, I'm not looking at my notes.
You didn't lose this gun.
No,
You didn't lose the gun kit.
the gun kit went to the police. The gun went to the police. I didn't have to worry about packing that.
Miss Brophy, I'm talking about the time leading up to the murder.
Oh, all right. No, I knew where it was.
You knew where the ghost gun was.
It was on the floor of my closet.
You knew where that gun was.
Yes. And I would tell you that the slide was on the floor of my closet next to the ghost gun.
Just sitting on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Just like literally sitting on the floor.
Well, it wasn't in the middle. It was tucked next to, rather than behind, next to an armoire I had in the closet.
Okay. When's the last time you saw it?
That's what I was saying. I can't remember. I have no idea when the last time I saw it was. I know that I messed with it in February. I know I messed with it in March, but I can't remember seeing it after that.
If you were in the jury listening to this woman recount various inane instances of her life, from what she did every day to the things that happened once while on vacation, would you then believe that she would lose something she claimed was vital to her research? Would you believe that she wouldn't be able to recall exactly where she had it last and what she did with it? Because I wouldn't.
Why didn't you make an attempt to locate it and mark it for the police like you did the ghost gun?
I stumbled across the ghost gun when I was packing. That's why I marked the box. In my mind, I had a list of things I thought the police might come back and ask me for, and I thought the ghost gun would be among them.
Moments earlier, she said she put the ghost gun kit and their computers in a box specifically because she thought the cops might ask for it later on. But now she has changed that into she thought that they might use it later, and she just so happened to stumble upon the kit while packing. And that's why she packed it for the police. Those are two very different things. If you are trying to absolve yourself of suspicion after your husband was murdered with a gun that matched the one you own.
Do you see the irony in not being able to locate that, and that being the allegation that that was the murder weapon?
You know, I see nothing ironic about this case at all. I see nothing happy about this case at all.
You're aware that the police searched your storage unit,
I am?
your pods,
Yes?
your house.
Yes?
You're aware that they even opened up your appliances inside your house to search for
I was
guns.
not aware of that.
Okay. You would agree that you've previously written about hiding weapons inside appliances, correct? One of your books?
Maybe, but I don't remember that.
Are you aware that they even opened up a wall to search for a gun?
Yes, they did it after the house went into 8 months after they had gotten the search warrant. They went back with a new search warrant just before it closed.
So they did all that searching,
Mm-hmm.
got the ghost gun,
Mm-hmm.
couldn't find the slide and barrel from eBay.
Mm-hmm.
But you stored a lot of stuff in your niece's basement, didn't you?
I did. But the stuff I stored in my niece's basement happened after the police were finished with the house. That was everything that was at the end. So the police had either looked at it or they hadn't.
You didn't store anything anywhere else before your arrest?
No,
And you're sure that nothing went to your niece's house?
I'm positive nothing went to my niece's house until after. Oh, wait, let me back up just a minute because there's a fact here. Susan had left some clothes. For a while, they had been at Sarah's house before Dan died. And I'm going to say maybe as long as a year before Dan died, I went and got all the boxes that Susan had left and put them in our storage building so that when Susan came, I was able to give those to her sister and she took them home. So I have had things stored at Sarah's house in the past.
Ms. Brophy, I'm going to come back to that in a minute. But I believe your answer was that you did have the discovery, you reviewed it.
Yes?
Okay. And you do realize or did realize that this slide and barrel that was outstanding was a central issue in this case.
Yes, probably 8 months after my arrest, I realized that.
Okay. And you understand that today?
Yes.
Now, you've testified, well, we've heard different things from your interview with the police and what you've said on the stand, that you sort of hated guns, you didn't like them, but then you became interested in them for writing, then for safety, and then you seemed to have taken quite an interest after that in guns. Is that safe to say?
I would say the irony is that we bought a gun to protect us, and it didn't protect us.
I'm just asking about your interest in guns.
My interest in guns were twofold. One is the protection, which it didn't work, and second is the writing, which has nothing to do with guns, but has to do with gun pieces.
Right. But you said you became obsessed with firearms.
I was obsessed with the writing and the gun pieces, not with firearms. You know, I wasn't investigating AR-15s or shotguns or anything like that.
Just Glocks?
Just a handgun that would protect my character.
And you did a lot of research online?
Not yet. I've started it.
Watching Nancy continue to lie about basic things and negate her own story is downright infuriating. She goes from stating she was obsessed with researching guns because her story, to saying she researched for months prior to purchasing a gun kit or a gun, to now saying she hadn't really started researching at all. In essence, she just negated her entire former testimony. At this point, Nancy had been on the stand for hours, between 2 days, and has lost track of her former statements. She appears to just be trying to disagree with what the prosecution is alleging, even if it was something she had said in the past. It's as if she just doesn't want to agree with the prosecution because she doesn't like him and wants to make his job harder. The jury watching has spent the past day and a half listening to her statements, and if any number of them had believed her story, they would have jumped ship here, seeing as she is now saying that the things she previously claimed were a part of her personality and way of writing were not true.
Didn't you just testify, like,
That I started researching, that I research online all the time, but I wasn't finished researching by any stretch of the imagination.
you'd been to a gun show,
Yes,
bought a gun,
yes,
bought a ghost gun, went through that whole process?
right.
When did you go to the gun range?
I never have been to a gun range.
Never been to a gun range. So you're doing this research, you're getting ready to do this writing, you have all these people around you that know about guns and own guns and have maybe even done some research themselves for their own books.
Mhm.
And why didn't you ever talk to Nathaniel about guns?
I have talked to Nathaniel about guns. There was a point I was writing a story early on, and I told him I needed a gun, a type of gun that I could have my hero use, and he gave me the name and explained why.
When was that?
Well, you know, it was probably 2010. Had been a while before.
So in 2018, 2017, 2018, you had known for years that Nathaniel had knowledge about guns.
Yes, but sorry,
You talked to Dan's brothers about guns?
they owned them, or at least Bill owned them.
And did you talk to Tanya Medlin and her husband about guns?
Apparently Dan talked to him more than I did, but yeah.
And Terry Reed?
No, I don't think Terry Reed and I discussed guns at all.
What about your other writer friends, including Jesse Smith?
Jesse Smith, Salute. I probably talked briefly to Linda Smith, but I knew how she felt. And Linda Smith does not write that kind of a story anyway.
Why didn't you talk to Matt Gitchell about guns?
Well, I didn't know that he was an authority.
Why not follow up with Tony Hall, who you knew was an authority?
Tony Hall was really Dan's friend. I mean, I knew him, but I never ran into him.
Why didn't you do any research at the gun show or go to a gun store and talk to them?
Because I wasn't ready to write the story yet.
Oh,
That
right.
would have come.
In fact, the company that you bought the gun through, J&B Firearms, that's actually a gun store that's very close to your house, right?
It turned out to be, yeah.
They had recommended that you go to Threat Dynamics or that gun range that we've seen a couple of times. You never went to Threat Dynamics?
Never.
You've never gone to the Tri-County Gun Club?
Is that the one that we keep talking about out on 26?
No.
Oh, well, no, I've never been there.
Where were you going on the 26th when you were out near that gun range?
Oh, on the 2 random days in March that we've been talking about off and on? Is that what you're asking me about now?
Yes.
Okay. Dan and I had decided that that was an area we wanted to look at. I'm driving around frequently out there trying to look to see if there's any property, anything that leaps out at us, anything that is all the requirements Dan has. The land has to be flat for gardening. The land has to be fairly treeless so that we don't have the shadow hanging over it. I know what he requires, and I know what I need in the house.
Isn't
You
that
know?
state land out there?
It is after fashion, and that's why I didn't go all the way out to where you're saying it was. I went out after fashion, came back.
You just drove out there randomly, were there less than a couple of minutes, and then headed back to Portland on
No,
the
I
26th?
didn't, I didn't do any of the, wait, let's stop. Ask your question to me again, and let me see if
On
I
the
may.
26th, the first day, I believe it was a
Okay.
Monday,
Right,
while Dan was at work,
right,
you drove out to that area.
right.
And according to cell site location information, it appears that you drove out there, turned around, and drove back.
I don't think I drove that far out there. I mean, I know that it's out there. I know because we've talked about it and talked about it and talked about it, but I have never, ever, ever been there. And if I had been going there, I would have gone there with Dan, and I would have gone there with, we ended up at the closest I got to it, we had what, 2 minutes, 10 minutes that I could have spent there? I can think if I was just going out to fire a gun at dirt, that I could have found someplace a whole lot closer to my house than driving an hour and a half to make that happen.
So you knew about that gun range.
I had heard about the gun range from the J&B people.
In fact, that's your handwriting, right?
I
On
don't
the
know, I haven't seen that note in ages.
receipt.
For those keeping track, Nancy has now stated once again that she was deeply researching guns and how to use them at this time, after saying, less than 10 minutes ago, she barely had begun to research them and hardly touched them. She also was stating that she has no recollection of what she did on very relevant days, despite being able to recall incredibly fine details of other later dates with no issue.
So you knew it was there, though.
And I'm not sure that is my handwriting as I'm thinking about it. I think they wrote it down.
Okay.
But I can look at the note again and tell you.
Let's not get lost in the weeds here.
Okay.
You know about the gun range. They
I
told
knew
you
about the
it.
gun range.
Your car just happens to be out in that area on the 26th. I'm sorry, your phone happens to be out in that area on the 26th.
And what I can tell you is, Delilah Marvell's property is west of Banks. Vernonia is northwest. The area Dan wanted to look in is this area, and I was looking, and I can tell you, we'd been looking for a while. You'll see if you went back and looked at my locations at the kiosk. I frequently was in that area looking, once again, property, what would work. I'm all over town. Now, to be perfectly honest, I don't remember doing any of this, but I'm sure I did it. And since you brought it up so often, I have seriously thought about it. But all I can tell you is it wasn't a day where I thought, whoa, this will be new and different. This was just a day. And I'm assuming the reason I'm driving around out there in that area is because I look for property. This is not a situation where I have a clear memory of it. This is a situation where if I was out there on 2 random days in March, then what was happening was I was probably looking for property. And that is my best guess.
Didn't you have lunch with someone that day
I could have. I don't remember.
in Portland?
I have no idea. I mean, let's go back. Let's look at the records. I can probably reconstruct, but where does it say I had lunch?
Didn't you go to Nicholas's restaurant in Northeast Portland on Broadway on the 26th?
Okay, I could have.
Does that sound familiar?
I go there frequently. I have a friend who really likes to go there, and we frequently meet and talk about writing there.
And who were you meeting there?
Oh, well, it's somebody who hasn't testified. It's a woman named Marilyn Hull. Hull, H-U-L-L.
So on the 26th, you get up, you Google how to load a Glock 9mm. You drive out to an area that
Wait, I don't know that I Googled that, but if you say I did, I'd like to see that. But I could have. I mean, once again, I am messing with gun pieces, I am not messing with research. I am not messing with, so I could have put that in that morning if I had some spare time, because I don't think I gave up the gun research until the beginning of April, when I knew I had to get back and finish my other story. Part of the problem is if you don't finish the story you're on, then you have story pieces everywhere. And people say, what's the most difficult thing about writing a book? It's finishing the book. You have to force yourself to finish it. When you've written yourself into a hole, it's real easy to see a new idea out there that would be more interesting. You have to go back and force yourself. So yeah, I had a few months where I flirted with guns, but real frankly, my goal was to finish the book I was on.
Okay, so in March, you are doing research at that point.
I could be, yes,
And can we go ahead and put up State's Exhibit 82?
sure.
Go there to March 26th, 10:13 a.m. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm,
Searching, loading a 9mm Glock.
okay,
Immediately after that, searching, cleaning a Glock.
okay,
And then you get in your car,
okay.
drive out to an area that has now been established as where that Wolf Creek gun range is.
I don't know why I put this back on. Okay, but I can guarantee you that I wouldn't have gone that far, and the reason why is because that's all forested land, and it's higher elevation than what Dan wanted. But I'm not gonna tell you I wasn't out there, because I probably was. You know, you've got video that shows my phone visited it.
Then you're out there for no time at all, basically turn around and drive straight back into Northeast Portland for lunch.
That could be.
Okay.
It could be that, that could have happened. I drive a lot in my job. I also drive a lot for meditation, for work, for writing.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
You're saying you drove around 2 random days in March. I'm saying my best guess is I was looking for property. But my best guess could have been I was still filling a plot hole too. Are you following me? Then I don't know what I was doing. I'm giving you what I regard as great possibilities of what I was doing.
Great. So you have a nice lunch, you go home.
Mm-hmm.
The next morning, you get up and do the same thing.
Okay,
Dan's at work again.
okay,
You drive out to the same area,
mm-hmm,
exact same area,
mm-hmm.
but you're there for longer. Do you recall that?
I recall the testimony that I've heard.
I'm asking if you recall.
No. No, these are 2 random. I drive all the time. I don't think about this. I drive when I'm thinking about the story. I drive when I'm working. I work all over this whole area. No, I don't recall 2 random days in March that I was driving around. I can tell you for sure I never went to the gun range.
So let's break this down. Nancy is trying to argue that she didn't go out to a gun range on the day in question and was just looking at property, although she has virtually no memory about this day. The same way, she has no memory about the morning her husband was brutally murdered in cold blood. However, her phone was pinged near a gun range that she had written down directions to, and she had searched multiple different things about firing and cleaning her gun that day. With that in mind, it is more likely that she just drove out to a gun range to look at nearby property and got so close to the range that her phone seemed to ping from inside it, or that she went to the gun range, looked up various things involving using her gun, and then went home. Obviously, the second one is more likely, but Nancy is trying to sell a ridiculous version of events that she isn't willing to state happened with any certainty, because, according to her, she has no idea how this happened. She also uses words like "you're saying" or "you're telling me" if this were to happen, and more, trying to get across that she, personally, doesn't even believe that the evidence that has been brought to the court is, in fact, real. So in her mind, there is a conspiracy against her from the police, the prosecution, and possibly even her phone company that turned over the record of her searches, trying to make it appear as if she went to a gun range when she didn't. Sure, that makes sense.
Would it surprise you that that's the only 2 times that your phone, as far back as the phone records go that we have, when you head out that way, that it's the only time you don't go all the way to the coast?
No, that can't possibly be true. And the reason why that can't possibly be true is because I have a lot of clients in Vernonia, and I would have gone out to see them, if nothing else, during Medicare season. You know, I have clients, I drive all over. I love Vernonia. I think it is a charming little town. But that does not mean that that could possibly have been the only times I was out there that I didn't go to the coast.
Do you agree on the 26th and 27th you didn't go to Vernonia?
I don't remember going to Vernonia, but your records show that I didn't go to Vernonia, and I'm willing to believe you.
I want to talk about Dan's routines.
Okay.
We've got a lot of testimony in this case. I think you'd agree that he held a pretty strict routine. Is that correct?
Yes,
Whatever it was, whether it was what time he left for work or
depending on the day. He
Sure.
held a strict routine depending on what his schedule was for the day.
I think you testified that within a 30-minute window is pretty much he got up at the same time every day. Didn't matter if he was going to work.
That's absolutely true.
What time was that?
It was between 4 and 4:30.
That's when he would wake up? Mm-hmm. Okay. And I think you testified to, and I know you told the police that he walked the dogs, take care of the chickens, sometimes go get you coffee. That was pretty routine for him. Okay. Anything else?
He frequently, if he needed to do something like go to Wojimaya in the morning, he would do that. He did shopping for his class or for whatever he was doing, usually early in the morning.
Okay.
You know, he worked in the garden early in the morning.
It sounds like you two kind of did your own thing during the day. Like he would go to work, you had your things to do, like you would have go and meet clients, things like that. But you didn't work together.
That's not true. We frequently worked together.
You worked at OCI?
No, but we worked together on different things. If he had a class outside of OCI, for example, I might take things down to him. I took things down to OCI for Dan 3 to 4 times a month because he would get to school and realize he had left something. So we worked together in terms of doing things, but not necessarily on projects.
Right.
Am I being clear?
Not really.
Okay, good.
So would you say that generally you knew where Dan was?
Yes, I would say that.
And in general, would he know where you were?
In general, he would know where I was.
You guys would communicate, I'm going to work, or I'm coming home, or whatever.
Yes, or, you know, I sold a policy, or the dogs are having an issue, or whatever. We were in constant contact.
Okay. And in general, I know it depends on what kind of stuff is happening at OCI. On the weekends, did Dan generally leave around the same time?
In general, did Dan leave around the same time every day? No, it would depend on what his schedule was. You know, if he was working weekends, he left at a different time. If he was working days, he worked at a different time. If he was going mushroom hunting, he left at a different
Right.
time.
Listen to the question. The question
Okay.
is, on the weekends,
All right.
when going to OCI,
Right?
did he generally leave at the same time?
I would say within a 30-minute window, yeah.
And on June 2nd,
Mm-hmm.
did you expect for him to leave earlier that day because of the live fire?
It wouldn't have surprised me for him to, but Dan was always prepared. Dan took being a Boy Scout to heart, and he was always prepared. We went to a party where somebody cut themselves with a knife. Who had a medical kit? Dan. You know, he was Mr. Prepared. So he could have left earlier. He could have been well enough prepared that he didn't need to.
And in preparation for that live fire, he actually took 2 carts down to the school the day before, correct?
That wasn't in preparation for the live fire. He took
Okay.
he took 2 carts down because he does that every weekend.
Gotcha. He does that every Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I hate to commit to every Friday. He does it every weekend, but the days he chooses to do it are his days.
And you were aware that he did that Friday, June 1st?
I was.
Okay. And you know Dan generally parks on 17th in front of the Culinary Institute?
No, I think he parks there a fair amount, but he also parks on Madison. He rarely uses the lot because he's one of the lucky people who have a parking sticker.
Right. He can park on the street.
Yeah, and he parks wherever he parks. I mean, I don't think he has assigned parking or even his idea of assigned parking.
Does it make sense to you, though, that when he is bringing things to the school, that he would park on 17th so that he could unload and load into the school?
That would make sense. But I would also say when he and the Starbucks across the street were doing 5-gallon buckets of coffee grounds, he parked on Jefferson so he could deal with that.
You stated that you knew that the doors would usually be locked at the school. Is that true?
The doors were always locked. As far as I know, I don't know of an incident where anything but the student door would have been opened, that people could have gone in and out.
We'll talk about the school in a little bit more in just a
Okay.
second. You sort of mentioned this, actually, I think you did mention it, that Dan always had cash.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just kind of the guy he was? He liked to deal in cash as opposed to cards and credit cards?
He operated with cash, and so he needed a lot of ones because of the cart. So he frequently would have little money bundles of ones at home from either money he'd made off the cart or what have you. He operated with cash more, but it was largely for the cart.
Right. And it's true that he often didn't even know how much money was in his own account, right?
Dan was more routine than that. I wouldn't say he didn't know how much was in his account. I would say it differently. I would say Dan had the reason why we broke up our finances the way we did was because his expenses were much more routine and he could figure out his money based upon the fact his check was much more routine than my life was.
Right. But he would actually reach out to you to ask you if his check had been deposited, right?
Yes, occasionally he would call me and say, I need you to look at the bank account and tell me this or that.
Nancy admits to being in charge of the finances in the home so much that Dan would often ask her to look at the accounts for him and make them make sense. This kind of trust is why Nancy was able to incur tens of thousands of dollars in debt in Dan's name and destroy their ability to retire in the time frame they had wanted. Previous to this, Nancy had tried to state that her and Dan were a team, that he was well aware of their financial situation, and that they had a plan to get out of debt that involved Dan waiting until he was 70 to retire. Dan had no idea that this was the plan. He told his students and colleagues as much, and Nancy used that to her advantage. Past this point, there is another hour and a half of testimony, in which Nancy doubles back multiple times, denies things she previously stated as fact, and more. But in an effort to be precise, we can end the video here. Dan Brophy was an amazing man who unfortunately married a vile woman. Nancy was sentenced to life in prison, but that is hardly justice, as the world still turns without a truly amazing person. A good many people commented on the original video with their own experiences about Dan, and I urge you to read some of their comments, as they really shed a light on what an extraordinary person he was. If you have made it to this part in the video, please consider liking and subscribing. If you have a case you would like to see covered, let us know in the comments down below or email me at dreading.official@gmail.com. With that said, have a great day and stay safe. Following the shooting, the news descended on the story, and as Curtis claimed in the interrogation footage, he got a lawyer, and immediately his story changed. No longer was he unconfident that he had been struck. Now he was certain of it. The punch just managed to be missed by his wife, the woman seated next to him, multiple third-party witnesses, and the security camera. His lawyers put out a statement affirming that Curtis, as an elderly man, was scared that Chad was going to kill him and his wife, and so he sought to defend himself using the standard ground law. Standard ground laws provide that people may use deadly force when they reasonably believe it is going to be necessary to defend against certain violent crimes. Under such a law, people have no duty to retreat before using deadly force in self-defense, so as long as they are in a place where they are lawfully present. This means that Curtis, who had instigated both encounters with Chad, previously admitted to not being sure if he had been struck in the face, and had claimed that shooting Chad was entirely unnecessary on his part, and would be arguing that it was necessary. The defense would have to overcome their own client's statements. However, it would be 8 long years before Curtis would have his day in court, at which point his defense attorney, Dino Michaels, had come up with their argument, which was basically that, even though all Chad had done was thrown popcorn at him, he was so old that this was a sign of deadly force. He claimed that since Chad was younger, stronger, and posed a more physical threat towards Curtis, Chad had no other options to de-escalate the situation, and was forced to protect himself through shooting him in the chest. Nicole came out against this statement, claiming that it was insulting to the facts of what had occurred. Years had passed since the event, and by the time it went to trial, Curtis was looking noticeably older. He needed to walk with a cane and had lost a considerable amount of hair, which worked to make him look more vulnerable. On February 24th, 2022, Curtis Reeves took the stand in his own defense. For the first hour and 40 some odd minutes, the defense focused their questioning on Curtis's age and training. They went through his life, his times in the Navy, his time in the police, and working security for Busch Gardens, and Curtis focused on how he had seen multiple instances of violence. He never went into explicit detail about times he had been previously attacked, or instances in the force where he needed to take measures to defend himself, but stated that there were many, and each came with their own issues. After going over his work history in a vague but purposeful manner, Curtis then spoke about his health and the various ailments that had befallen him. He had a herniated disc, issues with his knees, and various other medical issues that caused him tremendous pain when he so much as walked. He discussed how standing on his feet for long periods of time was impossible, and that he often used the cane to move around. The defense was also sure to clarify that he didn't always need a cane, as he had previously been seen without it. This line of questioning was made to serve one purpose, and that was to obviously age him. In our society, we view the elderly as weak and incapable. We see them as completely unable to take care of themselves, and so when you point to this man and discuss all of his medical maladies, the immediate thought is, well, if he can't walk, how could he have defended himself? It should also be noted that 8 years earlier, when he shot Nicole and Chad at the Cobb Theater, he didn't need a cane. He had certain medical issues, but he was incredibly healthy for his age. The defense also showcased all of the permits that Curtis had at the time of the shooting. And at that point, nearly 2 hours into Curtis's questioning, they finally began to discuss the shooting.
Getting back now to the theater, I believe we left off where you had been waiting a bit in the lobby for Matt, you and Mrs. Reeves, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And then you indicated that you proceeded to go into the theater after buying some popcorn and a drink, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you went into the theater, where did you sit?
We sat on the very last row, almost in the middle of the theater. There's a wall that at the very back of the theater, there's a wall. We were right up against that wall.
Was it still pretty early on, meaning that the previews
Yes,
were not playing? You were just there for a period of time?
The lights were up. There may have been something on the screen. We weren't paying much attention. It was probably housekeeping stuff like the concession stand, that sort of stuff.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether Mr. and Mrs. Olson were likewise seated in front of you and your wife?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long of time passed during that period of time before the previews started?
I'm going to guess 10 minutes maybe, or I don't know exactly, 10 or 15 minutes because we got there rather early.
Okay. And during those 10 or 15 minutes, did you notice whether Mr. Olson was using his phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you, during that time, at any point in time, interrupt his using of the phone and tell him to stop using the phone or anything like that?
Not until after the preview started.
Okay. And so for those 10 or 15 minutes, you and Vivian sat there, discussed whatever you all were discussing, is that correct?
I had texted my son and told him where we were sitting so he could find us, and other than that, just talking, I guess.
Okay. At some point in time, does an announcement come on?
I think right about the end of the advertisement says the turn off your cell phone graphic, I guess you could say, and then they announced to turn off your cell phones, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And did the previews then start?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay. And so the previews start, the announcement has already come on, and were you looking at the previews?
Yes, sir.
And was your wife, Mrs. Reeves, also looking at the previews?
As far as I know.
And why were you looking at the previews?
Well, that's kind of how we decide what shows we're going to see. We kind of look at the trailers.
To see what's coming?
To see what's coming, and then we'll decide whether or not we want to come.
Okay. At some point in time while you were viewing those previews, did you notice a light shining in the theater?
Yes, sir, I did. I noticed off to my right, over who turned out to be Mr. Olson's left shoulder, was a cell phone.
And was that light shining on you?
It was shining in my face. Yeah, I tried to adjust my seat position, but it was still shining in my face.
What did you do at that point?
I waited for a while after they started because I don't know how long. I waited to see if he would put it away, if he was interested in what was on the screen or not, and it never went away.
And so what did you do, realizing that it was not going to be turned off as the announcement had requested of all patrons?
Let's keep our cell phones off, please.
When I realized that it wasn't going to go off and that it was still shining in my face, I leaned over and requested that he turn his phone off. I said, "Would you mind turning your phone off, sir?"
Okay. And so when you're saying leaned over, you were seated in your seat.
Yes, sir.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by leaning over.
Well, when you're in a theater like that, I don't know how far apart we were, but I wasn't communicating with anybody but this gentleman. So I would lean over to get a little bit closer to him so that I didn't have to yell at him, and I just asked him if he'd put his phone away.
Okay. At that point in time, were the previews playing?
Yes, sir.
Were the previews loud?
Loud, and the lights had gone down. It was darker, but that's what I remember.
Okay. And so what response did you get from Mr. Olson when you leaned forward to tell him, that was quietly, you said?
Yes, sir.
To please turn his phone off?
It was a fuck off, get the fuck out of my face was the response that I got back. He was facing away from me, but he was saying it loud enough to where I heard it.
And so what did you do at that point?
I sat back in my chair and still thinking that he might put it away.
Did you overhear some additional conversations after that statement was made to you?
I heard him talking because he was talking loudly, and I think he was talking to his wife or maybe to the theater in general because it was loud, and I perceived that his wife had reached over with one of her arms, and my thought was that she was probably trying to get him to quiet down.
Okay. And so what are you doing at this point in time? Are you just seated back?
Yes, sir. I waited to see if he was going to turn his phone off.
Did you attempt to try to hear what was being discussed between Mr. Olson and his wife?
No, sir. I don't think I did. It was loud. I could hear him talking. I never heard her say anything, and I really just picked up a word every now and then.
Okay. So, how long do you think you waited before you decided to leave the theater?
I think somewhere between right around 3/4 of a minute, I guess, half a minute, 3/4 of a minute. And it was still prominently displayed and still shining in my eyes.
Okay. And so what did you decide to do at that point?
Well, I decided that if I couldn't get him to turn it off, that it was between him and the theater. They're the ones that said you can't use one. It wasn't between him and I. So, I again, being not necessarily gentle, but I just leaned over and I said, "You leave me no alternative other than to notify the management."
And how did he respond to that?
He didn't give a fuck what I did. And that was pretty loud, and he didn't turn around either. He was still facing away from me.
And so what did you do at this point?
Well, he was saying some other things that I could pick up a word every now and again. He was being kind of loud and stuff like that, but I didn't pick up any words. So I had a bag of popcorn in my hand. I handed it to my wife, and I started down the aisle towards the end aisle.
Mr. Reeves, why at that point in time didn't you just move your seats?
Well, the guy was just being mouthy. I mean, I had a career of dealing with people like that. It didn't present a threat to me. I probably didn't think about how it affected my wife, but to me, I saw no threat to it at all.
And so you get up to do what?
I got up to go to down the aisle to the end to go to the manager's office.
Okay, and it was still dark in the theater?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you were leaving the theater, did you speak to any of the patrons where you were trying to get by?
Well, yeah, there's not a lot of space in there, and I didn't want to bump this guy's chair, so yeah, I used I used the wall behind me or behind my wife to kind of steady me as I walked down the aisle, so I didn't bump into his chair or step on anybody else's feet.
Okay. And you proceeded out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did you go?
I went down the stairs and I went out front, and there was a young man at the where they take the tickets, and I asked him if there was a manager nearby, and he pointed me towards the guy that was sitting in the kiosk out front.
Okay. And so when you get to the individual that was at the kiosk out front, was there somebody else that was speaking to that manager at the time?
Yes, there was a lady standing right around the counter from me she would have been on my right, and she was conversing with the manager and back and forth at that time.
Did you interrupt them at all during that process?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. Did you wait for your turn to speak to the manager?
Yes, sir, I waited until he acknowledged me.
And can you tell the ladies and the jury exactly what you told the manager at that moment?
I told him that I said I kind of apologized to him and said I feel kind of strange doing this, but I'm a guy complaining on another guy. I said, but I've got a guy sitting in front of me that is using his cell phone, and I asked him politely to put his cell phone away, and I said he used a lot of profanity, and I said I don't feel comfortable talking to this guy again. Could you help me out?
Reeves's perception of the event seems to change in order to suit what he is trying to portray. In these few moments alone, he has said a couple of notable things. First is that when he initially stood to go talk to management, he did so not because he was afraid of Chad and believed him to be aggressive, but because he believed the conflict was between Chad and the entire theater. Olson was breaking the theater's rules, and he was just informing them of that. He even bent down to tell Chad that he was going to do so before he did it. He didn't view Olson as a threat then, but by the time he got to the management desk, he did. But by the time he informed management, he stated that he didn't feel comfortable talking to Olson again after he was told to fuck off by the younger man. He felt intimidated by the younger man and didn't feel safe talking to him again, which begs the question, why did he re-engage with Olson in a negative fashion when he re-entered the theater? These questions are important because we are talking about self-defense, which relies on the premise that the person who used lethal force was in fact defending themselves. But it was Curtis who chose to engage Chad twice over, with the knowledge that he had a weapon on his person, in case things were to escalate. Curtis was well aware that he had irritated the man in front of him when he originally engaged with him, and he would have been aware that the man was younger and more physically fit, meaning he was aware that should he negatively engage this man again, and the issue were to escalate, he wouldn't be able to defend himself without using the weapon he had on his person. Meanwhile, Chad had no reason to believe that Curtis had a gun on his person, given that the Cobb Theater had a no-weapon policy. An argument could be made that Curtis was acting on that knowledge, purposely engaging the young man in a negative fashion because he knew that he had a gun on him. Curtis didn't feel unsafe engaging the younger man, because he was prepared to shoot him the moment he felt slightly threatened, which obviously does not qualify as self-defense. You cannot pick a fight with a person because you have a weapon on you, and are willing to kill them should the conflict escalate.
Okay, and what did he say?
He responded that he would take care of it.
Okay. So where did you go then?
I went back in the theater.
And did you go back into your role?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you try to get back to your seat in a polite and courteous way?
Yeah, going in and out, I told people, most people don't go out right after the show starts. It's kind of awkward, so I kind of felt awkward leaving at that particular point, but I said things like, sorry, I have to get by, excuse me, that sort of thing, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you mad?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor as he left the theater?
He seemed to be shuffling his feet fairly quickly. As he passed my seat, he was mumbling to himself, and it sounded very agitated in that mumbling. And he also hit my seat and the back of my head as he was passing.
I was on the right of Mr. Reeves, yes.
Okay, because I might have to orientate you a little bit. Did Mr. Reeves walk by you to get out of the road?
Yes, he did. He turned to go out the row. He was walking quickly. He was mumbling. He seemed to be upset or irate about something, and he went down the row and down the stairs.
When you got up off your seat to go tell the manager, were you mad?
No, sir.
You heard Mrs. Roy come and testify before this jury. When you were leaving the theater, were you grumpy?
No, sir.
Did you tell the manager where you were seated?
Yes, sir, I did.
As you were walking back to your seat, or did you get back to your seat?
I got back to my seat, and then I took the popcorn bag from my wife and sat down and got it from her. One or the other, I got it from her.
Okay, and during that time period, did you hear Mr. Olson making any statements?
I heard him. He wasn't talking to me. I don't know who he was talking to. He was talking, again, kind of loud. And he was saying something about the manager and the theater. I didn't pick up every word. I was standing up, and it was something about the theater and the manager, and he had been kind of staring in my direction, and I don't know. He wasn't talking to me, but he was speaking out loud.
He was staring at your directions as you were walking?
As I came back in, yes, sir. He kind of looked in my direction.
Okay. And was he accusing you of turning him into the manager?
I kind of interpreted it as that, but I didn't hear those exact words. I think he was trying to relay that he was not happy.
Okay. And then what did you do at this point?
I tried to, I think the word is diffuse the situation, so I made a comment to him about if I had known that you had put your phone away, I wouldn't have involved the manager.
Okay. Now, Mr. Reeves, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens at this very moment.
As I sit down, he's still talking loudly, and he's facing away from me. I can pick up a word every now and then, but I don't know what he's actually saying. And a movement caught me off on the right side of my eye, and I turned my head to look at him, and almost immediately he had turned and was on his feet, and I had something between me and the theater screen that I saw just a flash of a reflection off of. And then everything went kind of fuzzy.
Did you believe at that point that you had been hit?
Yes, sir, I did.
He had never been hit.
And where do you think that you were hit at that moment?
I think I was hit on my glasses on the top left side. That was where I felt the impact, I think. And I wasn't sure how it had happened because I didn't think he was that close to me. So it had to be something else.
That's what you thought?
Yes, sir.
This blur that you saw, were you able to describe it?
It was like a flash. It was between me and the screen. It was very close to me. It just didn't compute. I had no idea what it was at that time.
At that moment, did it appear that he was coming into your space?
At that point, I noticed that he was standing up. He was yelling a lot of profanities. There was threats, and And who the fuck do you think you are? I was texting my fucking daughter. The F word seemed to be his primary vocabulary at that point. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm going to fuck you up or something. Now that's not exact, because I'm picking up bits and pieces, because this guy is very volatile and active. He's trying to come over the seats.
Did you try initially to get up?
I was in a seated position, and when I first detected the profanity and stuff, he was trying to come over the seat. He was trying to. I felt like he was trying to either that or get to me, one or the other. It appeared to me that I mean I've never been in that kind of a position before, and I realized immediately, and I don't know whether he got onto us. I don't know what happened, but when he stood up, I'm sitting down in a completely defenseless position. I'm looking up at this guy, and he looked like a monster standing there. He was mad. He exhibited explosive behavior, both verbally and physically. And I had seen his wife, who had tried to control him when he jumped up, and she had a hold of his arm, and he had turned around. At that point, I was focused on him.
Why at that point were you just focused on him?
He was a threat. He was a threat that was very close to me. And the closer a threat is to you, the less time you have to react to anything that happens. I had tried to get further away from my wife because he was after me, and I had leaned as far as I could to my left, and I had kind of straightened my right leg out towards where my wife was sitting, and I didn't want to again hit his chair. He just appeared to me like he was out of control. That it was like his wife was kind of hanging onto his arm or his shoulder. She was in the peripheral. I saw him. He was reaching for me or trying to come over the seat again. It was at that point I couldn't get up. I was trapped. I couldn't go left or right, and even beyond being seated in front of this guy that's standing up in front of me, I'm leaning to the side, completely defenseless. I could do nothing to defend myself.
At some point, do you decide to pull your weapon?
At some point after he's reached, either trying to come over the seat or try to hit me, at some point I made a decision that I had no alternative. The guy's, in my opinion, he's completely out of control. He's not settling down, and his wife is trying to hold him back, or appear to be trying to hold him back, or control him. I guess that would be the right word. And I've never been encountered by somebody exhibiting that uncontrolled anger or rage, and all of the perceptors that you could imagine, whether it's verbal, physical, expression. At some point at that time, I had no other choice, and I reached for my pistol.
Now, after reaching from your pistol, do you see some hands coming in your direction?
I'm pretty much zeroed in on him, and I know I made some comments at some point in there as this was happening. It was very quick, in my mind, the event itself was very fast. And I didn't think I had enough time to respond. And at that point, I was concerned that he was so much above me and so full of rage, I guess you could say, that he was going to strike me with all the strength that he had or he could put together. I figured that this was the end of the line for me. I thought that at the very least I'd be seriously injured, if not killed.
Curtis, did you feel at that point in time that you had the capabilities to ward him off with your bare hands?
I was pretty sure I couldn't do that. That was never a question. In the position that I was in, there's no way I could have done that.
You fired a shot from your pistol?
One shot.
What happens after you fire that shot?
As soon as he turns away, then he's no longer a threat. So I lay down the pistol, and then I try to determine how bad I'm hurt. And then I realized that my glasses, the reason that everything is blurry is because my glasses were kind of sideways. I'm gonna call it askew. This left piece here was down on my cheek, and my glasses were kind of, I guess you could call it askew. That's when I realized that the reason everything was so blurry was because my glasses had been knocked off.
Well, were they knocked off or were they askew?
Askew.
Okay. Were those the glasses you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I see?
Yes, sir.
When I approach?
Give me.
It's okay if I look at them as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Curtis, these are the glasses that you had?
Yes, sir.
And don't be insulted. These are old men glasses that can switch and turn in every direction known to man. I'm not
Yeah.
going to break them.
Yes, sir.
Right? I've done this before, right?
Yes, sir.
And these are the glasses that you were wearing that day.
Yes, sir, it is.
Curtis, did you want to shoot Chad Olson?
I didn't want to shoot anybody. I came to the theater with my family to enjoy a movie, not to be attacked by some guy that's out of control.
He hadn't been attacked by some guy who was out of control. Again, all that happened prior to the shooting, based on third-party testimony and the security camera footage, was Curtis had popcorn thrown on him. He hadn't been attacked, he hadn't been physically violated, and there hadn't been anything to indicate that Chad was going to do so. His characterization of Chad is highly erroneous, especially in comparison to his wife's statements. Vivian was just as defenseless as her husband, if not more so, and she stated that Chad hadn't been nearly as aggressive as her husband had claimed he was the day of the shooting. She also said the shooting was unnecessary, as they hadn't been in danger.
The most dangerous of individuals are what? Individuals that are out of control.
Absolutely. Anybody that's not controllable, their rage is so powerful, their thought patterns, in my opinion, are only towards whatever they feel anger towards. They're not influenced by the surrounding area.
Had you ever in your entire life seen anybody act the way Mr. Olson acted in a movie theater? Ever seen anybody? Did you ever experience anything like that?
I've never experienced anything like that inside of a theater or anywhere else. That was a complete surprise. It was a shock that somebody would actually do that. And I guess the thing that I couldn't understand, and all this passed through my mind right away, is why is somebody acting like that over such a trivial thing? I still haven't figured that out.
Why were you trying to create distance at some point in time in this situation?
Well, any time that you're involved in any kind of and I'm going back to training and exposure and experience for years, any time that you're going to be involved in something like that, the first thing that you want to do is get away from the individual. You want to, that would diffuse it. If you could get away from them, then whatever is going to happen may not happen. If you can't, then you're like in my case, I had nowhere to go and no way to get there.
The reason this question is being asked is simple. Curtis stated that when he leaned back in his seat, he did so because Chad was coming at him, and he couldn't get his gun. On the footage, before Chad was reaching over to grab the popcorn, Curtis leaned back and immediately reached into his pocket. It seemed that Curtis was already prepared to shoot Chad without provocation. However, now he is stating that that is not the case. Instead, he is trying to make himself small and distance himself from Olson.
How quickly did all this happen?
In my mind, it was the blink of an eye from the time I sat down until it was over.
Once you fired the shot, did you say, "Throw popcorn at me, will you"?
I had no knowledge at all about that popcorn in my statement. The deputies asked me that, I think. I never saw the popcorn until I saw it on the floor. I had no idea what had happened to the popcorn.
Did you shoot Mr. Olson because of popcorn?
I shot Mr. Olson because I thought he was going to seriously injure me or potentially kill me.
May I approach? Mr. Reeves, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 55, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 51, and ask you if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes, sir. These are the photographs that the ID tech from the sheriff's office took, I think, in the theater.
Did you get an opportunity to see yourself in the mirror while you were seated in the front seat of a patrol cruiser?
Yes, sir. The detectives put me in the passenger when they were conducting the interview, and I asked them if I could use their little mirror.
And why did you ask them if you could use their mirror?
After I had, my eye was still bothering me, and I had already...
Which eye was that?
Sir?
Which eye was that?
Left eye.
Okay.
Yes, sir. My eye was still bothering me, and I wanted to see if I could see anything in it.
Okay. And does those pictures fairly and accurately depict what you saw in the mirror?
Yes, sir, it does. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what do you see on the left eye, the corner of your left eye, in the State's exhibits?
Yeah, it appears to me that the left corner of my eye going down across, I don't know, this area right here from up here on my top of my eyelid down to this little corner there.
Now, Mr. Reeves, when you put the firearm on your lap, why did you do that?
Because you don't know who else is in the theater, you don't know who else is armed, and I didn't want to be I wasn't a threat to anybody else. I was only trying to defend myself. I didn't want anybody else to think that I was a threat.
Is that training? Does that come from training and years of training as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And so you put that gun on your left knee?
I put it on my knee. I think it was my left knee.
After you put that gun on your left knee, did someone come and pick up that gun from your left knee?
Yes, sir. As I was adjusting my glasses and examining my face, I didn't see his badge, but a deputy walked up, and I heard him say that he was a deputy, and so when I leaned back, I pointed at my pistol. It was on my lap, so he picked it up.
Okay. Now, at that moment, were you able to look down at what was in between your feet?
As I put my glasses back on and the deputy was standing there, I looked down between my feet, and yes, I did. I saw the cell phone between my feet.
Madam Clerk, may I see that cell phone? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Reeves, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 24. I ask you to take a look at the interior of that exhibit and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I think I do. The white spot up here, that kind of caught my eye. I think it was laying on the floor like that. But this is what it looks like, yes, sir.
Is that the phone that was located between your legs?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Reeves, you were arrested right there in seat number 9, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, by law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you were taken out in handcuffs to a vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were interviewed.
Yes, sir.
And it's my understanding then you were interviewed by Detective Proctor and Detective Koenig, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The interview that you had with Detective Proctor and Detective Koenig were recorded, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you answer all of their questions?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you encourage them to ask you any question that they needed to ask you there in that interview?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you waived your rights to remain silent
Yes, sir, I
that
did.
day, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you told them that you wanted to cooperate,
Yes, sir.
and did you?
Yes, sir.
When prosecution would question Curtis on cross-examination, they would be attempting to do multiple different things. First, they wanted to contest the general assertion that Curtis was a harmless older man. He had worked in the SWAT team, been a hostage negotiator, and had decades of experience with law enforcement. He had more knowledge and was more capable than the average man in terms of shooting and self-defense. Secondly, he wanted to showcase how instead of using his knowledge in de-escalation and conflict, he chose to shoot a man who had at that point only thrown popcorn at him. And thirdly, they wanted to prove that Chad had never thrown his phone at Curtis. Let's observe and see if they were successful.
Based on the extensive conversation that was had on direct examination regarding your background, isn't it true that if an object, a non-deadly object, is thrown at you, thrown at anybody, you can't kill that person for throwing that object at them, correct?
If it's, that's kind of a hard question to answer because
I'm going to give you an example. I'll give you an example. Okay? I'll give you an example. Someone throws a plastic water bottle at another person. It hits that person, falls to the ground. You can't kill that person for doing that, correct? That's the fact pattern. That's all it is. That's all I'm asking you.
that would, under those conditions, no, sir.
Now, you were talking about all the different units that you've been assigned to at the Tampa Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if you came across somebody that had a firearm, for example, you could hold them at gunpoint, correct?
As a civilian?
No.
As a law enforcement officer?
Correct.
You would, if you came up, you had...
Same objections concerning his position as a police officer, where he wasn't a police officer at the time of this incident.
Okay, I'll rephrase it. Okay.
Thank you.
As a civilian, isn't it true that you could pull out a firearm and just point it at somebody in self-defense?
In self-defense?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And you were indicating that you had been trained in de-escalation tactics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And de-escalation tactics are when you can reduce the intensity of a conflict, right?
Yes, sir.
And a way that you could do that would be to loudly say something, use words, correct?
I think it would depend on circumstances.
I understand. I'm just asking you of all the different ways, right? So one of the ways that you could do that is you could use words.
Yes.
Okay. Another way you could do it, as we indicated before, is that if you had a firearm, you could simply point it at somebody.
I don't think that's a good idea. If you point a firearm at someone, you have no idea what their capabilities are. It could be theirs that they could take it away from you very quickly.
Okay, but at a distance they couldn't do that.
Not at a distance.
Okay, so you could use words, you could point a gun at them, you could also do a combination of both, correct?
Are you talking about as a civilian or as a law enforcement officer?
Well, you were talking about the de-escalation tactics that you were trained in, so that's what I'm talking to.
Okay.
I'm talking about your de-escalation tactics. I mean, you testify that you're trained in all this, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you could really utilize that at any time, right? That's part of your training.
As a law enforcement officer, yes, sir.
Okay, are you saying that those tools that you learned as a law enforcement officer, you would just abandon them and not use them in the real world? Meaning de-escalation tactics?
I don't think I would point a gun at anybody being a civilian.
Well, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you did, and you're on trial for it right now. But all right.
Okay, what I'm asking you is this. You've learned in all the training that you can de-escalate a situation by using words, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you can also de-escalate a situation, if necessary, to raise a gun without firing it.
Yes, I suppose it may not be a good idea if you're not a law enforcement officer.
Okay, and I understand you're not going to give me that. Now, in the past, when someone's had a weapon, you've held them at gunpoint and told them to drop their weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
You give them every opportunity before you would fire a shot, correct?
Absolutely.
Because that would be a last resort, correct?
Correct.
And I think you indicated that at Busch Gardens you are also trained in de-escalation tactics, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at Busch Gardens you're dealing with other civilians, correct? Just people who are at a park.
Yes, sir.
And you weren't law enforcement at Busch Gardens, you were security for Busch Gardens.
Correct.
So you were using non-law enforcement de-escalation tactics at Busch Gardens with just regular citizens who were at the park.
I think their de-escalation is kind of universal.
Right, and that's my point. That's kind of what I'm getting at with you.
Right.
Is that you can use these universal de-escalation tactics to calm things down, especially in a movie theater.
Correct.
Now, you indicated that you were on several different units at the Tampa Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
You indicated that you were on patrol,
Correct.
went to a surveillance unit, fugitive warrants, robbery, homicide, and SWAT, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you agree with me those are kind of adrenaline-filled units?
Yes.
You know, and obviously by participating in these units, you kind of like the, for the lack of a better word, the dangerousness component of it. You like to be involved in that type of activity, correct?
I would never say that.
Okay. Well, you didn't shy away from those assignments. You volunteered to go into those positions.
That's correct.
All right. You actually gravitated towards those positions. I mean, every one of those would be a position that entails that, an angle, so to speak, of danger.
I think the opportunities were there. I didn't consciously gravitate towards them.
Okay, well, when they opened up, did anybody force you to go into those positions?
No, sir.
Okay, you volunteered to go into those positions.
Yes, sir.
And also, when the positions in the command opened up, you went to apply for those and eventually ended up in a position of command at the department, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you would gravitate towards positions where you would be in control.
I gravitate to positions to make more money.
Okay, but it's also, you were able to control people, correct?
That came with the promotion, yes, sir.
Now, there was a certificate that you had about firearms instruction. If you are firing from the hip, what do you do with the other hand? How do you prevent yourself from shooting yourself?
The training that we used to train is that you kind of put your left hand out in front of you. You kind of hang it out there to balance out your body.
Okay, so you put it out in front of the firearm?
No, you put it out kind of to your side. And when, I don't think it's called hip shooting. I think what it's called is instinctive, or I think I've heard index shooting, I think it is. You try to maintain a body positive position, which means you stay perpendicular to the target, and you kind of put your left hand a little out in front of you so that you're kind of balanced when you come out with the firearm.
Okay, and when you're sitting, isn't it true that you would take the other hand? So for example, you shot with your right hand in this case, correct?
Correct.
And so when you're in a seated position, so you don't shoot yourself, you took your left hand and you placed it close to your body, correct?
No, I've never trained to do that.
Okay, but that would be a way that you would avoid shooting yourself, if you instinctively took your left hand and brought it across your body.
Yeah, but I've never done that. Never.
You've never done that before?
I've never trained that way. I've never. No, sir.
Did you do that in this case?
No, sir.
You didn't take your left hand and put it close to your chest?
Not intentionally.
Well, I'm asking you if you did.
I don't have any idea. I think I had, if I'm not mistaken, a bag of popcorn.
Okay, so just to be clear, when you fired the shot, you didn't take your left hand and put it close to your body to avoid shooting your own left hand?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not intentionally.
Now, you indicated that you had a license, correct? And that was an HR 218 license?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you got that in February of 2013?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Okay. And in order to qualify for that license, you have to shoot a 40-round course, correct?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Okay. And you qualified on both the pistol and revolver, correct?
Yes, I did.
So that would be 80 rounds that you had to shoot then, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, that was in February of 2013.
Right.
When you qualified with the pistol, you had a magazine, obviously.
Yes.
And how many rounds would fit in that magazine?
I don't remember.
Okay, and in order to load the magazine, obviously you have to press the bullets in. This is going to sound silly, but press the bullets into the magazine, correct?
Well, you pull down with the magazine spring, and you just drop the rounds in the top of the mag.
Okay, and you just have to keep the pressure on the spring each and every time for each and every bullet, right?
You just hold it down and put them all in at once.
And each time you load one, you have to push a bullet in, so there's a little bit more resistance each time, just a little bit.
No, you hold the spring down and you put them all in at once. You just drop them in one at a time. You only depress the spring once.
And for a revolver, there's 6 bullets in the revolver?
I don't remember if it was a 6-shot or an 8-shot.
Nevertheless, there's 80 different rounds that you had to load during this course, correct?
There's directions on how many rounds to load, yes, sir.
Obviously, you didn't have any difficulty doing that because you were able to get your license.
Correct.
Now, you were obviously present when your daughter Jennifer Shaw testified, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And she was talking about how you ride your bicycle, I think it was a road bike and a mountain bike, several times a week in 2013,
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
And apparently you need coordination for that, right?
Boy, yes, sir.
Okay, I mean, so when you're testifying about the balance difficulties that you've been experiencing for years, you were okay to ride the bike?
Correct.
And you would ride the bike on trails?
No.
No?
On paved surface, I'm sorry. It's a Withlacoochee Trail,
Okay.
but it's
And-
paved.
All right, and when you were to go riding, you'd have to pick the bike up, you'd have to put it on the car, drive over to wherever you were using the trail, take the bike off, right?
Correct.
And you heard her testify that on 5 to 6 occasions, the two of you would go to shoot sporting clays, right?
Correct.
And we heard everything that she described about how that works, how you have to load the shotgun, unload it, everything that she indicated obviously is correct, right?
I think you load your rounds by dropping them in the ejection port rather than pushing them in the bottom. Yes, sir. That was the only difference.
All right, and you were able to track the target as it went across. Now, let me ask you this. Wouldn't be a good idea to do that if you're experiencing balance problems, right?
I never had a balance problem handling a weapon.
Okay. And you could obviously walk the course. You chose not to take the golf cart, but you walked it instead.
Correct.
She described the kayaking, walking around the neighborhood, pulling the wagon, archery in the backyard, all the yard work covered during direct examination as well, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about the movie theater. Lighting-wise, the lighting was obviously good enough for you to find your seat, correct?
The lights were on when we came in.
Okay. But at some point in time, you did leave to go talk to the manager.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was during the previews.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the lighting was good enough for you to leave and come back without any difficulty.
The majority of the lighting was coming from the screen, from the shows.
Okay. But what I'm asking you is this, is when there was enough light for you to leave your seat, go to the manager, and come back.
Correct.
You could see fine.
Yes, sir.
And when you left to go to the manager, you didn't have any concern about your wife, correct? Obviously, you left her by herself.
That's correct.
All right. And there wasn't any issue with Chad Olson at the time that you left?
At that point, he was just being mouthy. He had presented no threat at all to me or anybody else.
The lighting conditions at that time were safe enough, so to speak, that you were able to, and you felt comfortable leaning forward and telling Chad to turn his cell phone off.
Yes, okay.
And at that point that you leaned over to Chad, there wasn't any safety concern at that point, correct?
I don't know what you mean from
The
him?
first time, when you leaned in, you didn't have any safety concern when you first leaned in to tell Chad to turn his phone off, correct?
You mean for me or?
For you.
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And the reason that you were leaning in was because you're saying that he had his cell phone on, right? And by on, just it was illuminated.
It was shining in my face, yes, sir.
Okay. So he was holding it out in front of him, and it was shining in your face, and that was bothering you.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you wanted to at that point, I guess you could have gone up and spoken to the manager at that point, correct?
It wasn't a big enough problem at that point.
Okay. But what I'm asking you is if you saw that, if you felt as though that you were in a vulnerable position, meaning, we heard from Dr. Cohen that maybe your perception of yourself would be that you felt vulnerable. If you wanted to at that point, you could have just gone right to the manager and not had any contact with Mr. Olson, right?
That wouldn't make sense. I would think that you just ask somebody and they would normally put it away.
Okay. But what I'm asking you is you had the option. If you wanted to, you could have just got up at that point and gone to the manager.
I suppose, yes, sir.
Now, at this time in the theater on January 13th of 2014, you were 6'2", about 270 pounds,
Thereabouts, yes, sir.
and you had just returned from a week-long hunting trip, correct?
I think it was about 5 days.
Okay. And obviously, you were fine to sit in a car for a long trip to go up to North Florida.
We stopped for gas and so.
Okay, just normal things like that, correct?
Yeah, I don't recollect.
All right. And Matthew testified that when you would get out to go hunting, you'd walk 100 yards to go to the hunting spot, correct?
Thereabouts, yes, sir.
And during that particular trip, you climbed up 10 feet in the tree stand, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where you had to bring the bow and arrow up, right? And you hunted from that particular spot, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, you'd agree with me that someone that perceived themselves as vulnerable wouldn't climb up 10 feet into a tree and hunt, correct?
I think that I know what my capabilities are, and I felt comfortable doing that.
Okay. So you weren't concerned about you testified about all these issues that you found about. You weren't concerned about your shoulder or your back or these discs. I mean, it was fine enough for you. You felt comfortable enough at that point to go 10 feet up into a tree and hunt.
It's very easy to do, and you have a safety belt on. Not much can happen.
So on that particular day, you go to the theater and you drove, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, you felt good enough to drive. You felt good enough to park a distance away from the front of the theater and walk to the theater, right?
We parked the closest parking spot that was not handicapped.
Okay. It was still quite a distance away.
I don't recollect.
You went into the theater. You were waiting for your son, texting on your phone, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
No difficulties doing that. Now, when you chose the seats that you were going to sit in, you chose the very back row, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. And you chose the middle seats, correct?
It was close to the middle, yes, sir.
All right. And you didn't have any concern for your health or stability or things like that, knowing you had to walk all the way to the back, all the way over to the middle, correct?
I had a hand railing going up the stairs, and then I used the wall to go across the back, but no, I didn't have any concerns.
Okay. And you know you had to go across people, obviously, if you're sitting in the middle.
I don't think there was anybody there when we came in.
Well, right. But if you're sitting in the middle of a theater, you know at some point people are going to be on either side of you.
That's correct.
All right. So you sit down. Mr. Olson is in front of your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he was always a row down and to your right, correct?
Yes, sir. He was one row down in
And
front
one
of my
seat
wife.
to the right.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
So during this entire event.
No, sir.
So was he off to the right of you?
His seat was off to the right of me, and When he jumped up, yes, sir.
All right, let's talk about exactly what happened. So you lean forward the first time and you tell him to turn his phone off, or you ask him.
I asked him to turn his phone off.
Okay, and that's your testimony, is that you asked him to turn the phone off.
I asked him to turn his phone off.
All right, and that's when you leaned close up to his face, correct?
I was not close up to his face.
Okay, well, the video would be the best way to determine that, correct?
That's correct.
And at this time, you had a loaded firearm in your right pocket, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicate that at the time that you leaned forward, Mr. Olson cursed back at you.
Yes, sir.
So at this point in time, based on your testimony, you know at that moment that this is someone that you probably shouldn't re-engage with.
That's why I went to the manager.
Okay. Now, even though, according to you, Chad Olson cursed at you and told you that he didn't want to have any contact with you, despite that...
He did not tell me that he did not want to have contact with me.
Okay, well, basically, you're indicating that his statement was one that let you know he did not want to have contact with you.
It let me know that he wasn't going to, he had no intentions of putting his phone away.
Okay, but if I think your quote was, he said, what, get the F out of his face?
And F off.
Okay, so are you telling this jury that if someone says that to you, that's not their way of saying that they don't want to have any contact with you?
I think it's up for interpretation. It was not expected, and it didn't sound particularly violent. It just sounds like somebody mouthing off.
Okay, well, the way that you made it sound was that it was something that was fairly violent, because that's what raised your concern level.
I was not concerned at that point.
Okay, so are you saying that when someone says to you, I'm going to say it just for fact, when someone says, get the fuck out of my face, you don't take that as a way of someone saying, leave me alone?
When they're, I suppose that you could reach that conclusion. My conclusion was it was just a guy being mouthy.
Okay, but he actually told you to get out of his face.
First of all, I wasn't in his face, and he was facing the other direction.
Okay, but it doesn't matter which way he was facing. He basically told you to get out of his face. He's telling you he doesn't want to have any contact with you.
And I didn't.
Again, you quite sincerely did.
Now, you then get up and you go to the manager, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, because what happens is you first lean in and you tell him to turn his phone off, and that's when he replies to you.
I asked him to turn his phone off. I did not tell him to turn his phone off.
And he responds the way that he did, that we just discussed.
Correct.
All right. So then you waited another 30 seconds, right?
To see if he had put his phone away.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And even though he had said to you, get the F out of my face, instead of getting up and just going to the manager, you decided to lean forward and engage him again.
I told him he left me no alternative than to go to the management.
That's right. But you did not have to lean forward and say that to him. You could have, as a form of de-escalation, gotten up and just gone out and got the manager at that point.
I think the whole contact that I had with him was an attempt at de-escalation.
Okay. He originally tells you to get the F out of his face. There's nothing that prevented you at that point in time to just go to the manager.
I think we've agreed to that.
Okay, but instead of just getting up and going to the manager, you took it upon yourself to lean in again and reinitiate contact with him.
Yes, sir. I think we've had that. We talked about that.
Now, at this point in time, you could have moved, correct? not saying you were under an obligation to do so, but if you wanted to de-escalate it, and if you felt as though you were a vulnerable person, you could have moved like your wife wanted to.
Correct.
And your wife actually mentioned it to you, but you decided that you weren't going to move.
Yes.
And you heard your wife when she said that, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Do you need to refresh your memory on anything?
No, sir.
All right, so you did hear your wife and you told her that you weren't moving.
I didn't tell her anything.
So now you go to the manager, and at this point you've already had 2 contacts with Mr. Olson, right?
Correct.
You get up, you have to walk past 2 sets of people. You have to walk past Jane, Roy, and you have to walk past the Turners, right?
Correct.
Okay. Obviously you didn't know their names then, but there was 2 sets of people you had to walk by.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when you're at the manager's desk, you tell the manager, I think your testimony was, he, meaning Mr. Olson, doesn't seem to have the right attitude for me to try and talk to him again. You recall that?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but I indicated, I apologized to him first off that I had to come down there on a grown man. And then I told him that I had tried to get a gentleman that was sitting in front of me to turn his phone off, and he had used profanity, and I didn't think it would be appropriate for me to try to talk to him again.
And so did you tell the manager that the guy's got an attitude and that he told you to F off?
I did.
Okay. Now, you speak to the manager. Let me ask you this. You very well could have waited for the manager to go back into the theater with you.
He didn't offer to go back in the theater with me.
Okay. But you could have waited, though, right? You had a conversation with him. You could have said, hey, I'd like you to come back, and, I'm going to wait for you. There's nothing that prevented you from saying that.
The manager told me I could return to my seat.
Now, if you felt as though there was, that there was an issue with Mr. Olson, obviously you would have waited.
At that point, there was no issue with Mr. Olson.
So when you come back into the theater, now at this point, you reinitiate a 3rd time with Mr. Olson. So we have the first time that you lean forward to talk about the cell phone. The 2nd time is when you lean forward, tell him that you're going to the manager. Now we have a 3rd time where you're leaning forward to basically tell him that you told on him.
When I came back in, he was looking in my direction. I believe I said he was staring.
Okay. Well,
and he was.
Go on. Go on.
And he was speaking out loud. I don't know if he was speaking to his wife, or I think he was trying to, in my opinion, he was very loudly trying to proclaim that he was concerned about something.
Okay. Let me ask you this. So you're saying now that he was staring at you?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously that was something that was important to you.
It caught my eye. It wasn't important.
Okay. Well, didn't you testify that the reason that you said something to him when you came back from the manager was because he was staring at you? That was your way of just de-escalating it.
What I said was that he was talking out loud. I heard something about the theater and the manager.
Okay.
And that's.
I want to make sure you understand. Well, he's not answering my question.
Sustained, give him a chance.
What I'm asking you is this. When you came back from the manager, you reinitiated with Chad Olson, the person who already told you to get the F out of his face, the person who had already told you that he didn't want to have any contact with you. With your background training experience in de-escalation, you go to the manager, you come back. You reinitiate another time, a 3rd time with Chad Olson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason that you did that, I think you testified during direct, was because he was staring at you, or he was looking in your direction.
And he was talking out loud, speaking to the theater or to his wife, and he was commenting on that I had been to the manager.
Okay.
I didn't get all the words.
Did you tell Detective?
I'm going to object again.
Well, I'm just asking if you about staring.
One at a time. That goes for everyone. Let him finish. Sustain.
Did you tell Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was staring at you when you came back from the manager?
I don't recollect, sir.
Okay, would it refresh your memory to take a look at your post-Miranda statement?
Sure.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to give you both statements so that you can review both of them. After you finish reading them, let me know.
Do you want me to review the whole thing?
If you can review as much as you want to refresh your memory as to whether or not you told Detective Proctor.
Can we have a page in a line?
There is no page and there is no line.
Well, there is a page, but you have to give us some kind of line. If not, we're gonna be here for 30 minutes just to read the whole thing.
Okay, I can rephrase it. Would it surprise you to learn that nowhere in your post-Miranda statement did you ever tell Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was staring at you when you returned back from the movie theater? I'm sorry, from the manager.
Probably not, no, sir.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is this. You never told Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was staring at you when you came back from seeing the manager?
I don't think so, no, sir. But I'm not sure.
Okay, well, that's why I want you to refresh your memory with your statement. Look in there, and if at any time you see that Chad Olson said, or that you told Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was staring at you, to let me know. I don't want you to guess about anything. Take your time and read through your statement.
You want me to read this whole thing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have some idea where this might be, sir, so I don't have to read the whole thing?
I'm sorry?
Do you have some idea where this might be?
It's not in there.
Then, okay, then I'll agree with you, I didn't.
Okay, I mean, I didn't want you to take my word for it.
I will.
Okay. So, what you told Detective Proctor was that you had a contact with Chad to tell him to turn the phone off. Then you told him you were going to the manager. You come back from the manager, and with all your de-escalation tactics that you're aware of, you reinitiate Chad Olson another time.
To de-escalate, yes, sir.
Now, you say to de-escalate,
Yes, sir.
but in your tape statement, Detective Proctor, you indicate that you are the one that reinitiates the conversation with Chad Olson. Isn't that correct?
Because he was talking about me going to the manager.
If you can look at the post-Miranda statement that's in front of you, I'm directing you to page 6. Lines 19 through 22. Tell me when you're finished reading that to yourself.
I finished.
Okay, so when you came back from the manager, you went over and you saw that Mr. Olson had put his phone away, and when you went by, I said, I see you put the phone away. I told the manager for no reason. In other words, I went in and ratted you out.
Well, I mean, that I went in and ratted you out was my comment, not what I said to him. He's the one that he wasn't talking to me, he was talking to someone else. I guess I was responding to what he said. I was trying to de-escalate because it seems like with the stare and the other stuff that he was still concerned.
In your statement to Detective Proctor, the one that you just read, you did not tell Detective Proctor that you overheard Mr. Olson or that Mr. Olson in any way said anything to you. You said that when you came back from the manager, you were the one that reinitiated, correct? That's what's in the post-Miranda statement.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, I don't want you to just agree with me, I want you to look at it.
I did.
Okay, so when you told Detective Proctor, or when you spoke to Detective Proctor, you told him you reinitiated with Chad.
I told him, when I talked with him on the phone, I can quote it if you like.
No, it says, I came back into the movie, the guy put his phone away, I went by, I said, I see you put it away. I told the manager for no reason. Correct? That's what it says.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I'm saying is it doesn't say anywhere that you heard Chad saying something and that you were trying to de-escalate. It doesn't say that anywhere in the statement.
Okay.
So going back to my original question, this is the third time then that you yourself reinitiated with Chad Olson.
That would be the indication based upon what I heard him saying.
Okay, but again, and I'm going to move on, you never told Detective Proctor that you heard him say anything.
Correct.
And obviously, you didn't perceive yourself as a vulnerable person because this is the third time that you have initiated a contact with Mr. Olson.
I don't think it had anything to do with being vulnerable.
I agree with you. Now, when you had come back, Chad had turned his cell phone off, right?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, if you look in the same exact spot that I was just referring to refresh your memory, it was at page 6, lines 19 through 22. Okay. When you had come back, Chad Olson had turned off his cell phone, correct?
It says here that the guy had put his phone away.
Okay, so he had put his phone away.
I have no idea if it was off or on. I didn't see it.
Okay, but you put it away. All right, so he did exactly what you wanted him to.
I suppose, yes, sir.
So at this point, everything was fine.
As far as I was concerned, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were wearing sneakers that had reflective material on it on that particular day, correct?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the board?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 50. These are the sneakers that you're wearing on that day?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Okay. And on the sides or on the back is where the reflective material is?
I think on the outside. I can't really tell, but whatever the gray area is, I think it reflects.
So in the back, you see the gray area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so wherever it's gray, as you indicated, that's the reflective material.
I don't know if it's all reflective or not.
Okay, well, you know that your shoes reflected light on that day, correct?
Only because the sheriff's office took a bunch of pictures.
May I have the witness step down and use the TV?
Yes.
May I reposition myself?
You may.
State six is, what? Is this number two? I'm referring to State's Exhibit number 2 for these questions, for the record. You see yourself standing up over here?
Yes.
Okay. And when you stand up and you start to walk, can everybody see? You can see a reflection on the bottom of your shoe, correct? See that right there?
Looks like it's on the outside of the right foot, yes.
Okay. Okay. You see yourself sitting right here in the back row?
I think, yes, sir, I think I see my wife and
Okay. And this is you with the popcorn in the back row?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Now, when you sat down, you took your right leg and you crossed it over your left leg. Correct?
That looks like it's in front of my wife's face, sir. And I don't know if I crossed my leg or not, sir.
Okay. But what you can see here is you crossing your right leg and your shoe reflecting from the light. Correct?
I don't know, sir. That's an odd angle. I can't tell that.
Okay. Well, the light is moving with the leg. Correct?
Okay.
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't, sir. The popcorn bag was right. I don't know. And as far as I know, the expert's going to be.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking you if that's your leg moving.
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Now, you're coming back from the manager at this point. I'll play a little bit more. You're coming back, and you're sitting back down. You grab the popcorn, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's you.
Yes, sir.
All right. So if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see another reflection down here, correct?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Okay. And it's moving at the same time that your leg is moving, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Much like when you were moving your leg and you put your right leg over your left leg before, we see the same movement with the reflection, correct?
I don't know that I put my right leg over my left leg, but it looks like the outside of the shoe, yes, sir, I think.
Okay.
It looks like it's maybe the side or something.
This is when you come back from the manager. Now, obviously, we just watched, that was you that sat down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you sat down, in this particular frames, you once again put your right leg over your left leg, correct?
I don't recollect that. I don't recollect crossing my legs.
Okay. Is it a possibility?
I suppose it is, or the popcorn bag, or I don't know. Now, right there, you see Mr. Olson throwing something. That would be a pretty good indicator to me.
Okay. Did I ask you a question about that just now?
You asked me what I saw in the video.
No, I was asking you about the reflection on your shoe. We're going to get to the whole event. Okay, don't worry about that. I'm just asking you about the reflection on the shoe.
I have no idea.
Now, there's been a suggestion that at some point in time you were hit maybe with a cell phone or a fist at this point in time, correct?
I don't think it was a suggestion, it was a reality.
Okay, and we'll talk about that. But in looking at this series of events, you had come back from the manager, you're sitting down in the seat, and when you sit down, you crossed your right leg, and that's the reflection that we see. Would you agree with me that when you're moving forward, the reflection is your right leg going down?
At the same time, Mr. Olson is entering the frame, and I don't know, sir.
Okay, well, what I'm asking you this, you've seen the previous frames where every single time you're moving, we see that light source moving. Now here we are in this series of frames, and the light source is once again moving when you're moving your right leg. Isn't that correct?
I see it on the bottom of my shoes, yes, sir.
Okay. So what we see here is your leg crossing and uncrossing, and that's exactly what the white light is.
I don't see, I see my leg crossing, I don't see them. The light is at the same time Mr. Olson is coming across.
Okay. Well, Mr. Olson wasn't in the last series of clips that I showed you when the light source was moving with your phone, was he?
Those were pretty apparent.
Okay. Well, looking at this one, you don't see your right leg moving?
I see my right leg coming up, yes, sir.
Okay, and you see at the same time that your right leg's moving, you see that light being
I see it on
reflected?
the floor, yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't know if I cross my leg, but I see it on the floor, just like I did in the other view. It's on the floor.
Okay. Now let's take a look at this one. Now look at the bottom right-hand corner, okay? So this is where I'm going to be directing your attention.
I see.
Okay, right over here. Do you see that light reflecting?
Down below my wife?
Correct.
Okay. Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, you see it? Now, is it a coincidence that your right leg is once again moving at the time that we see that light?
I'm getting away from him, and
I'm not asking you what way you're moving. I'm just asking you about the reflection of your shoe when you're moving your leg. In other words, every single time that you're moving, in all the clips that we've seen, that's when you see the reflection.
that looks like it's on the right-hand side of my wife.
Okay, but aren't you moving at the same time?
So is my wife.
Are you suggesting to the court that that's your wife's shoe?
I'm suggesting to the court that that's my wife moving next to me.
Okay, I'm not asking you if your wife's moving next to you. I'm asking you about the reflection when you're moving, consistent with all the other times there's a reflection when you're moving.
There is a reflection below my wife, or looks like to the right of my wife, and I'm moving and she's moving.
And in fact, talking about your wife, she's facing Mr. Olson at that time, correct? But as soon as the shot's fired, she looks to the left.
I can't tell head direction there.
Okay, you can't tell that she's looking straight here and then looking right at the shooting.
That's right.
You can't tell that.
I can see the top one.
Okay, and you can also obviously see the reflection down here.
I see a spot down there by my wife, yes.
Okay. The fact of the matter is, based on what we demonstrated, at no time was a cell phone thrown at your face at the time that you had come back from the manager. That's simply the reflection of your shoe.
I think there's nobody that can answer that but me, and I got hit in the face.
I'm going to be using this in a little bit to go through what happened if you wouldn't mind returning.
On my screen too?
indicated on direct examination that you had said, and correct me if I'm wrong, you had said to Chad that you were sorry for telling on him.
Something similar to that.
Okay, well, what's similar? Did you say I apologize? Did you say I'm sorry?
When I got back from the manager's office.
Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know exactly what I said.
Okay, well,
It was an
you didn't-
it was an effort to diffuse any situation that might be there.
When you spoke to Detective Proctor, you never told Detective Proctor that you apologized to Chad in order to try to de-escalate the situation, did you?
I don't know that I called it an apology, no, sir.
Okay, well, let's not play word games because it's really important. And I don't mean to be sarcastic. Okay.
Oh,
Did you
let's
say,
move on.
did you say, I'm sorry, I apologize, or any word whatsoever that would give an indication that you were sorry or apologizing? When you spoke to Detective Proctor?
I don't, when I spoke to Detective Proctor, I told him that I did speak to him when I came back.
Okay, but you didn't specifically tell Detective Proctor that you apologized to Mr. Olson, you said you're sorry to Mr. Olson, any words of that effect? That's the question that I'm asking you.
I don't think so. I think I told him that I don't know that I formed it as an apology, but
Okay, but you didn't say anything at all like that?
I don't think so. To Detective Proctor, right?
Correct. All right, so let me ask you this. How many times are you saying that Mr. Olson attacked you? Twice?
I think we were, at the time, he either hit me in the face, and I suspect very, very, very strongly, rather than a fist, it was a phone. And then you saw him grab the popcorn. I was not aware of the popcorn, but I was aware that he was trying to grab a hold of me.
Okay, so
And then he pitched it back. I'm not sure I saw that, but I did see him coming over the seat with his fist
Okay.
at the instant he got shot.
Okay, we're going to talk about all of that, okay? I'm asking you how many attacks there were. So based on your answer just now, you are saying that there were 2 separate times that you were attacked by Mr. Olson.
Correct.
All right, and the very first time was when you came back from the manager, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the time that you're saying that it was a fist or a phone, correct?
Right.
And you're saying that you strongly believe it was a phone.
Very strongly.
Okay, so you must be saying that by getting hit with this phone, it must have been so hard that you actually realized that Mr. Olson is a danger to you. In other words, if he tossed the phone at you or dropped the phone towards you, it wouldn't be a big deal.
He hit me in the face. I saw him as a threat at that point, and I tried to get out of his way.
Okay, so he hit you in the face. Your testimony is with a cell phone.
Yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that you told Detective Proctor that you weren't sure it was a cell phone, and in fact, you only put 2 and 2 together, so to speak, when you looked down and saw a cell phone?
That's pretty much accurate, yes, sir.
Okay, so today you're testifying, I'm fairly certain it was a cell phone, but the day of the shooting, you told Detective Proctor, I don't know what it was. I looked down, there's a cell phone. Must have been a cell phone, right?
At the time I interviewed with Detective Proctor, I had not seen the video.
Well, why would you have to see the video? You lived it.
My impression at the time that I was hit was that he was perhaps too far away for a fist. When I saw the phone, I put 2 and 2 together. He hit me in the face with his phone.
So a minute ago you said you hadn't seen the video. So you're not telling us that you're tailoring your testimony to what you witnessed in the video, are you?
I think the video is supporting my position.
Okay. Even though it's been shown that the reflection was clearly your shoe?
I don't think at every instance it's been shown that way.
Okay. So you're indicating that there were 2 separate times. Okay, so let's talk about only your post-Miranda statement with Detective Proctor. Then we're going to talk about this additional attack. Let's talk only about your statement to Detective Proctor, okay? All right. To Detective Proctor, you indicated that you had come back from the manager. You already need you to refresh your memory?
No, I'm sorry. Yes, sir, I had come back from the manager.
Okay. So you indicated to Detective Proctor that you had come back from the manager and you had reinitiated with Mr. Olson, even though he had put the phone away, correct?
I think, yes, sir, that was pretty much it.
Okay. And obviously you could have just gone and sat in your seat and not had any conversation at all with Mr. Olson.
Except that I heard him complaining about the manager.
Okay, and we've already established that's not in this post-Miranda statement.
That's correct.
All right. So assuming that that didn't happen, just for the sake of my question, because it's not in the post-Miranda
I'm
statement.
going to object, Your Honor. I can't assume that it didn't happen. He's testifying just the opposite. That calls for speculation at this point.
All sustained.
So you come back from the manager and you sit down. Now, the words that you use to Detective Proctor are as follows. Chad turns around in his seat. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the word in means he is in his seat and he turns around. Correct?
In my statement, I believe I was interrupted by a deputy who brought me a drink, and when he turned in his seat, he stood up.
Okay. If you need to, refresh your memory with the post-Miranda statement transcript.
I did.
Okay? All right. In there, you told Detective Proctor, when I came back, Chad turned around in his seat.
Yes, sir.
And then you discussed something that we're going to get to in a second that happened right after that, correct?
The deputy handed me a drink that had a pile of ice on top of it. It kind of interrupted the conversation.
Okay. Really, this is what I'm asking you. You said that Chad turned around in his seat. Forget about when the deputy interrupting you after the fact doesn't mean anything. Your language,
Judge,
your
I'm gonna
word.
object, move to strike. It does mean something. For him to be testifying what it means and what it doesn't mean is from the witness stand that means something.
Let's rephrase.
Prior to being interrupted, you used the words, Chad Olson turned around in his seat.
Correct. And stood up. Not on the deposition.
Your Honor, I haven't asked the witness a question. All right, I'm going to direct your attention to page 6, lines 26 through 37. Read them to yourselves and let me know when you're finished, please.
Through 37.
Page 6, lines 26 through 37. Just read them to yourself and tell me when you're ready. And if you think you need more context, you can go up to line 19. So it'll be 19 through 37.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you read that, going in chronological order, because I would assume you're explaining it in chronological order.
No, well, no, sir, I wasn't, but I understand.
Okay. So when a detective is asking you to explain what had happened in a shooting where someone died, and with your background, training, and experience, you're saying that you weren't explaining it in chronological order.
I think if you read the whole thing, I was probably in shock for what had just happened, and there's a lot of things that are injected at different places.
Okay. All right. So let's read through this. So
Okay.
starting at line 19, you indicate that you had gone back into the movie. I came back to the movie. The guy had put his phone away. When I went by, I said, "I see you put it away." I told the manager for no reason. In other words, I went and ratted him out. If he was going to put it away, I would have gone and And Detective Proctor says, "Right," and you say, "Makes sense." And he turns around in his seat, and then you talk about a drink.
Right.
Okay. Then you said, and
I'm going to
he.
object. It's either impeachment or it's not impeachment. Improper predicate for whatever he's doing.
Your Honor, the witness wanted to be placed in the context, and this can only be placed in context by reading this.
Well, there's got to be a question, and he's got to have the opportunity to answer. So ask the question and let him answer.
Okay, so we already discussed the exact wording. He turned around in his seat. After that, and I'm specifically speaking on page 6, line 36, you indicate, or starting on 35, when I had come back, that's when he had said that. His wife is holding him back, so I had sat down. I think I got the bag of popcorn from my wife, and so he jumps up and turns around.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So you had originally indicated that he turns around in his seat, and after he had turned around in his seat, you indicated he had jumped up. There'd be no reason for him to jump up if he turned around in his seat, correct?
I would say that probably he turned around and jumped up all at the same time. It was one motion.
Okay. But what you stated in the statement was, when I returned from the manager, we came back. He says, if it was any of your effing business, I was texting my daughter, stay the hell out of my face. I think that's when he said that. His wife was holding him back, so I had sat down. I got the bag of popcorn. He jumps up and turns around. Now, let me ask you this. May I briefly have the witness step down again?
You may.
Publish 2 pictures in front of the jury. I'm going to be referring to Defense Exhibit 9-1 and 7-3.
What, were they admitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's not what they came in. Is it 9, composite? Yes, Judge.
And what was it, 9?
Okay, all right. So it's composite 9, and those are the individual pictures.
I'm going to have Mr. Reeves stand next to me.
Okay.
Looking at, first we'll look at them together, and then we're going to show them to the jury. Looking at 7-3, the timestamp on the bottom is 13/26/25, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 322. Okay. So this happened closer in time than this one because this is 13/26/36.266, correct?
This one's first.
This one was first because this is 25 here.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Okay, and 36 here. Okay, so this one happened first.
Okay.
All right. Now, looking at this is when you're saying that a cell phone hit you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it appears to be. Yes.
Okay, that's what you're
That's because I could see Mr. Olson's arm all the way across the back of his seat, or back behind his seat. Yes.
Correct, and that's what we're going to be talking about right now.
Okay.
So, would you agree with me? And we'll turn and I'm going to show you first, and then we're going to show the jury. Let me ask it this way: was he standing at this point in time?
It happened so quickly, I'm not sure. I think he was. He was either in the process of standing, or whether he turned and stood or stood and turned. I'm guessing he jumped out of his seat and flipped around.
Okay, so I'm just trying to make it clear. Was he standing or he wasn't standing?
I don't know. At the time.
Just give me just 1 second. I'm going to show you, this is page 1850, lines 10 through 14.
I can't hear you.
You want him to read it to himself?
Yeah, just read it to yourself. 10 through 15, to see if that refreshes your memory about when you returned from the manager, if you indicated that he was standing up.
It sounds like he was jumping up and turning around like this.
Okay, so what I'm asking you is this. When you look at Defense Exhibit 7-3, and then you look at Defense Exhibit 9-1, In 7-3, he's not in the same position as 9-1. In 9-1, he's standing. In 7-3, is consistent with your statement to Detective Proctor that he turned around in his seat. Do you see a difference between?
You gotta talk louder.
Okay. You were indicating that Mr. Olson was standing up when he struck you. Looking at Defense Exhibit 7-3, which is the top one,
Right.
and looking at Defense Exhibit 9-1, which is the bottom one,
Right.
you'd agree with me that they're in two different positions.
Yes, both of them.
Okay. And that in 7-3, he is turned around in his seat, meaning sitting down, which is consistent with your original statement to Detective Proctor.
The location of the camera, the angle that the camera is coming at, gives you a misperception of where he's at, and because he's right on the very edge of the frame.
Okay.
And he moves over from the center of his seat or from wherever he jumped up, almost to his right. So
Okay, but it's the same camera.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the same angle. Okay. So in this one, he appears to be sitting, and the very same camera shows you he appears to be standing.
That means he's just standing at two different places. Actually, in his seat and in front of his phone.
May I publish these to the jury?
Yeah. Can Mr. Reeves sit down again?
Yes.
Do we have people arriving for a 1:30 calendar? Is that what the deal is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we put a sign out there?
There's 3 signs out there already.
That was a Tampa lawyer.
I know, nothing's going on here.
Our apologies for Tampa.
Okay, we're going to keep going with your statement that was given the day of the shooting to Detective Proctor. We're going to go in order, okay?
Okay.
So, you come back from the manager, we're not going to have a discussion about turns around in the seat anymore. After that, you indicate that Mr. Olson jumps up, correct?
At the same time, we're talking about, I don't know, we're looking at the videos that are in milliseconds. So I think in real life, we're talking about milliseconds between standing and jumping up. Yes, sir.
Okay, so my question to you was, after you said that he had turned around in his seat, he had now jumped up, so that's the point that we're at.
He's on his feet, yes, sir.
Okay.
And he's turned around and he's facing me.
Okay, and you indicated to Detective Proctor that the moment he jumped up, the popcorn went by the wayside almost immediately.
I didn't know what happened to the popcorn.
Okay, didn't you tell Detective Proctor that immediately when he jumped up, the popcorn went by the wayside? Whether he took it from you, or you yourself dropped it, or it accidentally fell, it doesn't matter for the purposes of my question. My question to you is this. After you said that Chad Olson jumped up, you said that the popcorn went by the wayside immediately. Do you remember saying that to Detective Proctor?
I believe I do, yes, sir.
I didn't hear your answer.
Yes.
Okay, so according to you, immediately upon Chad Olson jumping up, the popcorn fell. Let's talk about what you said to Detective Proctor after the popcorn fell. After the popcorn fell, you told Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was virtually on top of you.
Correct.
So after the popcorn fell, he was virtually on top of you. Now, virtually on top of you would mean that he was basically in your row, virtually on top of you, correct? That's what you meant when you told Detective Proctor.
What I meant by that was that I was seated, he was standing over me, he was a giant. I have no idea if he was on his seat, I don't know. He was leaning over the back of his seat, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, when you say leaning over the back of the seat, wouldn't you agree with me? That's a lot different than someone that's virtually on top of you.
That would be my interpretation of somebody who's attacking me, yes, sir.
Okay. You've been in law enforcement for a long time, right?
27 years ago now, almost 30 years.
Okay. You written police reports in the past?
30 years ago.
Okay. So how many reports do you think you've written? Thousands and thousands and thousands of reports?
I have no idea.
Okay. I mean, what I'm saying, though, is you haven't written 3 or 4.
No.
Okay. And in fact, as a supervisor, you probably reviewed reports of officers that were under your command, correct?
Correct.
And when you're reviewing reports, you're making sure that the reports are very accurate, very detailed, because you know that both the state attorney's office and defense attorneys are going to be looking at those reports to find out truthful and accurate information. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. You're reviewing it for content.
Okay.
Because you weren't at the scene, you don't know how accurate it is.
Okay, but you're reviewing it to make sure there's sufficient information and it's detailed because you know how important it is.
Correct.
Okay, and when you authored your own reports, you certainly wanted to make sure that the words you choose were extremely critical and that the words you choose were very accurate, correct?
35 years ago, yes.
Okay, so you're saying now you don't think it's important to be accurate with your words?
I use different words now.
Okay, I'm not asking you what words you use. I'm talking about the actual words that you use. It doesn't matter what the words are. It's that you're accurate whenever you speak. In other words, here you are describing an event where you believe, and we'll get to it, that you're in a life and death struggle, right? Correct. Wouldn't you agree with me that the words that you choose, the content, is so incredibly important?
I would think that the content, if it relays the feeling at the time, I'm not sure. Everything is important in this kind of an investigation.
Okay, so here's what I'm getting at. Today you're saying leaning over. Back on the day that this event happened, you tell Detective Proctor he's virtually on top of you.
That would be similar, yes, sir. They would mean essentially the same.
Really?
Yes.
Leaning over and actually on top of you to the point where you think you have to kill someone is the same thing.
I think you're trying to make it sound like he's physically on top of me.
Okay.
He was attacking me. He was very large. He was trying to come across his back seat. That would be my analogy of virtually on top of me. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you indicate that while Chad Olson is virtually on top of you, your left hand is out and you're yelling, no, 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 or whoa, whoa, whoa.
I am trying to dissuade him from coming across, and my thought is, yes, that my hand is in front of me.
Okay, and when you read all these sentences that we're breaking up together, this is the picture. Chad Olson is virtually on top of me, so I have my left hand out. Now,
No, I said it was in front of me, I'm sorry.
okay, well, let's just keep going through the statement. After that, isn't it true that you say, I'm holding on, I'm touching something, it's his chest, or it's his arm?
I wasn't sure that in retrospect, I think that's when he grabbed the popcorn, he hit my hand.
Okay, we're not talking about in retrospect. At the time that you gave the statement
No,
to Detective Proctor, at the time, closest in time to the event of when you shot and killed Chad Olson, didn't you tell Detective Proctor that Chad Olson was virtually on top of you? You
Yes.
have your left hand out. He's virtually in your lap, and you're touching his chest and his shoulder area to give the impression that he is on top of you, and that's why you're going whoa, 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 and no, no, no.
That's correct.
And at that time, and again, this is all after the popcorn fell.
Again, popcorn, I had no idea where it was.
Okay, I'm not asking you if you knew where it was. Based on your statement, you said when he jumped up, the popcorn fell immediately. All of this that we're talking
I
about is
didn't
after
say
the
it.
popcorn fell, according to you, Detective Proctor.
Okay.
The post-mortem statement that you have in front of you, page 7. To put this in chronological context, you can look at page 6, just the very bottom. On page 6 at the very bottom, that's where we talked about that Mr. Olson had jumped up. Is that correct? Are you on page 7 now?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so at the bottom of page 6, it discussed where you said that Mr. Olson had jumped up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we're on page 7, so we're just
Okay.
going chronologically.
Okay.
If you look at lines 11, 12, and 13, it's at that point that you indicate Mr. Olson had jumped up, and now he's virtually on top of you, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object and ask on the doctrine of completeness for him to read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and to go all the way to that, under the doctrine of completeness.
I'll read the entire thing.
Okay, sustained.
Okay. We're just going to read through page 7. He's pushing back. There's a crack between us. I'm leaning back in my chair. I got nowhere to go. And if just follow along, so if at any time I say anything incorrect, let me know.
You're on line what, sir?
And then now I'm on line 8, page 7.
Okay.
This is you.
All right.
I'm leaning back in my chair. He kept on hollering. I'm not sure what was said, to be honest with you. He said something that led me to believe he was going to kick my ass. I don't know if that's exactly how he phrased it or not, so I'm looking briefly, and I can't go anywhere. Now, here's the part that we were discussing. I'm leaning all the way back in my chair to get away from him. Suddenly, he's virtually on top of me. So we went from Mr. Olson jumping up, then what we just talked about, and he's virtually on top of you, right?
He only jumped up once and turned around. Yes, sir.
Okay, but we're still talking about after the popcorn drop.
I don't know when the popcorn left. I'm sorry.
Okay. We had already established that you said that as soon as Chad Olson jumped up, the popcorn went by the wayside immediately, right?
But I don't know at what point.
Okay, immediately.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, immediately is the point. When Mr. Olson jumped up, the popcorn went to the wayside immediately. That means right then, correct?
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. That is not in a chronological base on the transcript.
Your Honor,
There is nothing that
Overruled.
So you indicate that you're going backwards, correct?
I'm going backwards because he's coming at me, yes, sir.
Right, okay. And you indicate that he's virtually on top of you, your left arm is out in front of you. You can read, this is lines 18 through 25. And you're saying no, 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 or whoa, whoa, whoa. So while you're back and he's virtually on top of you, your left hand's out. You're yelling no, 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 or whoa, whoa, whoa. And at that time, that's the time that you're saying you were struck in the head.
No, I was struck in the head as soon as he turned around.
Okay.
Instantly. I mean, there was nothing that preceded that.
Okay. Read lines 18 through 21. I'll read it to you. And you're sitting down, and there ain't no way to get out. So I'm stretched out trying to get away. My left arm is out in front of me. I'm either saying no, 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 or whoa, whoa, whoa. Suddenly, my head was to the right, so he hit me with something. I assume it was his fist. With his fist or something. I think he had his cell phone in his hand. I saw the blur of the screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's my point, Your Honor. That is the correct one. He is trying to impeach him on something.
Your Honor, I would object to the speaking objection.
Sustained, I mean, overruled on yours and sustained as the speaking objections. You can approach, but you don't need to right now.
The picture that you have painted for Detective Proctor, and again, this statement is in evidence, the members of the jury can listen to themselves, okay? You indicate that when he jumped, the popcorn went by the wayside immediately. After that, you're explaining that Chad Olson is virtually on top of you. You're leaning back, you have your hand out yelling, whoa, whoa, whoa. And it's at that time you're struck. That's what this statement says, correct?
Let me think about the time frame here for a minute. The first time I was hit was preceding anything else. This time this is what I mentioned earlier about jumping around. I know what this says, but I also know when I was hit. I don't have an explanation.
Okay, so you don't have an explanation as to why a statement to Detective Proctor on the day of the shooting is so different than today.
I think that I was excited. I was scared. I think that once you have adrenaline going in your system, I may have confused one item with another. This happened over a period of seconds. I mean, virtually seconds, and in my mind, much quicker than that.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the powers of observation fade over time?
I would agree that, yes, that would normally be the case.
Okay. In fact, the phrase that I just used, the powers of observation would fade over time, is the phrase you yourself used in this statement with Detective Proctor.
Okay.
Would you agree with me?
I would agree with that. That's factual.
So we're 8 years past the time of the shooting, correct?
Yes, correct.
And if the powers of observation fade over time, it's kind of interesting that today you have added a quote-unquote second attack. Now the reason, and I'm asking you this, wouldn't be the reason that you added a second attack is you're trying to justify this shooting by making an attack appear to have occurred 8 seconds prior, when in your statement to Detective Proctor, it occurred after the popcorn had fallen on the ground.
I never put the two together. He only hit me one time, and then he was reaching for me the other time, just like when he was shot. He was reaching for me.
I understand, and the jurors have the post-Miranda statement, and they listen to your testimony.
Right.
Okay. And the stories on your post-Miranda statement and today are very different.
We're dealing in microseconds today, and I was dealing with stress then.
Okay, well, 8 seconds isn't microseconds.
I don't know anything about 8 seconds.
We'll get there in a little bit.
Okay.
Now, you indicated that while your left hand was out, because Mr. Olson's virtually on top of you, you believe you were touching his shoulders or his chest because he was virtually in your lap. Do you remember saying he was virtually in your lap?
I do.
Okay, and that's why you're touching him, because the picture you're painting for Detective Proctor is he's on top of you. And you indicated in your statement to Detective Proctor that you were surprised you didn't shoot your own left hand, correct?
I was, yes,
Okay,
sir.
that's because it was out in front of the gun, correct?
That was my perception, yes, sir.
Okay, now you'd agree with me that had your hand truly, really been in front of the gun, there'd be stippling all over your left hand.
The gun was in a I think you guys call it index shooting position. It would have been very close to my body. It would not have been extended. It would be pretty close to my right hip.
Okay. You're the one that said you're surprised you didn't shoot your left hand,
I
right?
am. Yes, sir.
I didn't make that up. You said yourself you're surprised you didn't shoot your left hand,
That's correct.
okay? Because the gun was in a position where the bullet would come out and shoot your hand. So your hand had to actually be in front of the muzzle. That's the only way you could be afraid you'd shoot yourself.
Your illustration of having your hand straight out in front of you is not what my thought was. My thought was it was down by my hip, and my gun was down by my hip. So all this sticking your hand straight out in front of you had never crossed my mind.
Okay, but in your statement, you're saying that you have your left arm out and you're surprised that you didn't shoot yourself.
Okay.
I mean, there's no way around that.
Perceptual distortion.
Okay. Or is it you're trying to justify a shooting that's not lawful?
That would be a fabrication
Correct.
for you.
Now, based on just Detective Proctor's statement, you indicated to Detective Proctor that you were hit on the left side of your face, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, today here in court, you said it was over your left eye, correct?
That's the left side of my face, yes, sir.
Okay, well, wouldn't you agree with me there's a difference between over your left eye and the left side of your face?
I think they're both located in the same place.
Okay, and I really don't mean, I'm truly not being sarcastic, okay? Over your left eye is over your left eye. This is the side of your face. You can't be telling this jury that over your left eye and the left side of your face is the same exact position, are you?
I never thought about a distinction between what you just illustrated. The left side of your face is the left side of your face, or your left eye is the left side of your face. I never differentiated between the two.
So there's no difference between the front of your face and the side of your face to you?
When you illustrate it, there would seem to be. My statement was completely different. I didn't see a difference.
And you're indicating in this statement, and again, we're still just talking about Detective Proctor's statement, that you were hit so hard that you were dazed.
I think dazed, surprised, shocked, all those things would fit that, yes, sir.
Okay, and you yourself said in a tape statement that you bruise easily.
On my arms and my, yes, sir.
Okay, and you heard Jennifer and Matt testify you bruise easily, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, so here's what you're testifying to. You're testifying that there's I think it came out as 6'4", Chad Olson, who's full of rage, is virtually on top of you, and he punches you or hits you hard with a cell phone, so much so that you're dazed, yet you easily bruise and there's not a single mark on your face. That's what you want this jury to believe.
Yes, I do.
Not a single swelling, not a single red mark, other than your left eye lid has a little bit of redness on it. That's the extent of the injuries a 6'4" person put on you when they hit you hard enough to daze you, correct?
And knock my glasses off, yes, sir. Or, I'm sorry, askew would be the right word.
And you remember listening to your own witness, Dr. Adams from the medical examiner's office, who talked about all these bony parts and their skin, and the skin's so thin on the side of the face, and you'd expect all these traumas, yet there's not a single mark on you from being punched.
I disagree with the single mark comment.
And everything that we just described isn't even visible on the video, is it?
It was a perception on my part. I was scared. This guy was completely out of control. Didn't seem to be acting rational. I was so scared until I was not sure exactly where he was, but I knew he was attacking me.
Okay. So your perception was an attack that never occurred.
I would That would be a misstatement to say it never occurred.
Okay, well, the video's in evidence. The members of the jury could review the video.
8 years after the event, in February 2022, Reeves was acquitted of second-degree murder and aggravated battery. Curtis then did 2 interviews, one with ABC News and one with Fox News, stating that while he felt sad for Olson's family, he didn't regret the attack and didn't feel like he had instigated it at all. He stated that he had been exonerated by the court system and he was excited to move forward with his life. After the verdict, Nicole Olson stated that she felt that the jury got it wrong. I want everyone to know that even though they tried to make Chad out to be the monster and the aggressor, he was an amazing man, husband, son, father, and friend. She said, "I will not just accept this result lying down. Chad may be gone, but he will never be forgotten, and I will use my voice to try and make sure that no one has to experience what myself and my family has to go through." After the shooting, Nicole created the Olson Family Foundation, which provides financial support to children impacted by gun violence. She has worked since the shooting to take care of her daughter and keep Chad's memory alive. A link will be left in the description if you are interested in donating yourself. I now pass the question off to you. Do you think Curtis was justified in the shooting? Do you feel as if the defense was correct in their assertion that Curtis was too weak to defend himself and Olson took things too far? Or do you feel the opposite? Let me know down in the comments below. As always, if there's a video you would like to see me cover, let me know in the comments down below or by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. I hope you have a great day and remember to stay safe. Following is the available footage of Betty Broderick testifying on her own behalf. Timestamps will be left in the description box if you would like to skip this portion of the video. In other videos going over cases where the accused takes the stand, I have pointed out that taking the stand at all in court is a bad move that most lawyers would suggest against. Even if you are completely innocent of any wrongdoing, going on the stand and putting yourself in the crosshairs of the prosecution can lead to you incriminating yourself and making yourself look guilty. During trial, the jury will likely be paying attention to the accused more than anyone else, and basing their judgments around the general idea of the person they are sitting across from. If you smile too much, they can think you're sadistic and unrepentant. If you seem bored, they can call you callous and uncaring. Just sitting in the court can come with unintended consequences, but the moment you take the stand, you are now put on display, and the jury can take something as little as your tone as an indicator of guilt. But in cases where the person standing trial believes themselves to be justified, or feels as if they can outsmart everyone in the room, they refuse to heed their lawyer's advice. Consider Anthony Todt, who tried to convince a jury that his wife, who he claimed was too weak to take care of herself, killed the entire family and then herself, all while telling Anthony how great of a husband and father he was. This case is a bit different, as Betty not only believes herself to be smarter than everyone in the room, she believes that killing her husband, who was asleep in bed, can be classified as an act of self-defense. Her mannerisms are not unlike Nancy Brophy and Anthony Todt, and for comparison, I will leave the videos I made discussing those trials in the description box down below.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Elizabeth Ann Broderick. Broderick.
Pull that microphone.
Jack really begins with the first years of Dan and Betty Broderick's relationship.
What were the discussions that you had with Mr. Broderick about being married, about getting married?
As soon as I started going out with him, he wanted to get married.
Okay. And was that something that both of you talked about?
Yes, we talked about it a lot.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that, I wasn't even thinking about marriage. I had to get my college degree, and at that point, I was only starting my second year of college. And he said that I could do both, that I could marry him and finish my college degree, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do it one at a time, because I thought each thing was rather a full-time job.
Okay. And during the time that the two of you were dating, were you working?
Yes, I always worked.
Okay. And was Mr. Broderick working at that time?
No, he was mostly going to school and studying.
Okay. And were you in any way supporting that relationship monetarily with Mr. Broderick?
I had a lot of spending money because I had a lot of jobs and stuff, so I had social spending money. Dan only had tuition money and, his school money. So yeah, I had a lot. Yes, I had a car and I had disposable income, and it was my turf. He'd never been to New York before, so I knew everyone and where to go and what to do, and yeah, I used my money.
Okay. After the, during the honeymoon and after you were then married, was there a change in the relationship between you and Mr. Broderick?
Yes, very much so.
And what was that change?
Well, a dating relationship is entirely different from a marriage. And during the dating relationship, I had my own job and my own money and my own car, and I lived with my parents, and I had some freedom and stuff. And after the wedding, he was in charge of everything, and I moved in with him, and he took charge of the bank books and the paychecks and everything, and I more or less had to do what he said.
Where were you living during the that third year in medical school?
When we first got married, I moved into a dormitory room with Dan, which was a little teeny tiny room that adjoined another room by a teeny tiny bathroom. And it wasn't designed for two people to live in it.
Okay. When you and Dan were courting and married, was he someone you loved?
Yes, we had a lot of fun. It was very nice.
Now, during that period of time, what did you expect of a husband in marriage?
Expected him to be nice and be supportive and be the father of my children, and that we'd live happily ever after.
Now, was that a decision that you were willing to live with, him going to law school rather than going out and practice as a doctor?
Yes, that was fine with me, whatever he wanted to do,
And why was that?
because that's a wife's job, you know, whatever the husband wants to do, it was my job to support him emotionally and, you know, psychologically, and great, let's do it. So we did it.
As defense attorney Jack Early carefully questions his client, she remembers when she first began to doubt her husband's actions.
And was there a reason that you discussed with Mr. Broderick the fact that he was away from the home a lot? I mean, how you felt about that? Any discussions at all?
Oh, it was constant discussions. I felt that he was really neglecting myself and the children. I felt I spoiled him in the early years by not expecting him to do anything with us because of the schooling. And then after he got a regular job, I kind of expected him to get involved and be home on weekends and be home at night and to have a little more time for us. And he didn't have very much time for us.
Jack Early questions Broderick about a church-sponsored retreat the couple went on in 1976, where they discussed and wrote down in a journal their expectations for their marriage.
And during the time that you were at the marriage encounter, did you talk about what you wanted out of a marriage?
Definitely, that's what it was for.
Okay. And what did you tell him you wanted out of a marriage?
I wanted him to spend more time with us. That's all I wanted.
Did you tell him did you ever tell him what kind of physical things that you wanted?
I wanted a sofa for the family room because we had this black leather chair that he would sit in all the time, and I just didn't feel we ever got really close to one another. So yeah, I wanted a sofa for the family room. That was my big desire in 1976.
And did Dan talk to you about what he wanted
Yes.
out of the marriage?
Yes.
Or what he wanted for you? What did he tell you he wanted?
He apologized for not spending time with us and said what he needed in life were to reach these financial goals that he had set for himself way, way back. And only when he reached those financial goals would he then have time to be a nice person to me and the kids and to give us time. But I had to give him more time and stick with him until he reached those financial goals. And when he got there, then it was all going to be rosy and it was all going to pay off and it was all going to be wonderful. But I had to be patient because he had to do that first.
And did you agree at that point in time to stick it out with him and stay in California based on the things that he had promised to you?
Yes.
Did he make, at that time, any promises, inducements as to how he would be with the family, his time he would spend with the family and home?
He was supposed to, in the book, you're supposed to make improvements, but he just further apologized and said, he'd really like to get together. You're supposed to get together 10 minutes a day after a marriage encounter to enhance the intimacy in your marriage. He said, I'd really like to do it, but I'm just too busy. I have depositions and I'm busy, and I just don't have time for this.
When is the first time that you can remember, year, if you can give it to us, where you felt that your family did not have any major financial problems, where there would actually be some discretionary spending money?
I never had any idea of what was in bank accounts or how much we owed or anything. So this is just my impression. My impression was that in 1981, Dan was purchasing and buying stuff, and so we had some money, not a lot of money, in 81, and that's the first year I felt we had any money at all.
This is blatantly untrue. Betty was incredibly aware of how well off the family was, and often made large extravagant purchases because of that. They were earning upwards of $1 million a year after Dan started work as a lawyer, and it was shown in trial that Betty would spend thousands of dollars a month on buying personal items. She was very aware of their finances, and in later interviews would admit to being in charge of a lot of their spending, as she felt Dan was too incompetent to do so. Similarly, the children would testify that their parents never kept the fact that they were wealthy away from them.
Now, at this point in time, were you also, you and Dan, doing more things socially?
The progression from 1981 to 1983 was extremely rapid insofar as money. From 1981 to 1983, by 1983 we had a lot of money.
In fact, money was to become a central issue in the divorce. By 1983, Broderick says she noticed a significant change in their relationship.
I wasn't even home an hour and I knew something was wrong. He didn't greet us at the door. He wasn't happy to see us. He was just acting very strange. And that was late at night when I came home with the children, and we had to go to a wedding the very next day in Laguna Beach. So we got all dressed up and drove to Laguna Beach, and it was during that ride up there that I heard what was wrong. He thought our house was tacky. He thought our friends were boring. He said I was old, fat, ugly, boring, and stupid. And he had never said anything like that before.
Okay. That time, were you fat?
I didn't think so.
Okay. And at that, how did you feel about yourself at that time?
Before he started saying those things, I thought I was a competent person doing the right thing in life. I was proud of my husband, my house, my family. I was very high energy. I've always been very high energy. Had lots of friends, lots of activities. I was a great cook. I was a hostess. I was pretty satisfied with how I was doing in life.
Was there a change for that in the fall of '83?
In September of '83, he came home and he said that he had hired someone, and I was very, very happy about that. I thought, whew, a release valve where he'll have more time for us and someone to help him, because he had been so grouchy and under so much pressure. And I thought it was from too much of a workload. And so he told me that he hired someone.
And did he tell you who he hired?
Yes. He told me he hired Linda Kolkina, who had formerly been the girl in the lobby of the building who answered the phones.
While Betty Broderick testifies about her disintegrating marriage, the defense is building its argument that Dan Broderick, in fact, provoked his own death. She testifies that she grew suspicious of Dan Broderick's relationship with Linda Kolkina, even as he denied it, and that she became possessed with pleasing her husband.
Did you believe him when he told you at the time when you would talk to him about not having an affair with Linda Kolkina?
Yes. I always believed everything he told me, and before this point in our long-term marriage, by this point, I've never doubted what he told me before. If he told me he was at meetings, he was at meetings. If he told me he was out of town at depositions, that's where he was. But all of a sudden, every time he started telling me that he was working late and he was going out of town and he was doing this and that, I was suspicious that he was with Linda Kolkina and that he was lying.
This is a blatant lie. Friends and family would testify to the fact that Betty was incredibly mistrustful, not just with Dan, but with them as well. This narrative would be debunked by her own diary, which was read out in court, as well as being debunked by her own children and her friends. Prior to Linda being hired, Betty had already begun to attack Dan over his work schedule, locking him out of the house, throwing a radio, a mortar, and more at him, and demeaning him in front of the family. The very assertion that she was nothing but kind to him prior to this is blatantly false.
Did you try to do something about the things Dan said that were wrong with you?
Sure. I tried to, I wouldn't say I tried to look like Linda Kolkina. I didn't do that. I just tried to not be old, fat, ugly, boring, and stupid. So I couldn't do anything about old. And I lost weight, and I went down to a sickly thin. And I didn't think I was boring, but I quit all my society things and tried to stay home and give him more attention. And I just tried to really cater to him. I tried to become perfect for him so he'd have nothing to complain about at all.
Did you do anything medically about making yourself look younger?
Dan sent me to some client that he had to get wrinkles off my face. And I got braces on my teeth because I have a little tiny crooked tooth here. I let my hair grow longer like it used to be in college. It was real long hair, and with the kids I let it get a little shorter, so I let my hair grow longer, and I just tried to look as much as I could like I used to look when I was 19.
While the family house was being prepared for sale, the Brodericks temporarily lived in a rental. Dan announced he was moving out.
And did you talk to him about did he say anything about your marriage or what was going to happen?
No. When I asked him about Linda, as I did again on April 15th, I asked him, what did he do for our anniversary? And he said he went out with someone else. He kept denying that he was even dating Linda. He never even admitted he went on a date with Linda.
But according to Broderick, they were still planning to buy a house together, and she believed the marriage could be saved. Finally, Broderick says her husband confessed.
Well, he told me the truth. He finally told me the truth.
Now, and what did he tell you?
All he wouldn't tell me any details or anything else. All he told me was I was right. I've been right all along.
And how did that make you feel?
Well, it kind of made me feel better that at least I knew the truth, but it made me feel like that he had taken really gross, unfair advantage of me for a long time, switching. Now I'm standing in this house that's empty. My kids are gone. I have no money. I have no control. I mean, it's a little late to be telling me the truth. And and then I've got all this stuff going on in my mind about typical Dan Broderick. Don't even begin negotiating till you're sitting on their chest, and knock someone to their knees. And I've been really badly used and abused by a liar for over 2 years. And I was very upset and very angry about it, and he wanted to take me to a mental institution.
This assertion that she was left with nothing when Dan left her and moved into his new home is untrue. Originally, she had full custody over the children, which she purposely gave up to try and spite Dan, and in her own words, teach him a lesson. She also had plenty of money, as Dan agreed to pay her nearly $20,000 a month, which, when adjusted for inflation, would be about $50,000 per month today. What Dan did by cheating is wrong on its own, and Betty was not and is not wrong for being upset, but she was not left destitute or without any way to take care of herself, and her children were not taken away.
That was his answer to me getting upset.
Broderick says her husband had taken over the family house with Linda Kolkina and had taken the kids.
And who had custody of the children at that time?
There was no custody arrangement. They were physically living in Coral Reef because that was the only roof we had that they could be happy under and safe under. And then he got a restraining order in October of '85, and he used that as custody because if I couldn't get within 100 yards of the house where my kids were, I couldn't get to see my kids. So I didn't realize it until a long time later that that's what happened. He used the restraining order as a custody order.
The restraining order was not a custody order. The restraining order she is talking about was taken out over multiple break-ins, as well as vandalizations and abusive voicemails that were left for the family, telling them that she was going to kill them. Again, the recontextualization of the evidence is obvious. Betty cannot and will not state that the restraining orders were necessary because of her behavior, because, as she puts it, her behavior was in response to Dan just being evil. She cannot see her actions as anything but necessary, and as you will see in a second, scoffed in court when she was told that Dan was scared of her, replying, "Why would he be afraid of me?" as if she hadn't fully caused his death.
And that shouldn't have happened.
I was defiant, and I did go see the kids as much as I could, but I was very scared because he was threatening to, every time I came within 100 yards of my own house to see my own kids, that I was liable to be thrown in jail. There were constant, everyday problems with the children. I was hysterical being separated from them. I didn't like the babysitters. I thought they weren't being cared for. I thought they were being neglected. They missed me. I missed them.
Broderick says she went to confront her husband the day she says he sold their family home out from under her.
Did you return to the house at some point in time?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do when you returned to the house?
I bammed my car into his front door.
Okay. And when you, why did you run your car into his front door?
I was extremely hysterical. I was totally upset. I was crying. The biggest thing that bothered me was, besides the sale of the house, the biggest thing that bothered me was that the way he was treating me. This is the man that was supposed to take care of us and that I trusted and all that baloney. And I went to him for answers, and the way he treated me was just so awful and so cold and just non-communicative. Like, it was just like, screw you, just die, get out of my life, go away. He had no respect for me at all.
It's striking how very little weight she gives to her ramming her car into Dan's home when her children were inside. She states that she did it because she was hysterical with how he was treating her, and that it wasn't okay how little respect he seemed to have for her. But again, by this time, she had broken into his home 3 different times, vandalized his property, broken his things, threatened to kill him, had one of their shared sons call his new girlfriend a cunt over the phone, and had told multiple people that she wanted him dead. The idea that he deserved to have a car run through his home with their children inside and potentially die, all because he wasn't respectful towards her, is not rational. If someone did to you half of the things that Betty had done to Dan, or if Dan had done to Betty half of the things she was doing to him, there would be no question who should be in jail. But Dan's responses to Betty's continued attacks were incredibly measured, to the point of him losing his life.
Then Broderick relates a series of events that she says drove her to the brink.
Now, also in 1986, did you start receiving things anonymously in the mail?
Yes.
Okay, and what sort of things did you receive?
I received a picture of Dan and Linda at a party with a sticker on it that said, "Eat your heart out, bitch."
Okay. Were there other things that you got in the mail besides that?
I would get white envelopes typewritten addressed to me with cut-out newspaper ads for wrinkle cream and weight loss clinics and things. And it was all exactly the same time as that, but separate envelopes.
Again, there is no proof of this happening. No one else, not even Betty's new boyfriend Brad, who lived with her, saw those letters. Much like the majority of Betty's statements, there's no proof to back up her claims against Dan, and we would simply have to take her word for it.
Finally, Jack Early asks about the events leading up to the killings. Betty says she received yet another legal paper about her ongoing custody dispute.
What did the letter say to you?
The letter said to me,
Don't read the letter. Just tell me what you remember the letter saying to you.
it said to me that you're going to jail, that you're going to be fined, that Linda's going to screw around with the machine again and keep you from your sons for the next 2 weeks, going to play her games again, and it's going to drive you crazy, and that's why she's doing it. It meant that that seeing the boys was going to be put off and put off and put off, and I just stood there and I felt so sorry for my boys, that they were missing everything in childhood. And I already mentioned that Danny was 13, and so the older the kids get, and we miss all these things like Halloween and stuff. Those moments are forever gone, and they're never coming back. And so this meant to me that I was not going to get the kids for the whole school year probably, and that I was going to have to waste money fighting in court about stupid things, and that Dan was just going to jerk me around and mess up the money, undoubtedly, with the fines, and then...
The letter was simply asking Betty to stop leaving harassing and abusive voicemails on the family's answering machine, which is a very simple request, but Betty took it to mean everything except that.
How was your mental condition then?
I had been beaten down for so long, so many times, that I felt that all the resources a person draws on when they're in trouble, that I had over the years exhausted all those resources.
I couldn't, it was 6 years into this, I couldn't call my family and say, oh, Mom, look what he's doing to me now. I couldn't turn to any friends and for help. I had already tried every civil agency in this town. I had tried child abuse. I had tried battered women. I had tried the district attorney's office for help. I had tried the city attorney's office for help. I had called the ACLU. I had called HALT. I had called NOW. I had, you know, when you're in trouble and you're looking for help and you're crying for help and screaming for help, you try all these avenues, and I had already exhausted those avenues.
She had exhausted those avenues, and they didn't work because she had no proof to her claims against Dan, and there was proof of his claims against her. She asserted that her ex-husband was turning lawyers, charities, and foundations against her, but when these groups were asked why they hadn't worked with her, they provided evidence that showed it was her own doing. During the divorce, she had hired and subsequently been dropped by 4 different attorneys before representing herself, all because she wouldn't stop harassing her ex-husband. They would tell her not to go onto his property, not to try and see the children without clearing it with the courts first, and she wouldn't listen. In her murder trial, she had done the same, and had gone through 4 different lawyers before finally finding one who would work with her. The idea that no one would help her was false. People wanted to help her, but she wouldn't allow herself to be helped. She was constantly making her life worse for herself and blaming everything on everyone else but herself.
I felt so victimized, and then I was angry, and this is all happening at once in my brain. You know, I'm explaining it one thing at a time now, but it's all happening at once, and it's like, why are they doing this? Why the hell are they doing this to me now? Why can't they just leave me alone? Why can't they let me get control of my life and get my kids and just have a peaceful, normal life? I didn't know what kind of sick jollies they were getting out of driving me crazy. And I was saying to myself, you know, what do they want out of me? What the hell do they want out of me now? What do I have that they want? And
they wanted you to stop leaving abusive voicemails threatening their lives on their answering machine. That's it.
the only answer I could come up with was that they wanted to just drive me crazy. They were just, it was sadistic what they were doing. There was nothing else that I could give these people to get away from them.
What were you going to do when you went to Dan's?
I was going to ask him for the kids and to just leave me alone. And if he wouldn't agree at all, I was just going to kill myself in his house, not down at the beach and not at my house. And I had been contemplating suicide for a long time. It's in the diaries. I was extremely despondent in what was going on in my life here because I couldn't handle it. And I knew that if I killed myself, it was going to be in front of Dan Broderick so that he couldn't just say, see, I told you she was crazy. I had nothing to do with it.
When you got to Dan's house, did you take the gun with you?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking that?
Every time I went to Dan's house in the past, I'd get this, 10 seconds, or I'm going to call the police. Or once I got there to talk to Dan, and Linda was in the window saying, you want me to call the police and stuff? So I brought the gun with me initially to make them have to talk to me. And if they said they were going to call the police, I'd say, no, you're not.
What she is describing constitutes as a hostage situation.
Did you plan to do anything if they didn't talk to you?
I told you, yes. If they wouldn't deal with me and wouldn't give me the kids, I was just going to kill myself.
Did you have in your car any keys that you thought might fit one of the doors of Dan's house?
Yes, I had a key ring with a funny-looking key on it.
Okay. Was it because of the shape of the key that you thought it was that it would fit Dan's house?
It was a very strange-looking key, and long before I was informed, or the kids told me, that Dan's keys were very funny-looking, and I knew Dan had funny-looking keys. It was a good chance that was his funny-looking key.
Okay. Did you use the key to get into the house?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you going to do if the key didn't work?
Got in the house anyway. We always got in the house.
Okay. Did you want to wake Dan up when you got there? And when you first got there, did you want Dan to know that you were driving up?
You're not going to go to a meeting.
Stand.
What was your feelings about Dan knowing that you got there?
I wanted him to know I was there and that I had the gun before he jumped on a phone and reported me, which is what he would have done if he saw me coming from the street or if I rang the front doorbell.
Did you ring a doorbell at all?
No.
Do you remember which door you went into?
The utility door of the house, which is mostly the traffic door.
Do you remember driving to his house that day?
No.
And do you know what route you took?
I remember leaving my house, backing out of the driveway and leaving. I remember that, but I don't remember at which point I decided where I was when I decided not to go to the beach and go to Dan's house. All the way to Dan's house, I was just thinking, I've just got to make this stop. I just got to make this stop. I'm not going to live another day like this. I can't wake up just being absolutely at his mercy anymore. So all the way there, I just kept thinking, I've got to make this stop. I've got to make this stop. And I don't remember what even road I took to get there.
How would you describe, was it affecting you physically? I mean, were you clear thinking and seeing things clearly at that time?
The only way I can explain it.
Sustained.
How would you describe how the world seemed to you at that time?
Your Honor, it's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, I would like to make an offer of proof why it hasn't been.
Another question.
If I'm referring to how she was physically seeing the world at that time, it may be different than she's answered before.
All right, go ahead. You can answer that.
Well, the only way I know how to describe it now is that there was all these thoughts just churning in my head, and there was so much going on inside my head. That's kind of like my eyeballs were turned backwards and the whole world was inside my head because of all this anguish. And so I wasn't seeing where I was going, and it was like I was just inward, and there was all this anguish and kind of darkness and crazy thoughts. Felt like you were in hell, actually.
Okay. When you got to the house and went in the back door, do you remember where you went?
I got upstairs, I know that, but I don't know which route I took.
Okay. And when you went upstairs, do you remember where you went when you got to the top of the stairs?
The door to the bedroom was closed, but the next door was open, so I went in that door.
Okay. And where does that door lead to?
To what they call a TV room, but it's part of the bedroom suite on that side of the house.
Okay. And was anybody up at that time that you saw?
No.
Okay. Do you remember, were you holding the gun at that time?
I don't remember. I guess so.
Okay. What did, when you went into the TV room, what was the next thing that you did?
The TV room door was wide open, and then the door to their bedroom was part open. It wasn't closed. It was like ajar.
Okay. And did you then go into their bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do when you went into their bedroom?
Well, the motion that I made, although I don't think it was a big motion, the movement that I made into their bedroom woke them up, and they moved, and somebody screamed, "Call the police," and I said, "No!" And I just fired the gun, and this big noise went off, and then I grabbed the phone and got the hell out of there. But I wasn't even in that room. I mean, it just was an explosion. Just, I moved, they moved, the gun went off, and it was like, ah! And it was that fast.
Betty was mindful enough to go into the room and yank the phone out of the wall to make sure that Dan could not call emergency services for help. That is not a quick and spontaneous decision.
I want to go through this. I want to go at least as much as we can step by step. How would you describe your memory of that event? Do you have a clear memory of everything that happened?
What I can tell you in words now is it seems like a slideshow where slides are missing. You know, I remember driving up to the front of the house. I remember the front of the house, but I don't remember if I went to the front door, and I don't remember going around. And then I know I was upstairs, and I remember opening the door to the bedroom. So I see myself doing that, but then I don't see anything else. And then I know I grabbed the phone, but I don't remember leaving the house or running down the stairs or anything. So it's like there's these spots missing. It's like a flash of this, and then she's over there, and there's a flash of that, a flash of this, and that's what I told people later is, you know, I didn't see anything in that room.
Now, when you first went into the door, do you remember do you remember what happened when you first went into the door of the bedroom?
Well, I hardly even got in. I opened the door and I stepped into the bedroom, like one step.
What did you do at that point?
Well, I was gonna say, Dan, wake up, I have to talk to you.
Did you say something?
I don't know.
What happened at that point?
I walked in and they moved away from me toward the other place, and I heard Linda say, call the police.
Now, do you remember them talking to you at all? Saying something to you other than
No, nobody said anything to me, I don't think.
Okay. And what happened when they went towards, what's the next thing you remember after they went towards the phone and said, call the police?
I kind of like screamed, like this huge scream, like, no! And the gun went off, and I just remember one time and one noise. But I know that I must have done that because you have to do that on the gun. But it was so fast. I just went, ah!
Now, did you scream out loud?
I felt like I made a huge scream, but I don't know if I made any noise. It was just all sensation. You move in, and then they moved, and then it was this huge explosion and scream and all at once.
Do you remember actually pulling the trigger?
No.
Is that a gun where you have to pull the trigger?
Yes, I asked people that day, do you have to pull the trigger? And they told me that you had to, but I don't remember pulling it even the first time.
But you remember a large bang?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next thing you remember after that?
Is grabbing the phone so that he couldn't get on it because Dan was trying to get on the phone, and grabbed the phone, and I tried to get out of the room, and it kind of jerked, and I jerked it back and pulled it out of the wall, and I think I threw it on the top of the stairs. I don't know. I may have just put it there.
Now, after you heard the boom, were you out of bullets?
I assume so, yes,
And how did you know that?
because there was no more noise and the gun was clicking.
Okay. Did you hear the gun click?
I don't remember the gun clicking, no.
Okay.
I just know that there was this huge noise and then there was no more noise.
And then after the noise, when you said the gun was clicking, was that after the noise? The clicking sound of the gun?
I guess.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. She stated she didn't remember any clicking.
Sustained.
Do you remember pulling the trigger after? Do you remember pulling the trigger at all?
No.
What did you, now, when you indicated, when was it that you thought about what was the thought about the phone that made you grab the phone?
Objection asked to answer.
Sustained.
May I have that read back to me, Your Honor, so I can, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Was there any reason that you were scared that Dan was going to grab the phone?
Yes, because every time I went to talk to him, he'd call the police and have me arrested on the restraining order for trying to talk to him, for being within 100 yards of his house.
And now, at that point in time, when you left, do you know whether anyone was hit?
No, I thought Dan was after me.
Okay. Did Dan say, do you remember Dan sitting up in bed and saying, okay, you shot me, I'm dead?
No.
Have you ever said that? Have you ever repeated that to anybody?
I know Lily says I said that. So I must have said that, but I heard Lily say I said that. I don't remember that.
Okay, and have you repeated it since then to people?
Yes,
And why was that?
because Lee said I said it, it must have happened. Or I must have said it.
Do you remember where you went after that?
Well, I had nowhere to go. I mean, I was afraid Dan was after me. I was afraid when I went into that house of confronting Dan, and then when I left, I thought he was after me. And so I thought, oh man, you can't go home because he's gonna have called the police, and the police are gonna be waiting at my house, and I didn't want to scare the boys and everything, so I didn't go home. So I ended up at a phone in Claremont, at a gas station in Claremont.
Do you know how long?
And I didn't know what to do or where to go or who to talk to or what to do.
Do you remember how long you drove around before you got to that gas station?
No.
How long were you at that gas station?
I still don't even know where the gas station was. It's somewhere in Claremont.
Okay, but when you arrived at the gas station, were you there very long?
I don't remember.
Did you make a call right away?
I don't remember if it was right away. I did remember, I remembered one phone number.
Okay, and did you call some people from the gas station?
I only remember dialing and calling and talking to Diane Black.
Okay. Do you remember calling Lee?
Yes, later.
When you called, where did you go from there? Did you go over to someone's house?
I called Lee and I told her I was in trouble or something. I don't remember really what I told her. But I said that I'll try and get to your house. And if I don't get to your house, that means they've arrested me because the Suburban is real big and there weren't many cars out on a Sunday morning. And it has a load 'em up license plate, that's what it says, so it'd be real easy to get pulled over. And I said, if I don't arrive, honey, it's because the police got me. But I'll try and get to your house. So I went to Lee's house. And the reason for that is Dan didn't know where Lee lived. So if he was sending the cops to get me, he couldn't send them to Lee's house because he didn't know where Lee lived. Nobody knew where Lee lived except me.
When you got to Lee's house, how would you describe how you felt?
Well, whenever, especially this day, I felt bad that I was involving her, but at the same I tried to pretend like everything was okay. I guess, I don't know. I got there, I remember I took my camera out of the car, I gave her my camera, and I told her that I shot this gun at Dan's house and I have to go give myself into the police. So I took off all my jewelry and stuff, but I know I did that, but I don't remember doing it. And then I sent Lee from her apartment to go check on Danny and Rhett, because I was worried that the cops were there and that the boys were afraid and stuff. So Jason and Lee went to check on Danny and Rhett.
Did you eventually turn yourself in that day?
Yes.
And were you taken to jail after you were arrested? Were you taken
Yes,
after you turned yourself in, were you eventually taken to Las Colinas?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had conversations with a number of people since you've been in jail?
Yes.
When you first got to jail, how were you feeling?
I don't remember getting taken there. I know they put me in a suicide cell, stark naked for the first night I was there, and I was real shocking, and I don't remember being there or much of what happened. I just went where people told me to go.
Okay. Now that first day or the first couple of weeks that you were there, how were you feeling emotionally or mentally?
It's hard to just. I was very confused, but I was safe in jail. You know, they locked the rest of the world out when they locked me in this little corner cell, and that was good for me because then Dan couldn't get me.
Dan had never been trying to get her.
The first 2 or 3 months that you were in jail, were you able to come to grips with what had happened?
No. I wanted to, I wasn't able to deal with it. I wasn't able to hug my children or talk to my children. I wasn't able to go to Dan's funeral. I wasn't able to tell anybody how sorry I was that all this had happened. Anybody who was affected by it. I haven't been able to get in touch with any of the people who matter in this case.
To this day, Betty feels the murders were justified and has never apologized for killing Dan, not even to her children. In an interview she gave 3 weeks after the murder, she called Linda a bimbo and verbatim stated, "That girl had nothing on me. I am prettier, smarter, classier. She is a dumb, uneducated tramp with no background or education or talent." She has sent abusive messages to her children, claiming it's their fault that she is in prison, that they all betrayed her, and she wishes they were never born, and to this day refuses to say that she shouldn't have murdered her ex-husband. The idea that she should have gone to their funeral or would have apologized if given the chance is absurd.
Were you able to talk to the boys about what was going on?
No, Dan's brother took them out of town right away, and I was kept from them for almost 2 years, and I wasn't allowed to send birthday cards or Christmas cards. I haven't had a phone conversation. But this summer, in August, I was able to see them for an hour or two, but I wasn't allowed to mention anything. I had to act like that nothing had happened. So I really want to talk to my kids about this, and to a lot of other people, but they listen to all my phone conversations, and they copy every letter that goes in and out. And it's that, everyone's afraid everything will get twisted around and used against them, and so none of us have been able to deal honestly with a lot of the things that need to be dealt with.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. I do. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I would like a picture marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Triple I?
Yes.
Eight by 10 black and white photograph, Mr. Early?
Yes, of the defendants.
All right. Somewhere.
Showing you what has been marked triple I for identification. Is this a picture of you?
Yes.
And is this what you came to look like at the time of your arrest in 1989?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch recess.
That was the direct examination, or at least what has been made public via court TV. Betty and her lawyers attempt to make Dan's actions appear abusive. Him getting a restraining order being used to keep her from seeing her children, him treating her badly in response to her driving a car in his home, and more were all attempted to be contextualized as heinous things. But let's see how Betty fares when her narrative is held up to speculation.
Isn't it true that when you talked to Deputy Woods that you told Deputy Woods, for example, one day after testifying that it was a good day today, I had the jury eating out of my hands?
No.
Deputy Woods was the deputy that was responsible for getting you prepared and ready to come to court each day, correct?
Yes.
And are you indicating that you never had any discussions with Deputy Woods about how you were impressing the last jury?
I don't remember those discussions. I don't remember any specific discussions about that.
Do you remember talking to her about how important it was for you to give the right impression to the jury and telling her about disagreements that you had with your counsel about what kind of clothes you should wear, and the fact that wearing bright clothes wouldn't be a good impression, it would make you look too happy, and that your counsel wanted you to only wear dark clothes and drab clothes to make you look depressed?
No, Deputy Woods ended up picking out
Excuse me, if you'd just answer my question, did you ever have any conversation like that with Deputy Woods?
No.
You have been described by people who know you well as being a good actress, haven't you?
I've never heard that.
Never heard that Dr. Jacobson, the doctor that you saw for quite a period of time, described you as a great actress?
I've never heard that he said that, no.
That you had several different personas that you could display?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
Sustained.
You indicated that just this morning before we broke, that you had not been able to tell anyone how sorry you were. It is true that since you've been in jail, in fact, very shortly after the time you were put in jail, that you started writing letters to people, right?
I've written letters from jail, yes.
You've written probably hundreds of letters from jail.
Maybe over the 2 years.
And even in the course of a couple of weeks to a couple of months, right after November the 5th, you wrote many letters every day to friends, to family, to newspaper reporters, to celebrities. You were writing many letters during those, let's take the 3 months after you were incarcerated, weren't you?
I don't remember specifically, but I have written letters, yes.
Well, you're not, are you disputing what I'm saying, that you have written probably at least 100 letters during that period of time?
In the 3 months after I was there, I wouldn't know. I don't know of the numbers.
Did you write many letters to your friends and to your family?
In that specific period of time?
Yes.
I don't remember in that specific period of time who I would have written to.
Did you write letters to newspaper reporters?
I corrected some articles. Yes, I corrected articles that I read that were wrong.
Okay. And did you write letters to celebrities, for example?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Did you write to Cindy Garvey?
Oh, I don't remember. Did I? I don't know.
In Betty's original testimony, her responses are emotional. She is upset and she is responding emphatically. But here, much like Nancy Brophy and Anthony Todt, she focuses on the details of every question. Betty had written hundreds of letters in the first few months while in jail. She had written to multiple people, saying she regretted nothing, and stated she would be out soon to share her side of the story. She wrote countless magazines, newspapers, and publications, telling them that she was more than willing to give interviews, and she wrote to her children, telling them that she was disappointed in them that they hadn't visited her. But, being well aware that the prosecution is against her, refuses to agree with things she knows are true. Saying yes, I did write hundreds of letters in that time, is not damning. But she, wanting control over the situation at hand, will not concede. Contrasted against the direct examination, she is remarkably different.
There was nothing ever preventing you from saying anything about your feelings about what had happened in any of those letters that you wrote, was there?
No.
You were free to express your feelings about what had happened and how you felt about it, correct?
Yes.
And you had many phone calls, many phone conversations with people shortly after your incarceration, in which you were free to express your feelings about what had happened.
Well, I've already testified I wasn't free to express any feelings, really, because I knew the letters were copied coming in and going out, and that the phone calls are listened to constantly. So I was, and even the visits are listened to. So everyone was pretty paranoid about that.
You were advised that the phone calls were not monitored. Your phone calls were never monitored. And you were
I don't know that.
Okay. Are you saying that you felt that you couldn't express any of your feelings about what had happened because you felt that your letters were being monitored?
Yes.
And how would that hurt you or your case to say that you felt sorry for what you had done?
How would it hurt my case to say
How did the fact that you were being monitored prevent you from expressing your feelings like you've indicated? No one would let you express your feelings.
Because it just inhibited everything. I didn't know who would interpret those and get copies and switch everything around.
So are you indicating that you felt inhibited about talking to people about what occurred?
Yes.
You did write a letter, for example, to Amy Wallace shortly after you were in jail, correct?
That would have been one of the corrections of an article, I believe.
And in that letter, you start off by saying, I have pages and pages of notes setting the story straight, incident by incident. In most cases, you have the general idea, but the chronology and the facts are all twisted around. I'll call. We can talk. Neighbors and friends have bits and pieces. Only I know the whole truth. Are you saying that you were inhibited about telling her the whole truth as you saw it?
I was just correcting her article. Whatever she said that I felt was wrong, I wanted corrected.
Okay. Are you saying that you were inhibited about saying anything that you wanted to correct anything that had been written about you?
Yes, because I wouldn't have expressed the feelings that I'm talking about to a strange newspaper reporter.
While we're on the subject, we'll come back, but when you say that you were correcting things that had been written, in fact, you made a specific correction with Amy Wallace about what Dan Broderick had said after you shot him. You indicated that Lee, who had testified that he said, okay, you shot me, I'm dead.
Mm-hmm.
You called up Amy Wallace and you told her, no, that's not right. That's not what he said. He said, okay, you got me, I'm dead,
right,
correct?
Right.
Didn't you just testify before lunch that you didn't remember him saying anything to that effect?
I didn't remember him sitting up in bed and saying anything like that, no.
You don't remember testifying last time?
But I remember...
Excuse me. Do you remember testifying the last time you testified that he put his hands up and he said, okay, you got me?
Yes.
Didn't you just testify earlier today that you didn't remember him saying anything like that?
Well, I don't know. What I really testified to is I don't really know what happened in that room. It was all these flashes of things.
Excuse me, you answer the question. Let me just ask you this. If you don't really know what happened in that room, how was it you could write or call Amy Wallace and correct her about what had been said about what happened in that room?
Because at that time, way back then, I thought Dan said that.
Okay, so way back then, when you talked to Amy Wallace back in March of 1990, you had a clear recollection then of what had occurred in that room. Is that what you're saying?
No. In March, no. When Lee said that in the very beginning, in November, that I said that, we discussed it. I said, I couldn't have said that because she said I didn't know if I shot anybody, so he couldn't have said that.
Did you not call up Amy Wallace and tell her, correct her? He didn't say you shot me, correcting one of her daughters. He said, okay, you got me.
Your Honor, that's been
Okay.
answered.
Sustained.
You called Amy Wallace anyway to correct what your daughter had said, is that correct?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled, you can answer that, yes or no.
Yes, I guess, if you said I did.
And you talked to her about several corrections that you thought that had been in the press that you didn't think were correct, and you wanted to correct the record, right?
Yes.
And Amy Wallace was not the only reporter that you talked to shortly after committing these crimes, correct? You talked to many reporters.
I don't
Is that
remember
true?
if I talked. Other reporters came to talk to me.
Have you
John
given-
Gaines, I've spoken to John Gaines, but I don't know when that started.
Okay, you've indicated you've given interviews to John Gaines from the San Diego Union, correct?
Last year, yes.
And you gave an interview, or several interviews, to Alan Abrahamson from the LA Times, correct?
On the telephone?
On the telephone or in person? Did you give an interview with Alan Abrahamson?
I've spoken to him, yes.
And you've talked to Irene Schaefer from the La Jolla Light?
Oh, Irene doesn't work at the La Jolla Light.
Okay. Did you talk to Cynthia Queen from the La Jolla Light?
Yes.
And you talked to a reporter from the New York Times?
Yes.
And you talked to a reporter, author who wrote an article in the Ladies' Home Journal?
I don't really remember
Kathleen
if I
Neumeyer?
spoke to her on the phone, maybe in New York.
You talked to Joyce Wadler from People Magazine?
No.
Did you give an interview to anyone from People Magazine?
It was a man.
Lorenzo Bennett?
I think that was his name, yes.
And in none of those interviews, those people have all written articles about what you've said. In none of those interviews did they ever say that you expressed any remorse for these killings, did they?
I don't know.
Are you indicating that you expressed remorse to these people and they didn't, and they said the opposite in their reports?
The remorse that I'm talking about was, what I was sorry for was to Dan's parents, to Dan's brothers and sisters and stuff. I haven't spoken to those people.
Was there
to
anything that
Linda's family, I haven't spoken to them.
Mrs. Broderick, was there anything that prevented you from writing a letter to any of Dan's family or parents or any of Linda's family since the time that you committed these crimes?
Yes.
When you talked to the author from People Magazine, which was just last month, isn't it true that you indicated absolutely no remorse, that Linda knowingly dated a married man, that you felt equally unconcerned about the death of your ex-husband? I wasn't the one who had the affair. I won't accept the blame for what happened. Didn't you say that?
I don't remember specifically saying that. If he says I said it, I said it.
This just in, person only remembers things that make them look good. Betty refuses to acknowledge anything she has said or done in this case that makes her look anything but good. She couldn't have contacted Dan or Linda's family to express remorse because her mail was being monitored, but she could contact celebrities and reporters to express that Dan and Linda had it coming. She couldn't remember that she told the deputy in charge of getting her ready for the trial that she was advised against wearing bright colors and smiling too much, as that can make her look bad to the jury, because that it would seem that she didn't care. Again, if something doesn't fit in Betty's perception of herself, which is that she is a good person who means well, she refuses to admit that she even did it. If she did it, There had to be a good reason. Pay attention to how often she forgets what she has said or done, and how it only seems to happen when things make her look bad.
Would you like me to show it to you to see if it refreshes your recollection?
No, I'm sure if it's written there, it says it.
You didn't have just one interview with Amy Wallace. You had numerous interviews with her, correct? Before she wrote a large article about you?
This was in the very beginning, so I would have talked to her. I don't remember how many times she might have come there, or I mostly talked to her on the phone, I think.
Is it correct when she describes that over the next 6 months you called and wrote often, always eager to talk?
Sure, I don't know.
I'm just asking you if that's a correct indication of how many times you talked.
6 months from when it happened to when she wrote the article.
Yes?
Probably yes.
And she too indicated in her article that described you as being intelligent, angry, and without remorse.
Were those her words?
Yes?
Well, if that's what she thought, that's what she thought.
Well, are you indicating that you indicated something different to her? That you expressed remorse
She
to her?
didn't give me an intelligence test. She didn't know if I had any remorse. Those are her words. She didn't know if I was any of those things.
Well, she described that when she talked to you the very first meeting, that you insisted that all your actions were justified. You said, quote, "He went off with the bimbo at 40 driving a red Corvette. Haven't we heard this before?" Did you say that to Amy Wallace?
I did say that.
You also told Amy Wallace that you were upset that people were mourning Dan and Linda, didn't you?
I was upset at the way that the funeral was handled, yes.
You said it always makes me mad when people call them the victims. You're tired of hearing people mourn Dan and Linda. Did you say that?
I thought the way the funeral was handled was wrong.
And it wasn't that you were upset that you couldn't go to the funeral. What you were upset about, and that you expressed to several people, was that Dan had gotten full rights in the Catholic Church, and you didn't think that was appropriate because he was divorced.
No, I was very upset I didn't go to the funeral. I would have handled the funeral extremely differently, however.
Did you tell Amy Wallace that all of your actions were justified?
Referring to which all of my actions? I don't know. If she
Did
said
you
it
ever
was a
make that
quotation,
statement to Amy Wallace that all of your actions were justified?
I don't know.
And when you were in jail, you also made statements similar to the ones that you made to Maria Peralta. You made statements like that to other people. It wasn't just Maria Peralta that you talked about your feelings about Linda, correct?
Excuse me?
Did you make statements about your feelings about Linda to other people in jail?
I guess so.
But did you tell Deputy Woods, for example, similar to what you said to Maria Peralta, that Linda was, quote, "a fucking bitch. She was living in my house, driving my car, sleeping in my bed"?
Your Honor, I'll object. It assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
I'm asking her if she said that.
Your Honor, it assumes facts, not evidence that those are Maria Peralta's words.
No, excuse me, I'm talking about a statement you made to Deputy Woods.
Rephrase it.
Did you make a statement to Deputy Woods that Linda is a fucking bitch, she was living in my bed, driving my car, sleeping in my bed?
No, because those are not true, and I didn't make them to Maria Peralta, and I didn't make them to Deputy Woods.
Did you appear to Deputy Woods to be happy about what you had done and that you were going to get off?
During the 2 years that I've been there, I've appeared to be happy, I've appeared to be sad, I've appeared to be upset. If I appeared a certain way to Deputy Woods at a certain time, I'm sure during certain times I was there, I appeared to be happy, but she may not have known why.
In relation to killing Dan and Linda Broderick, did you appear to be happy about it?
No.
How about to Dr. Robinson, the psychiatrist that was there at Las Colinas jail?
I don't even know Dr. Robinson.
Dr. Robinson, he's a black gentleman, often wears a cap on his head.
I've never met Dr. Robinson. Never seen a man of that description.
Well, you've indicated that you've been happy at times in jail. In fact, you gave an interview to Alan Abrahamson where you told him that you wanted the world to know how happy you were in jail, right? Do you remember doing that?
I don't know if those were my words.
Do you remember telling him that you wanted everyone to know that you were doing fabulously well, that it's been wonderful? Prison is a country club?
No, because I was never in prison. I wouldn't have said prison was a country club.
Would you have said that prison is a country club, a tennis court, swimming
Your Honor,
pool?
I'm going to object. It's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Would you have said anything to him about the fact that being in jail was early retirement?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Overruled. You can answer that. It's yes or no.
Maybe.
Would you have said to him that you don't have to worry about your car getting fixed, I can read, I can write, I can converse with people, no responsibilities?
There was a period of time after the first...
Excuse me, did you make that statement to Alan Abrahamson?
I may have.
And would that have been approximately March of 1991? Does that sound right to you?
Yes, it would be in the period I was trying to tell you about.
If you have grown up in the South, you know that this is a bless your heart face. It's a face of a person who is talking down to you, but in a tone of false kindness. And this is why putting someone like Betty on the stand is always a bad idea. Betty is getting angry. The statements that are being made about her, to her, are all truthful, but they go against her perception of herself and how she wants the court to view her. The fact that she is not allowed to give full, detailed responses in order to make those statements seem justified is upsetting to her, and in order to try and express that anger, she has donned a false smile. This smile comes across as angry and demeaning, which goes against the fragile wife and mother she had claimed to be originally. If it's noticeable to us, it is no doubt completely transparent to the jury.
I want to back up and ask you a few questions about some of the things you said when you were describing your early married years with Mr. Broderick. I'm not going to spend too much time on it. You testified that during the time that you were in law school, or that Dan Broderick was in law school, you described an apartment that you lived in, and you described this very ugly, rotten place that you had to live in outside of Cambridge, correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell us about the fact that during the second and the third year of law school that you moved out to a very nice suburb in Marlborough and lived in a very nice apartment during
No, I
those
did
Your Honor,
state that.
objection. That is argumentative.
Sustained.
I said it had to do with getting a car, remember?
Okay.
Because we didn't have a car in the beginning, and I said we got a car, and then we moved.
And during the second and third year, then you lived in a very nice apartment complex in a very nice suburb. Is that correct?
Different places, because we had to move out in the summer to go to LA and come back to a different place. 2 different apartment complexes in Marlborough, Massachusetts, correct.
And it was about 40 miles away from Cambridge. Dan had to commute about 40 miles every day on his motorcycle to go to law school so that you and the children could be in a nice suburb, correct?
Yes, I remember I said that. We had an apartment above ground.
Okay. And during that time, you had indicated, and you can correct me obviously if I'm wrong, but you indicated that you were totally isolated from people when you were living during those years in law school, correct? Didn't you say that?
Well, what kinds of people? There were other people living in the apartments that were adjacent to ours. I didn't know their names, and I didn't spend time with them, and I never met them. So I was not physically, there were other people there. I didn't happen to know them.
You testified that you were isolated, though, from friends and people during the second, third year of law school?
I felt isolated, yes.
Isn't it true that you lived very close to a couple of good friends, the McCulloughs, who came over and visited you almost every weekend?
That was Dan's friend and his wife. Yes, we knew those people.
Jiggs McCulloch and Sandy McCulloch, they were good friends of yours as well, weren't they?
They became friends, yes.
And they would come over just about every weekend. They would visit. Dan and Jiggs would take care of the kids so that you and Sandy could go out shopping and have free time together, right? Now, you said that one of the things that you were really looking forward to after you got married, one of the goals you had was to get to Europe, right?
Right.
Okay. And you did get to Europe. In 1981, you were able to take a trip to Europe with Dan.
Right.
And then in 1983, you were able to take another trip to Europe with Dan.
Right.
So you reached those goals as far as things that you've been looking forward to do with Dan. When was it that you took the Caribbean cruise with Dan?
Dan and I never took a Caribbean cruise.
Did you ever go to the Caribbean with Dan?
We went to the Caribbean on our honeymoon to St. Thomas.
Okay. Did you go to a trip to the Bahamas in the 1980s ever?
No.
How about a trip to Cancun?
Yes, that was a Club Med trip into Mexico.
And a trip to Alisal?
That was the family trip to a ranch before we joined Warner's, yes.
And when was that trip to Alisal?
That was when I had 2 broken arms, so whenever we can put that in there.
It was in the late 70s?
No, it would have been after Rhett was born, so it was 80 or 81.
You said, you described the fact that Dan Broderick wouldn't let you be involved in the financial decisions and that he was very dictatorial about that. Isn't it true that you have previously said that you happily let him take over all of the decisions?
I've always said that, yes.
Okay. You said not being involved in the money saved me from a lot of anxiety, saved me from a lot of worrying.
That's exactly right, it did. And
So
I
that
never
was-
argued with that arrangement when we were married.
Okay. So it wasn't that Dan was being dictatorial and telling you that you couldn't have anything to do with the finances. It was something that you wanted him to take care of.
Well, I never asked him to do it, no. It was an unspoken agreement in our marriage from day one that he would handle the rent and the insurance and all those things. And it's what he called, women's work and men's work. I mean, that was the man earned the wages and paid the bills, and the woman took care of the food and the laundry and the children in the house, and never the twain shall meet. I didn't touch anything to do with the money, and he never had anything to do with the laundry or the kids or the food. That was women's work. But I did not argue with that arrangement.
And you were happy about that arrangement? That was, an
was
arrangement that
our
you wanted.
arrangement, and it worked well for a very long time, yes. I did not argue about it.
You also indicated that Dan had always been an extremely hard worker, right?
Very much so, yes.
Always, from the
That's
very
right.
beginning.
Medical school, law school, everything.
Okay. So, and you described that he basically worked 7 days and nights a week. He'd fall asleep at night with a legal file in his chest and wake up in the morning and do it again.
Absolutely. Even when he was a student, he worked that hard.
So during the marriage, he wasn't out there squandering your money. He wasn't losing it in Vegas. He wasn't womanizing. He was providing for you and the children and the family.
Yes,
correct?
we both worked very hard, and we did without a lot for many years so that he could get his, yes. Those are all correct statements.
You indicated just recently this morning, I think, about how you were upset that you weren't able to realize some of the things that you had wanted, for example, a boat and the piano. I mean, those were all things that you had prior to separation, right?
Those were not the things that I wanted. Those were in Dan's marriage encounter as the list of things that he wanted as his possessions and material goals, I think he called them.
And you've talked about that by 1981, which would have been 4 years before you separated, you basically at that point had an unlimited budget. You had
No, not 81. That was 83. 81 is, the testimony was that was the first year we had any money, and by 82 we had nice money, and by 83, between 81 and 83, by 83 we had tons of money. So between 81 and 83 is when we started getting money. Before that, we had no money at all to speak of.
In 1979, when Dan Broderick was making $82,000 a year, you had no money to speak of?
when he was on his own, and he had the expenses of, was that the corporate thing or the personal thing?
In 1979, when his personal income was $82,000 a year, you're indicating you had no spending money?
Right.
I would like to,
I wouldn't have known that's what his income was anyway.
before there's cross-examination, I'd like to see documents that support this.
He has discussed those documents.
You got it in your hand? Show it to me.
Sure. In fact, it was 1979 that you put a pool in the house at Coral Reef, correct?
Yes, we got another mortgage on the house to do that. I think we did.
And did you not tell Jeanette DeWise, who you also interviewed with from the Reader, that by 1981 you felt you had an unlimited budget, you had a closet full of $2,000 dresses, you had a $10,000 formal gown?
No.
Dan had bought, when did Dan buy you the Lynx fur jacket?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay.
No, I don't.
So it could have been at that period of time then.
But what you said previous was after 83. I thought I've always said the same thing. In 81, we started having money. That's why we went to Europe. But we went to Europe and switched houses and got you rail passes. It wasn't what you'd call a luxury
I understand.
trip.
You've explained that. I
Okay,
understand.
so what you just said that I said to someone in 81 is incorrect. That's not right. I didn't have those things in 81.
Your Honor, I may have marked as People's Exhibit next in order.
66?
66, a two-page document which indicates gross income of both Dan Broderick and Elizabeth Broderick for the period of time of 1969 through 1984.
Somewhere.
Do you recall being shown this document during the course of the divorce trial?
No.
Summarizing the income?
No.
Did you put your income on income tax reports?
I had nothing to do with income taxes. If Dan did put something of mine on there, then Dan did it, but I didn't file separate income tax.
Why don't you take a look at those figures and tell me if you think that those are accurate figures regarding income?
Dan made this list up, right?
This was a list that was introduced into evidence, and I'd just like you to tell me whether you think that they're accurate or not.
I wouldn't have any way of knowing.
You had no way of knowing how much money you made?
Well, I think my teaching job was $7,000 a year, so he's got down here in 69, I made $6,200, so that's close. In 1970, Gordon Taylor.
If you, ma'am, if you could just read them to yourself and let me know if you think they're accurate.
I don't know how he ever could have. I have no idea. I don't know how he ever came to a figure on what I made babysitting, because I never kept records.
Okay.
But in the beginning, it looks okay.
You have described your marriage to lots of different people over the course of the years, right?
During the course of what years?
During the course of...
My life?
Yes, during the course of your life.
No.
During the course of, after your separation, you've made lots of statements to different people about...
Yes, after the separation.
Your marriage.
Right.
And you have, for example, told people, like Mr. Hargraves, who was representing you, that your marriage to Dan was the most ideal marriage of any couple. You were very happy with Dan. Did you make that statement to Mr. Hargraves?
At times, yes. Yes, I believed that.
and you told Dr. Goldsband that we had a wonderful marriage. Is that it?
I thought so. I thought we did.
You told Dr. Robinson we had an ideal marriage until Linda came along?
Yes, probably. Dr. Robinson, I don't even remember meeting him, though.
Okay. Did you tell Dr. DeFrancesca that you were always happy and that you had a happy marriage until Linda came along?
Right. I would have said that probably.
Well, when was it, I'm a little confused. When was it that you started describing your marriage as being rotten from the beginning?
When, exactly at the time you're on. When we separated, I then withdrew my consent for Dan Broderick being in control of everything. Until that point, I totally consented in our marriage to our agreement that he was in charge of everything. And when he walked...
Excuse me, wait a minute. Perhaps you misunderstood my question. When you talked to Dr. Goldsband, for example, that was in 1990. That was after you killed Dan and Linda Broderick. And when he asked you to describe the marriage, you described it as a wonderful marriage, right?
I thought it was. It was a very unequally structured marriage, but I went along with it, and I was happy when it was like that.
Well, how is it that you, at other times, described to other people that the marriage was a disaster from day one?
Dan was a control freak, and he had control in this marriage. As long as I didn't fight it, it was okay with me.
Okay, but if we're talking about after separation, let's say you've already separated. You already know now what you think about the marriage. When you talk to Dr. Goldsband, when you talk to Mr. Hargraves during the divorce, when you talk to Dr. DeFrancesca, when you talk to Dr. Robinson, you described your marriage as being a wonderful, ideal marriage.
As long as it worked, it was. As long as I went along with this ridiculous plan that I was in, it worked. It wasn't fair.
You didn't qualify that at all when you talked to these people. You said it was a wonderful, ideal marriage until Linda came along.
The prosecution is pointing out inconsistencies, but Betty refuses to acknowledge them. By pointing out she has previously said that their relationship was perfect in every way until Linda came along, the prosecution is showing how Dan was not evil or the abusive alcoholic that she had characterized him being. Saying that the marriage was horrible all the way through and was rotten by day one obviously conflicts with her saying it was ideal, but Betty is now trying to say those things mean the same thing. She had since claimed the entire marriage was horrible, that she hated being married to Dan from the moment she was, but has also said the opposite. Through multiple interviews, letters, and statements, she had both said she loved being married and hated it, but she is about to say why.
I'm going to object as argumentative.
That's right, so.
Okay. Didn't you also write in your book that the marriage was a disaster from day one?
Looking back from the vantage point of where I wrote the book in 1988, and I think I've already testified to that on the ski trip when I was suicidal and depressed. I wrote that book as a memoir in case I killed myself, so my children would know what happened. And I was very angry at that point that it's 88. I still have no settlement. I've been put through everything. And
Wasn't it 1986 when you talked to Bill Hargraves, when you were going through the divorce, when you were angry about things, when you still told him you had the most ideal marriage of any couple?
No, but that was object as argumentative, and if she could allow her to finish her previous answer before she asks another question.
Overruled and argumentative, it's asked and answered to stand on that grounds. Go ahead.
Was it 1986 when you made that statement to Mr. Hargraves?
Yes, but that fits together because in 1986 I still hadn't despaired in the legal system and in everything else as I did by the point of 88.
So your anger at Dan Broderick after the separation is what made you change your feelings about whether or not you'd had a good marriage before the separation, correct?
Right.
But Betty didn't change her mind in hindsight. She changed her mind depending upon who she was talking to and the situation. To some, Dan was a loving and supportive man who wanted to give her and her kids the world until he was seduced by a young harlot. And to others, he'd been abusive since day one of their marriage and she was forced to stay. These statements are both given after the murder, and seeing as these two things conflict, they can't be true at the same time.
It is true that you had discussed divorce on many occasions with Dan Broderick during the course of your marriage.
I don't know. No, we didn't discuss divorce.
You threatened divorce on many occasions.
The same way I've been said to have threatened to kill him, yes.
Well, you didn't just threaten to kill him, you did kill him.
Well, and we did get a divorce.
Yes. And you threatened divorce even in the first year of your marriage, didn't you?
And probably to kill him in the first year of my marriage, too, yes.
you threatened to leave him when he was in law school, correct?
When Dan beat up Kim and I left and went to New York, yes, I was going to leave him.
Was there anybody else around when Dan allegedly beat up Kim, Mrs. Broderick?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this argumentative.
Overruled, that's a proper question.
Kim states that her father never beat her up and this never occurred.
Answer stands.
And so now you're saying that Dan beat up Kim, that you left him, but you still had a wonderful marriage.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this argumentative.
Sustained.
It is fair to say you would even have to admit yourself, in fairness, that Dan Broderick's description of your marriage and your relationship and whether or not you were happy was significantly different than your description, wasn't it?
When was Dan describing it? After the affair and after the separation and into the divorce? Or are you talking that he was describing it as it was happening when we were both happy?
Hasn't Dan described that you were never happy with him, that you were always volatile, that he felt emotional problems from the very beginning?
That's what he was telling me.
As to that question.
Overruled, the answer stands.
He has described that, correct?
In the same
The
way
answer
I
is-
was writing the book in 88, he was telling people in 88 and 89, he was trying to rationalize why we'd gotten divorced and he had the affair. And that's how he would explain things, yes.
Well, he described, you
never
got very
earlier.
angry at him at the divorce trial because he tried to describe his feelings about the marriage and how it had been very difficult from the very beginning and how he was never able to make you happy and how he felt that your temper was out of control and that you had had emotional problems from the beginning, that you had both tried to keep it together because of your Catholic background, because of the children that you had from the beginning.
He was making all of that up from the vantage point that he wanted it to appear that way in 1989.
So you're saying he was making all that up from his vantage point, but you're not making any of this up from your vantage point.
No,
Is that
I'm
what you're
not saying that. I'm saying my vantage point changed drastically over the years as to who I was talking to, as to what I was feeling at the time, and what I was talking about in the marriage.
Dan's assertions that their marriage was difficult was parallel to Betty's assertions, but Betty states that when Dan said these things, he was lying, as he was trying to justify the divorce and him cheating. Her stating that these assertions weren't true and were made out of necessity actually hurt her case, because had she said I disagree as to why our marriage was bad, and I feel like we both had issues that we couldn't work out, it would have made her appear more reasonable. If you have ever been in an argument with someone and they refuse to take any sort of accountability as to how they made you feel, you likely know how infuriating it can be. They will hold you responsible for the way your words and actions have made them feel, but when you try to do the same, they refuse to accept that, saying that what you're saying isn't definitively true, or that they simply don't remember it that way, and saying that you're being unfair to them. It seems that the only way Betty can view herself in the marriage is through the lens that she had done everything right. She was faithful and loving to her husband, and in her mind, there was no reason for him to think anything less of her. But according to her own statements, that was not the case. By taking some accountability, by saying that that was his viewpoint of our marriage, and I had my own issues with it as well, she would be giving herself more credibility. But instead, after saying their marriage was horrendous, but also perfect, she is unable to admit that her ex-husband might have had reasons outside of infidelity to divorce her.
Answer stands.
And so now you're saying that Dan beat up Kim, that you left him, but you still had a wonderful marriage.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this argumentative.
Sustained.
It is fair to say you would even have to admit yourself, in fairness, that Dan Broderick's description of your marriage and your relationship and whether or not you were happy was significantly different than your description, wasn't it?
When was Dan describing it? After the affair and after the separation and into the divorce? Or are you talking that he was describing it as it was happening when we were both happy?
Hasn't Dan described that you were never happy with him, that you were always volatile, that he felt emotional problems from the very beginning?
That's what he was telling me.
As to that question.
Overruled, the answer stands.
He has described that, correct?
In the same
The
way
answer
I
is-
was writing the book in 88, he was telling people in 88 and 89, he was trying to rationalize why we'd gotten divorced and he had the affair. And that's how he would explain things, yes.
Well, he described, you
never
got very
earlier.
angry at him at the divorce trial because he tried to describe his feelings about the marriage and how it had been very difficult from the very beginning and how he was never able to make you happy and how he felt that your temper was out of control and that you had had emotional problems from the beginning, that you had both tried to keep it together because of your Catholic background, because of the children that you had from the beginning.
He was making all of that up from the vantage point that he wanted it to appear that way in 1989.
So you're saying he was making all that up from his vantage point, but you're not making any of this up from your vantage point?
No,
Is that
I'm
what you're
not saying that. I'm saying my vantage point changed drastically over the years as to who I was talking to, as to what I was feeling at the time, and what I was talking about in the marriage.
She wasn't qualified for the job, which is why she wasn't hired. She would go on to say that Dan had told them not to hire her, as she had applied and interviewed for the position, but now denies that that happened on the stand.
It never happened.
Did you describe it at all to Liz Armstrong?
No, it never happened. Nothing even, sometimes people get confused and there's a thread of truth and I can put it together where, oh, they were confused. Nothing like that ever happened, except years earlier before the split up, I went to an interview at Merrill Lynch and the man was very rude to me and said that it was a job for men and that I had children and that I should basically go home and take care of my children. And I figured if I wanted to, I could have sued him. He was so rude. But I never took a test. They never offered me a job. Nothing ever came of it.
Just so that it's clear, you're indicating that you never had a conversation with Liz Armstrong about applying for a job with Dean Witter, and that you never got the job because you refused to go through the training program and refused to work on a commission basis? Never had that discussion with Liz Armstrong?
I read that Liz Armstrong said those things. Those things never happened, not even close. Nothing even like it ever happened. I'm telling you, if they had offered me a job, I would have taken it.
One of the other things that you said during the course of your testimony was that after the separation, that Coral Reef was the only asset that had your name on it. And that's one of the reasons why you were so upset that it got sold. It was the only asset that had your name on it. You were aware of the fact that you had your name on, for example, the Warner Springs condo. You were aware of that, weren't you?
I'm not sure that I was aware that my name was on that, but...
Well, you knew of that asset. You knew of
That is not an asset, though. That was not an asset at the time, and it's not an asset now.
Well, an asset is worth some money, right? Are you saying Warner Springs was worth no money?
When we had it for all the years, we were one of the very first investors, and it was unsaleable, yes, at any price.
After the separation?
Yes.
You were aware of the Fairbanks Ranch lots, and you knew that your name was on those lots, and those were definitely an asset.
The Fairbanks Ranch lot that had my name on it was sold before the separation, I believe. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But the other Fairbanks Ranch lot was owned by the pension fund of Dan's Law Corporation, and it did not have my name on it.
What about Pioneer Park? You knew about Pioneer Park?
No, I didn't know about Pioneer Park.
You knew nothing about that investment with Helen Picard and her husband?
No, I didn't.
What about the Keystone condo? You knew about
Didn't
that?
have my name on it.
The Keystone condo didn't have your name on it?
No, it wasn't. It didn't even actually have Dan's name on it.
Well, you knew that it was a community asset. You knew that you
But that's
had bought
totally
that.
different. Yes, I knew that everything we owned, in theory, was a community asset. But insofar as having my name on it and knowing how much it was worth, or having any paperwork, or being able to sell it, or know how much it was worth, none of those things had my name on them. And even if
Whether or not they had your name on it, you knew that they were community assets. You knew that Coral Reef was not the only community asset that was being sold, correct?
Coral Reef was the only community asset that I knew about that was worth money, because we had 10 years worth of equity, and that I could see and I knew about that had my name on it legit. Other things that had my name on them, I had no paperwork for, and perhaps I put my name on them as a formality. But insofar as knowing where the paperwork was, or who owned it, or who bought it, no. I had no participation in any other purchases.
And you've also testified that you knew nothing about any of the investments that Dan Broderick made with his brother Larry.
At which time are you saying I knew nothing? At
Right.
separation?
You testified at separation.
At separation, I didn't know about those things.
You knew that you had your name on the Calle de Cielo house.
Yes, but I also knew it had no equity.
Well, it had $143,000 worth of equity in it.
But that's not really equity when you're talking...
$143,000 doesn't sound like equity?
I don't think so, if you consider 6% real estate, whatever, to sell it. And when you buy a new house and the down payment isn't really enough equity, so that if you sold the house and went through the taxes and the fees and the points and whatever you do, you wouldn't have ended up with any money out of that house.
It is true that since the separation, you have variously described Dan in pretty derogatory terms with respect to how he was when you met him, correct?
Yes.
You described him, for example, as being a pathetic bumpkin.
I thought he looked like a nerd in the wedding picture now, but then he thought he was sharp looking. And I obviously did too. I married him.
After the separation, did you describe him, though, as being a pathetic bumpkin and a nerd and having no social awareness, and that you were the one that gave that all to him?
I said all kinds of ugly things every chance I got, yes.
And during the marriage, before you separated, you said some ugly things about him in front of other people, too. You called him a fag, you called him an asshole. You made derogatory comments about him in front of other people, didn't you?
The Broderick family calls everybody fags all the time.
Mrs. Broderick, did you call him a fag in front of other people at parties and social functions?
Probably, and I probably called him an asshole, sure.
Wasn't it your testimony that you never used bad language until after the separation?
I used shit and damn and stuff, but not around the kids.
An asshole?
An asshole, but I didn't consider that bad language in the text that I was using and stuff.
And you didn't consider it hurtful at all to say things like that or to put him down in front of other people?
It depends on where we are and who we're with and what he's doing.
Well,
I mean,
for
sometimes
example,
he was doing things and it was just funny.
For example, when you went to Lake Tahoe with the Fords and a couple other groups of people, you recall that one of the couples there basically felt extremely uncomfortable because you were constantly putting Dan down and saying uncomfortable things and making them feel uncomfortable.
Now, what year would that have been?
1981.
I know that you interviewed someone who in 1989 or 90 or 91 said something like that, but I never knew back then. She's referring to the same weekend Brian Forbes mentioned, and Brian Forbes mentioned it in the context of what a hard worker Dan was. We went away on this weekend with tennis and swimming and boats, and Dan brought legal files this high, and he sat there with a highlighter pen while everyone else was playing tennis and having fun. He was working on the weekend. And so I was annoyed with him for either, do one or the other, but I wished he hadn't have brought all that work with him on the weekend.
Anytime the prosecution brings up a statement or comment made by another party that makes Betty look bad, she attempts to correct them and states that they were referring to something else entirely. She never said she applied to work at an investment firm after divorcing Dan. That person must have been thinking about years earlier. This person wasn't recalling her demeaning her husband while on vacation with a couple. They were thinking of another time entirely where the situation didn't make her look as bad. And yet she can still not recall what she said to the deputy sheriff during the first trial, or how many letters she wrote mere months ago. It also bears noticing that Betty's reactions have become almost comical on the stand. She doesn't simply roll her eyes. She rolls her eyes, raises her hands, and makes a face in order to show how annoyed she is. She is acting cartoonishly exasperated in order to express how uncomfortable she is, with the hope that the jury begins to view the prosecution as being callous and unkind to her.
Well, you were obviously annoyed enough that you were making other people feel uncomfortable and making comments to the effect that they didn't think your marriage would last the year.
She made that in 1991.
Facts, not in evidence, in this argument.
Were you aware of the fact that she made that comment to Gail Forbes back then in 1981?
How would I know? No.
it is true that when you had disagreements or complaints, that you didn't have any problems sharing those complaints with Dan Broderick, correct?
About what, when?
If you got angry, for example, you didn't have any problems throwing a ketchup bottle at him.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Did you throw a ketchup bottle at him?
That was not even an argument. Neither one of us were arguing with each other at that time. Kim was not there. None of the children were there. Dan came home from work. Let me tell you the little story. Dan came home from work. He's sitting at the dining room table and is teasing me. And I'm like, cut it out, cut it out, cut it out. You probably called him an asshole way back then. Cut it out. I'm really tired. Please cut it out. And he wouldn't cut it out. And he was joking with me. He was teasing me. I said, if you don't cut it out, I'm going to throw this at you. And then he went, whatever he was teasing me about, he did it again on purpose. I threw it at him and he ducked. And it was funny. And it didn't break and it didn't do any damage. And Dan and I told that story on ourselves to other people. I mean, we told how funny it was.
Kim wasn't there and wasn't upset about it, the fact that the ketchup splattered all over the wall.
That's not true. No. I wish Dan was here to tell you the truth.
So do I.
So do I.
That might be a good.
Imagine killing someone and saying, I wish they were here to tell you the truth, then making this face, which is just ghoulish and spooky.
In 1978, Dan Broderick deciding to leave the firm of Gray Carey and go out on his own. And it is correct that that was something, he didn't just do that unilaterally, basically tell you, I don't care whether we have any security or not, I'm going to do this on my own. That was something that you had urged him to do, correct?
It's even discussed in the marriage encounters in '76 that that's our plan as a couple together, that we will do that. Yes.
Okay. So, and that was something that he had uncertain feelings about. That was something that you pushed him into doing. He wasn't really sure whether he wanted to do it, and that was something that you encouraged and you pushed, correct?
Well, he was sure he wanted to do it, but it was a very scary move. It was a very scary move, and so he was looking for reassurance that yes, I'm in it with you, and yes, we're going to do it, and yes, I was in it with him, and we were going to do it, but it was very scary, and we discussed that in writing in 1976 in both marriage encounters.
Okay.
But that was a year and a half before he actually did it, how it would be risky. And
it wasn't something where he was just by himself putting the family at risk. It was something that you had encouraged and pushed him to do.
I don't know that I definitely encouraged and definitely supported him, but I've already explained that Gray Carey was not meeting his professional needs.
Right, and I know you've explained that.
Right.
Do you recall explaining in your book that you pushed him, and after much hemming and hawing, he did it?
Again, it's
Did you say
back
that?
to the book that was written in '88 when I was angry and suicidal. The real, you could have said I pushed him, but the real word is I wholeheartedly supported him and said, yes, I'm behind you 150%. Even if we lose the house, we can do this, because it was scary.
So I guess you are acknowledging...
You could say I pushed him, and you could say that I supported him 150%, if that's pushing, but...
Are you acknowledging then that in 1988 anyway, that you said that you pushed him into doing it?
In the book, if that's what it says in the book, yes, that's what I wrote in the book.
And he went and picked out, once he decided to do it, he went and picked out some very simple furniture to decorate his office, and you were the one that encouraged and pushed him to buy the very expensive furniture so that his office would look right.
Right. I wanted to say if we were going to do it, we were going to do it right, and that's exactly the time I went and got this resale license I described earlier, because I got the furniture for his office half the price with that resale license. But yes, he had the finest looking office in town, and he had no clients, and that was my insistence.
And the family did not suffer any detriment by him doing that. He was immediately successful, correct?
He was very shortly thereafter successful, but because of the way the cases go, he didn't have a paycheck in the first, year or so, or a year and a half, or because of the nature of his cases. He didn't have people pay him by the hour, ever.
He did have an income, though. He was bringing home money in 1979, like we've talked about. He was making $82,000 that year, correct?
I wouldn't know that. All I knew is we had a $500,000 line of credit at a bank, and that's what we were living on. That's what I knew.
The family didn't suffer any detriment by that. Is that correct? You didn't have to move out of your house. You didn't have to sell any furniture. You didn't have to go live in an apartment. In fact, in 1979, that was the year that you were able to put a pool in the backyard, correct?
We didn't suffer any detriment, but we were kind of put back to square one because of the $500,000 line of credit. We were living on loans, and the pool was all done on loans.
Okay. But you obviously had some discretionary money in order to put a pool in. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't know that. Dan made those decisions. Dan got some kind of a mortgage. I knew nothing about that, but yes, it would certainly appear so if you put a swimming pool in.
If you knew nothing about it, how do you know that he financed it by way of a mortgage?
The swimming pool?
Yes.
Because I think at the time of the swimming pool, he refinanced the whole house or something and got a whole new mortgage that included money for the swimming pool.
Well, how
Or
is
a
it that you
second
knew
mortgage
that
or
if you
something.
knew nothing about the finances?
Because I would pick up, in passing, things like that.
When you separated in 1985, February of 1985, you were living in the rental at Avenue de las Andes, correct?
Yes.
And that was a very nice, beautiful
Yes,
home.
very
Big
nice.
5-bedroom home.
At one point, Dan and I were thinking of buying it, but they wouldn't sell it. It was lovely, yes.
And at that point, when you separated, you had been married 15 years. 15 years, 10 months, correct?
Fine, yes.
You were 37 years old?
Yeah, I guess. I'll take your word for it.
Well, you don't need to take my word for it. How old were you in 1985 when you separated?
38. Well, I wouldn't have had my 85 birthday, so I was 37. See, I believed you.
And this photograph that's already been, maybe it hasn't been marked. Well, may I have a photograph marked as People's Exhibit 68? I have another one that's been marked 67, and I'll identify in just a moment.
All right. People 68, can you describe it for the record?
An 8x10 photograph.
Of the defendant?
Yes.
So mark.
This photograph that's been marked People's Exhibit 68, this is a photograph of you, and it was a photograph that was taken in 1985, correct?
Yes, it says it in the corner.
And you had indicated that somewhere along the line, in order to please Dan Broderick, you had grown your hair down real long.
Yes.
Your hair's not long here.
That was 1983 on our trip to New York when I was doing the wrinkle stuff. That was 1983 because of the affair.
And how long had you grown your hair in 1985?
I can get you a picture of it, right down to where it was in college.
Okay, and then you cut it again in 84 or 85?
I don't remember, but yeah. On the trip to New York, I had long hair.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 67, a poster board with a photograph of Elizabeth Broderick,
So mark.
showing you what's been marked as People's 67. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And when was that?
I've never seen it before, but I recognize myself.
Was that taken in December of 1985?
I don't know. I know it's Gail Forbes' living room because of the map.
Okay. And it was taken before a New Year's Eve party in December of 1985. Does that sound fair?
It was a New Year's Eve, so if you've got that year, it must be it.
So this was almost a year after you had been separated. You separated in February of 85, and this was almost a year after that, correct?
Yes. I did. I'm not really sure that that's that New Year's Eve. It could have been the next one. I'm not sure.
Okay, so you're indicating it could have been New Year's Eve of 1986. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes, it could have been.
Okay. When Dan Broderick moved into Coral Reef, you've indicated that the Coral Reef house was under construction, and he was simply living there in a sleeping bag or whatever, correct?
Yes,
As
the
far as you
construction
know.
was the ground floor. The bedrooms were untouched.
And at around the time of separation, excuse me, strike that, let me back up. Several months before you separated, before Dan Broderick moved to Coral Reef, you had actually left for a period of several days, just left the house, essentially disappeared as far as the family was concerned, and were gone for several days, right?
No.
You don't recall at any time leaving and going and staying at Vacation Village and staying away from the house for several days?
I don't really remember that, no.
Do you recall going over to Gail Ford's house afterwards and telling her that you had just left and you'd been staying at Vacation Village and living out of your car?
Unless she's talking about the time, I don't know. I don't remember Vacation Village, but I know I was homeless for a little while there in June, where I would have had to look for a hotel, but
Prior to separation, several months before February of 1985, you left the house and you were gone for several days.
No.
In fact, Kim described you being gone for several days, just disappearing, and the kids didn't know where you were at the time that you moved into the house, which would have been September of '84.
No.
That never occurred.
No.
Did you ever go over to Gail Forbes' house and tell her that that occurred?
No. At the time that we moved, Dan and I had a fight the day that we moved because we had lived in our house for 10 years. He put his personal belongings in the red Corvette.
Excuse me, I know, Ms. Broderick, you've described that you had a fight, but isn't it true that when you left for several days?
No.
You're not aware, you don't recall going over to Gail Forbes' house and her going down to Dan's house to check on him and the kids?
I read that in her thing, but I don't remember that.
Okay, so Gail...
Again, Betty doesn't recall a detail that would make her in any way look like a bad parent. In order for this statement, that Betty never left for a short period of time to stay at one of the other properties, to be true, Kim and Betty's friend would have to be lying, meaning that, for some reason, they would have conspired against Betty, the result of which is a very tame story about her leaving for a few days. Which is obviously not the case, but once again, Betty tries to state that Kim and her friend are merely confused, because somehow she knows better than they do.
Do you remember when you did separate, having a conversation with Gail Forbes, where you told her that life would be easier if you just killed Dan, or if Dan was dead?
No.
Did you ever make such a statement to Gail Forbes?
No, but I can tell you what she might be thinking of.
Did you ever make such a statement to her about the time of your separation in February of 1985?
No, not that statement, but...
Did you ever say anything to her about life would be easier if you just killed Dan or if he was dead?
No, but you want me to go on a little bit?
Not particularly.
Okay, no. I have very important things to ask you. You're making me mad. I'll kill you.
This was something that Betty had said multiple times, in court documents, to reporters, in her own book, but now on the stand, she claims to have never told her friend that.
And I don't mean to be rude by cutting you off, but counsel can ask questions on redirect if there's something else that he'd like to bring up.
Okay, fine.
In June of '85, you moved to the house on Calle de Cielo, and that house did cost $650,000. The property cost $650,000, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that time, Dan and all four of the children, by that time, were all living at the Coral Reef house, correct?
Yes.
Now,
I was there every day.
When you moved to Calle de Cielo, you indicated that Maria Montez continued to be your maid, correct?
Calle del Cielo, yes.
Yes, okay. You continued, you had a gardener, you had a pool man, you had people helping you taking care of the house while you lived there at Calle de Cielo.
Right, you had to. There's no way I could have done it.
Between 1985 and 1989, you were able to put at least $200,000 into that house, into refurbishing it and fixing it up.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you've described redecorating the kitchen and putting in a pool house and carpeting the house and furnishing the house.
Right.
Now, you described that you fixed up the house in 1989 when you were getting ready to sell it. It is true, though, that the house was nice well before that. Several years before that, it was definitely furnished and carpeted and in a living condition.
It was a definite, very slow progression. It was a mess outdoors, you know. All the landscaping front and back was a jungle. It was horrible. So it was a very, very slow process, indoors and out. I mean, every speck of every room and every floor and every door, so it was a very constant but slow process.
As of 1986, you described the house that you lived in, though, as being a big, beautiful house.
I mean, relatively speaking, it was a dream home.
Okay.
Because of the location. it was an absolute piece of heaven, what you could see from that house without even moving. The whole back of the house, unobstructed, white water, ocean view, sunsets, it was beautiful, the view.
My question is, in 1986, did you describe living in a big, beautiful home with 2 great cars, having many friends?
Yeah, in 86, yes.
So as far as you were concerned, in 1986, you were living in a big, beautiful home.
I was very happy in that spot. And relative to the rest of the world, the $650,000 ocean view home in La Jolla is a beautiful home. It happened to have been very dirty and very messed up and cracked doors, but I could have fixed that. And I did fix that, some of it.
So that wasn't something then you're indicating that caused you too much emotional distress?
That the house was a wreck?
Yes.
When I lived there in the beginning with nothing, when I was, and I hope I've testified clearly to this, when I spent that summer there still expecting to knock the whole house down, I didn't move anything in and I didn't purchase any appliances or anything because I still thought we were knocking that house down in September. So that was very upsetting and disconcerting to me to live in a house in those conditions. I think I got a coffee machine.
Okay, but those conditions were taken care of by 1986. By 1986, you knew that you were going to be in that house. You knew that you had furniture. And you were living in a big, beautiful home.
I never knew. I had some furniture because Dan told me to get it out December of 85, just before he moved. The day he moved, he brought the truck over and he gave me some furniture. But it wasn't living room furniture. That I bought later. And it was bits and pieces. It was a very long process.
Right, and you're the way that you're talking about it to me suggests that you didn't feel tremendously upset about that. You knew that it was a long process and you were going to fix things up, and you were fixing things up.
Well, the thing is, I wasn't secure in that home, and as I fixed things up, I didn't mind buying furniture and towels and beds and that kind of stuff that could come with me. But when I invested in the building of that house, I was afraid I'd lose my money forever if Dan sold the house, or in the divorce I didn't get the house or something. So I was really torn about repairing the building of the house.
Mrs. Broderick, from the time that you moved into the house in 1985 all the way through to November of 1989, did Dan Broderick ever do anything to suggest that he was going to sell that house?
No, except the ELISA and the forced sale of Coral Reef.
We're talking about Coral Reef. Now I'm talking about Calle de Cielo. Once you moved into Calle de Cielo, you knew that that was your house to live in. He never did. Did he ever do anything to suggest he was going to sell that house?
No, but all I got was a phone call after the other house was sold. So how would I know he wouldn't do the same thing with this house, and I'd get some phone call or a 4-hour notice that my house was gone?
Are you saying you didn't know, you didn't have any idea that Coral Reef was being sold but for that 4-hour notice?
Right, at that time I didn't know. I knew there were discussions.
We'll talk about that in just a minute. Just so that it's clear, there was never any action by Dan Broderick to do anything to sell your Calle de Cielo house, correct?
Correct, but there was also no action to take his name off it either.
Okay, and there was a reason for that. The bank wouldn't let him take his name off. He was the one that
He didn't try. He didn't try to take his name off.
Well, isn't it true that Dan Broderick was the one who had the income? Obviously, the bank was not going to allow him to take his name off that mortgage when you had no source of income.
Well, I don't know that.
That's not a correct.
I don't know that.
Well, it's argumentative, sustained.
Do you recall him testifying at the divorce trial that he attempted to take his name off and they wouldn't let him because of the loan?
No, because
he
that's
was
not
the
true.
security-
He never attempted to take his name off.
Okay. All during that time, you had your name on the property too, correct?
Yes.
And as of January of 1989, when the divorce became final, that property became your sole separate property, correct?
Correct.
There was no doubt in your mind about that at the time.
Right.
Now, when Dan Broderick moved into Cyprus, the bulk of the furniture that had been at the Coral Reef house went to you. And he moved into Cyprus with just a fairly small amount of furniture, correct?
No, the bulk of it didn't go to me at all. The bulk of it went with him, but then he bought all new furniture.
Well, did you see the shape of his house when he first moved into it at Cypress?
No.
You never went into the house at Cypress when he moved in 1985?
No, not really. I know it was old, but I didn't ever, no.
You just marked one picture, People's Exhibit 69. Which is a 5x7, 4x6, excuse me, photograph of the living room.
People 69.
I see the picture.
If you just take a look at this picture, and if you can, and you indicate, does that look like the Cypress house and the condition of the living room when Dan and the children moved in?
I wouldn't know, but I recognize my love seat, my sofa, my table set, the lamp, and our family's large screen TV there.
And you described that, with respect to the furniture, that you got a threatening letter from Dan about taking the furniture or else he was going to sell it? Something to that effect?
Yes, I think that's what it said. I think it said, get your junk out of the garage.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 70?
70?
One-page letter dated November 26, 1985. You take a look at People 70. Do you recognize that letter as the one that Dan Broderick sent to you regarding the furniture?
Not particularly. Can I read it real quick?
Sure, you can read it.
Okay.
Is that the letter he sent to you regarding the furniture?
Mm-hmm.
All right. In this letter, he indicates to you, I understand there are several pieces of furniture at Coral Reef that you would like moved to your house on Calle de Cielo. I will arrange for this as soon as you provide me a list of what you want. I am well aware that you want the desk, armoire.
I'm going to object to the reading of the letter.
I want to ask some questions about it.
Sustained. Ask questions about it.
Okay. There's a list of property here that he said you were well aware of that you wanted. The desk, the armoire, the love seats, but I'm not sure about the piano, the living room couch, the dining room set, the pewter flatware, the red easy chair and stool, the pink swivel chairs, the antique love seat, the coffee tables, the sofa table, the end tables, the table lamps, the Cibus, the corner cabinet.
Your Honor, I'm still going to object, Your Honor. She's reading the letter.
Sustained. Best evidence.
Did you let him know which of these pieces of property that you wanted?
See, we never had a discussion over what I wanted and what I didn't want.
What he's indicating here is that he wanted a list from you.
I wanted this sofa and it ended up at Cypress, so I don't know how that happened.
Well, did you get the desk and the armoire and the love seats and the dining room set? Didn't you get those pieces of furniture?
Those are exactly the furniture that I got, yes.
And you got the pewter flatware, and the red easy chair, and the pink swivel chairs, and the antique love seat, and the sofa table, the table lamp.
No, this is the antique love seat right here. I didn't get it.
Okay. Did you ask for it?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
How about the Cibus?
No, I think we kind of split that. He ended up with some of it, and I ended up with some of it. Those are just little statues anyway. Those aren't furniture.
It's likely that the lawyer was reading the letter out loud to show how communicative Dan was attempting to be at the time, and to showcase that the letter was by no means threatening. When you think of a threatening letter demanding that you pick up your items from a home, you think of something along the lines of, you need to pick up your shit or I'm going to burn them in a fire and pour black paint all over them, like Betty had previously done. The letter that had been read out loud, and they are discussing, was incredibly matter-of-fact, going so far as to list the items that Betty could pick up if she so desired, and stating that he was willing to pay for shipping, delivery, and setup himself. This is far from the threatening mail she had previously described it as.
But it's the last sentence in the second paragraph that says, and if you don't tell me what you want or something, I intend to get rid of it or sell it or something. And I found that to be a threatening sentence.
The movers will be moving me from Coral Reef to Cyprus on January 3rd, so you have until then to let me know. Anything you don't indicate you want brought to Calle de Cielo, I intend to take with me or sell.
Right.
You thought that that was a threat?
Yes, I did.
Again, that is clearly not a threat. There is no reading between the lines. That is obviously not a threat or an attack, but Betty took it as such and used it as justification for her breaking into the home multiple times, vandalizing it, and again, driving her car into the house.
Was that an attack? You described that when you got letters from Dan Broderick that he was attacking you. Did you consider this to be an attack?
I said when I got legal papers from Dan Broderick.
Okay. And my question to you is, did you consider this letter to be an attack?
No, but I considered it controlling and threatening.
It is true that there was a period of time when you did not want the furniture in your house because you were
Yes.
fixing it up.
Because we were knocking it down.
Do you recall writing in your diary, I didn't want to move any furniture here because the work could be much more easily and quickly done in the empty house?
That's right.
Well, you're not talking about knocking down a house, you're talking about putting in carpet.
Well, what's the date of that?
Well, obviously it's sometime before you got your furniture.
Well, it's probably in the summer that I didn't want to move any furniture in because why? There was going to be extensive work, if not cut. One of our neighbors cut the house in half and carried it away. I didn't know if Don Edson would even want that house literally carted away. But certainly I didn't want any furniture in a house that was going to be totally redone.
Okay, so it wasn't that you were being deprived of furniture anyway, it was that you had made the decision that you didn't want the furniture there.
For a certain amount of time, but that's in the summer. That letter's December 85, correct?
November 85.
Yeah, and there's another thing here is that we only had one set of furniture, and when Dan was moving to his house...
Yes, I know, you explained that.
Well, I didn't want to take all the furniture, then what would they use?
Mm-hmm. Now, you have said on occasion since the time of separation that when Dan left you, he left you penniless and homeless and destitute, correct?
I didn't have any money, and I felt I was thrown out of the rental.
And so you've indicated that you felt you were left homeless and penniless and destitute?
I felt that way, yes. And I felt I was forced out of Coral Reef as well.
Betty had previously stated that Dan had left her penniless and destitute and unable to get back on her feet. However, now in court, she is clarifying that that is just how she felt, and not the reality of the situation. Again, Dan had paid over $600,000 for her new home. He had agreed to pay $20,000 in alimony to her every month, and he had offered to give her the furniture from their previous home. But to her, she felt like she was left with nothing, even though that objectively wasn't being left with nothing. In reporting around this case, a lot of weight is given to Betty's statements that after the divorce, he ruined her. But as was just shown, that wasn't at all what happened.
Before you had your motion for support, when you hired Mr. Hargraves, you filed a summary of your expenses in 1986, correct?
Mr. Hargraves did that.
Okay. And that was based on your expenses. You gave him all of your checks, and he went through all of the checks, and he marked the date, and he marked the check number, and he marked the amount and what you had spent them on, correct?
Absolutely not, no. If you have something like that, it would have come later. Mr. Hargraves did not use any of my figures to come up with his inflated expense thing that he filed at that time.
May I have marked, Your Honor, as People's Exhibit 71?
71. Get
What
started.
is entitled Respondent Summary of 1986 Expenses?
Somewhere.
Showing you People 71. Is that a summary of your expenses for 1986?
This is a Tricia Smith thing, no? It says Harvey's name on it. Okay, but it's in 287. Okay, now what's the question?
The question is that a summary of your 1986 expenses?
Yes, but this was done after the December 30th court hearing.
Okay, so you're just indicating this was filed after the hearing, but this is an accurate reflection of your 1986 expenses, correct?
I don't know. You know.
Well, there are...
If he did ask for copies of my checkbook register, and then one of his secretaries put that together. I never used that. Hargreaves was a goner by that time.
Okay.
I never
Did he make
referred
a
to that.
summary of your expenses based on your checks? Are these, here are your check numbers, check date, and what you wrote the check to, and what the amount was?
Yes.
And the total expenses, the money spent by you in 1986 was $220,000.
Well, see, let me look at this here. That's, I don't know where I would have gotten it from. Okay, you're adding in the mortgage payments on the Del Cielo house. I never would have received that money. Dan kept that money out.
Okay, was the total, obviously that was a payment that was being made for you, correct?
A lot of those things were payments that Dan made for me, right? So see, that it doesn't add up like that.
Isn't the total are you saying the total expenses of $220,000 is not correct?
I don't know if it is.
Okay, well, if you want to take the time to look, okay, and add it up.
Okay, let me first see what this is. Okay, he would have said that it cost that much to keep me in that house that year. But I didn't pay these bills, so, and I never had this money. A lot of it, some of it I did.
The checks came from your check register. That's where he got the checks and the check numbers. Obviously, you had made those payments. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if that's correct. I know he asked for my checkbook thing to make something, but I don't know if he used it for this. What I'm having a problem with is at what point Dan stopped taking the money out of a check he was giving me.
Mrs. Broderick, we're not talking about that. We're talking about how much money you spent in 1986 based on the checks that you wrote. And if you want to dispute that, that's fine. I'm asking you to take a look at that. And if we can, if you need to take some time to look at it, we can do that.
Your Honor, and I'm going to object as asked and answered. She's already explained that she wasn't writing mortgage checks.
Well, but the district attorney is inferring that there's some mortgage checks in there. I don't know. She can take time to look at it and give an answer.
Okay, can we discuss this a little?
Well, let's not talk about the mortgage checks. We'll take the
Okay, let's
mortgages
talk about
out.
the master card on that page there, right here.
Excuse me just a minute. It shows, for example, checks that were paid for your telephone bill, your gas and electric, your water, your pool service, your gardener, your food, your maid.
No, it doesn't say that. Look, this column says average monthly cost, and he somehow got an average, and then he would have times that figure by 12 to come up with that figure. This is not actual expenditures that I'm aware of, unless it's in there somewhere.
Okay, well, let's look at pool service, number 19. Doesn't it give a check? The date that it was written, January 6th, and the total amount.
Right.
There's a total down at the bottom for all of those payments you made that year for the pool service. The total is $936. At the front where he makes a summary, he puts the exact amount of $936 that you paid for pool service. Now he goes through and does that based on your checks for every one of these and ends up with this total.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Because
If
I'm
you would
not
like-
sure.
If you would like to look at this and
If you're
challenge it.
sure, I'll believe it.
Okay.
If that's what that says, and you're sure that's what that says, I will believe it.
Did you spend $37,000 for clothes in 1986?
I don't know. And if I spent it, it could have been on credit cards that I didn't pay for. See, does that say these are things really paid for? Or are these things purchased and not paid for? And I'll believe whatever you tell me.
We'll look at the clothes. Check number 3329, date January 6th, payable to J. Magnan, amount $50.
Okay.
Okay, now, are you indicating that that's not a check that you wrote?
No, I'm saying if that's what this says, I will believe every word of it, but I couldn't have agreed earlier until you show me things.
Okay, so looking here at clothing and at all of the checks that you paid, that you wrote.
Some of this stuff isn't, well, anyway, go ahead. A lot of this stuff isn't clothing though. Any store that he has down there, like Neiman Marcus, is linens, a lot of it was, and Nordstrom's probably clothes, but I. Magnin had other departments, and Saks has other departments, and I told you I had to buy everything for this house. So he wouldn't have known if those were clothes by the name of the store.
Okay.
And Bullock's, I hardly ever bought clothes at Bullock's, so it must have been something else.
The last time that you testified, you didn't have any problems with this declaration. When I asked you if you spent $37,000 on clothes, you said sure.
Your Honor, objection. Sustained.
I can't ask you about a prior inconsistent statement?
You got something to refresh your recollection, go ahead.
No. My question to you is, do you dispute these checks, and that these were expenses or checks that you were writing? If so, we will get the original checks. If not, we can introduce this.
If you believe that that's what that is,
Mrs. Broderick, that's not appropriate,
okay,
and you know
is
it.
everything on there say it's a check?
Just a minute.
But I can't get an
Just a
answer.
minute. Let me handle it this way. This is Broderick. She can't testify. You have to testify. So just tell her whether you think those are accurate copies of your checks or not. If you dispute those are your copies, just tell her.
Can I ask her a question?
No, that's not appropriate.
Are all of the figures in there based on checks of mine?
You can't ask her a question. If you want to
Okay,
see
let's-
them and see if they're your checks, you're entitled to do that.
If there are check numbers in there, they're my checks, okay?
Okay, you take a look, and you tell me if there's something in there that you don't think is attributable to you writing a check on.
I would just have to look at it. Here's a page that says,
Well, just look at it yourself, Mrs. Broderick. If there's something there you don't agree with, then let her know.
okay, would you come up here, please? This is a page that does not have check numbers on it. It says February, March, April, May, June, places of my charge cards and where I made a purchase, and the amount of the purchase on a charge card. It doesn't say I paid for that.
Are you
See?
disputing that you made that purchase with that charge card?
No, but I'm disputing that I paid this
So-
amount of money.
So what you're indicating is that you...
I had tremendous debts on credit cards, okay?
Did you spend $220,000 in 1986?
I cannot verify that without studying this more. I'm sorry. I know Mr. Hargreaves wanted to build up my expenses so that he could get me the support that he thought I should get, that astronomical amount. And I didn't know about these things when he did this. And he was already fired by the time this was done, so.
Betty is trying exceptionally hard to state that she had absolutely no money to her name after the separation, despite the fact that she had a landscaper, a pool boy, and a maid.
And here are checks payable to credit cards, but not the full amount, you know, payments, not the full amount. So this is not all just checks that I wrote. There are pages and pages here of Home Federal, Great American, Imperial Savings, charges on charge cards that were not in fact paid, okay? But they were in fact charged.
You didn't write checks to make those payments?
On the pages like this one.
On the charge card payments?
The charge card payments, I wrote checks to make charge card payments. If I owed $10,000 on a credit card, I only had to make a few $100 payment.
Right, and those are what is listed here under the check number and the payment that you made.
Right, but also on these pages where it's a month, not a check number. See right there, May, June, July, April, those are charges on credit cards. They are not, they've not been paid, okay?
So you're indicating that you made some charges on here that you never paid?
A lot, and the figure he came to was of everything that I bought, but not everything I paid for.
I'm going to leave this with you, and I want you to, when we take a break, take a look at all of the checks. And if there's any dispute with the amount of checks that you wrote, you can let me know.
I'm not disputing the checks that are in here, but it's not just the checks in here. It's the other category, as everyone will see when you submit it.
Okay. As of August of 1985, you indicated that Dan Broderick sat down with you and put together a budget and indicated that he was going to pay you $9,000 a month for support.
I thought that was October.
Do you?
Isn't that October?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was October.
Well, do you recall writing about it in your book and indicating that it was in August?
I'm just mixed up. If it was August, it was August.
Okay.
It was my memory, it was October.
And he indicated that he was going to make voluntary support payments of $9,000 a month, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, he was paying the income tax, the medical insurance, the house taxes, the home insurance, the car payment, the car insurance, and various sundry
Yes.
other things.
Yes.
It is true that he was making those payments without a court order. There was no court order that was requiring him to do that, correct?
There were no court orders of any kind. When we did that budget thing, there was no divorce. There was no...
You had been separated since February of 1985.
Yes.
Correct? February, March, April, May, June, July, August. So we're talking about being separated for 6 months. And this is the time when he wanted you to take some responsibility for paying your own bills, right?
That's what he said.
Right, and that was because he was telling you that the marriage was over, that he wasn't coming back, even though you continued to refuse to accept that.
That's not what he ever said, no, because he was still lying about Linda. If you're saying it's August, and if we're going on it was August, he was still lying about Linda, he was still lying about everything, so no, he didn't say that. He just wanted me to lessen his burden of paying my bills.
Are you saying that he was planning on getting back together with you at that time?
How would I know? I mean, he didn't say anything about that. It wasn't a meeting about that. It was a meeting about that he wanted to give me a certain amount of money so I would start paying my own bills.
And that he explained to you that was because he was filing for divorce?
Absolutely not.
Do you recall him testifying at the divorce trial that he had told you over and over that it was over and that you refused to accept it?
That it was over, that in those words, that it was over?
Maybe not those words, but to the effect that the marriage was over, he was not going to move into Calle de Cielo with
Your Honor, I'm
you.
going to object to that testimony in '89 when he has a motive different than...
Sustained. You have a transcript, you want to show it or refresh your recollection, you can do that. Otherwise, go on.
I don't think she had any problems with her recollection. That wasn't the objection.
Well, if you want to show her what he testified to see if it refreshes her recollection, go ahead.
Do you have any problems with your recollection of him testifying to that?
Your Honor, what he testifies in '89 is not proper to bring before at this point in time. That refreshes her recollection of what he said in '85.
That's all I'm letting her ask so far, Mr. Early.
Technically, because there was no court order, he didn't have to pay you anything at that time.
Technically, that's correct.
And then in December of 1986, there was a court order from Napoleon Jones to increase your support to $12,500, correct?
I believe so, yes. It may have been January.
That's, when he was paying $9,000 a month, that was over $100,000 a year. That's $108,000 a year, correct?
I don't think I ever got $9,000 a month. It was his budget with the house payment. By the time he took off the house payment and other bills he said were mine, like those ones with the stickers on that we saw, that he said he was paying that were mine, I never got even half of $9,000.
Well, the bills were to be included in that. If he paid your
True, but I
bills,
never...
that was included in the $9,000 support.
Right, but I didn't get the $9,000. He started at the top of the page with that $9,000 figure, but it never got to me. He made payments out of it.
Right. And you had decided on $9,000 a month, which is $100,000 a year. And out of that was to come your mortgage and your gas and your electric and everything else, right?
And that's what he was hoping that I would settle for, yes.
Miss Wells, might be a good time to take our afternoon recess.
Unfortunately, as of now, this is all the trial footage that has publicly been available. I am currently trying to get more footage, and should I be able to get that, I will be posting it here. Betty was found guilty of second-degree murder, which specifies that these murders were not premeditated, but did have malicious intent behind them. Betty stated after the sentencing that it was impossible for her to get a fair trial, given Dan had friends in the legal system. "Even though my husband is gone, his friends are still here," she wrote in a letter from jail. "If anything, my husband's influence in the legal circles has grown." She claimed that the judge and even her own lawyer had worked against her, as if, had she been able to say what she had wanted to say, she wouldn't have been found guilty of any crime. In interviews she would give after the trial, she would state that her daughter Kim had lied on the stand, and that she felt her daughter was the reason she was in jail, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was in jail because she killed 2 people. She also publicly stated that she had no regrets about her actions, and even though she said in court that she was remorseful and wished to speak to Dan's family, she never has. In fact, she did the opposite, stating that Dan's father was abusive, and Dan's brother is a detestable human being who she always hated. Broderick was sentenced to 2 consecutive terms of 15 years to life, plus 2 years for illegal use of a firearm, the maximum under the law. In 2010, Betty was denied parole. According to an article written by Ann O'Neill, Betty gave a rambling statement in which she once again refused to take any accountability in the murders. She stated, "After hearing Broderick's rambling statement in which she continued to blame her actions on her husband's extramarital affair and their bitter divorce, I allowed the voices in my head to completely take over," Broderick told the parole board. "I took the lives of 2 wonderful people who were loved by many." Yet, when pressed for details on her actions, Broderick repeated what she said during her trials. "Linda came at me and the gun went off. She was totally not remorseful, didn't even try," said Richard Sachs, a San Diego prosecutor who handles so-called lifer hearings. She was denied parole again in 2011, and again refused to acknowledge her part in the shooting. In front of the parole board, she claimed that she'd been pushed to the limit, and when she shot, it was an act of self-defense. This is ignoring the fact that she drove to the home, broke in using the key she had stolen from her daughter weeks before, had practiced shooting for months, and had bought the gun seemingly for this purpose. Lee also testified at this hearing for her mother, and stated that she should be released from prison. However, Daniel Broderick, who had been named after his father, was quoted as saying, "In my heart, I know my mother is a good person, but along the way she got lost. Releasing a lost person into society could be a dangerous mistake." The last time she went up for parole was in 2017, where she again was denied. District Attorney Bonnie Dumanis declared that Elizabeth Broderick remains an unreasonable risk of danger to society. She still has not developed appropriate insight or remorse for these gruesome murders, which she committed with a callous disregard for human suffering. As of today, she remains incarcerated at the California Institution for Women in Chino, California, and is claimed residing there is like living in a retirement village. The next time she will be up for parole will be when she is 84 years old. If you have made it to this part in the video, thank you. I appreciate your dedication in watching a video this long. If you like this video, please give it a like as it does help in the YouTube algorithm. Consider sharing, and if you haven't, subscribe if you would like to see more true crime content. If there's a case you would like to see me cover, or a case you would like to bring more attention to, let me know in the comments down below. With all of that said, have a good day, and remember to stay safe.